freedom, and we'll rally from the hillsides and gather from the plain, shouting the battle cry of freedom. The Union forever, hurrah, boys, hurrah! Down with the traitor and up with the star, and we'll rally round the flag, boys, rally once again, shouting the battle cry of freedom. We are swinging to the call of our brothers gone before, shouting the battle cry of freedom, and we'll fill the vacant ranks with 1,000,000 free men more, shouting the battle cry of freedom. The Union forever, hurrah, boys, hurrah! Down with the traitor and on with the star, and we'll rally round the flag, boys, rally once again, shouting the battle cry of freedom. We will welcome to our number the loyal, the true, and brave, shouting the battle cry of freedom. And although we may be poor, not a man will be a slave, shouting the battle cry of freedom. The Union forever, hurrah, boys, hurrah! Down with the traitor and on with the strong, and we'll rally round the flag, boys, rally once again, shouting the battle cry of freedom. The Union forever, hurrah, boys, hurrah! Down with the eagle and up with the swans, and we'll rally round the flag, boys, rally once again, shouting the battle cry of freedom. So we're springing to the call from the east and from the west, shouting the battle cry of freedom, and we'll hurl a rebel crew from the land in like the best, shouting the battle cry of freedom. The Union forever, hurrah, boys, hurrah! Down with the eagle and up with the storm, and we'll rally round the flag, boys, rally once again, shouting the battle cry of freedom. We are shouting the battle cry of freedom.
This is extremely dangerous to our democracy.
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 This is a dangerous groups that we're dealing with now.
We live in a time where just standing on basic rights is heroic because we're all so used to giving them up day to day that, like, when somebody comes forward and says, no, we have these rights and I'm going to stand on them and I'm going to be unwavering, this has now become heroic. This has become, like the founder said, telling the truth in a world full of lies is a revolutionary act, right? I'm not one of these folks like they claim who wants to overthrow government. I understand spiritually, government would only be necessary for a population of folks who have proven they cannot govern themselves based on natural law and God's law. And that's exactly what we have. So I'm a proponent of folks who are able to govern themselves, who understand the foundational principles of the law of this land, that they be left alone. They say these are the most dangerous folks on the land. Why? Because they're talking and standing on what they're saying. They're not doing nothing to nobody. They're just revealing to everyone we have God-given rights, and they're willing to stand on them and die for them. And that's the most dangerous man on the planet right now. Right now, the rest of the slaves, the ones who self-identify as trustees, whether they know it or not, part of the United States federal corporation, federal body politic, they have a duty and obligation through contract to uphold the policies and codes. Because now, again, there's two classes of being. There's a privileged class of being under the law, and then there's a protected class of being. Most of us have opted into being a privileged class where we get privileges and benefits in exchange for essentially our rights by contract. So majority of folks are entering into a contract. They have made themselves a part of a corporate body politic, and therefore they have an obligation to fulfill that contract. If they want to correct that status and that standing and that presentment, and therefore renegotiate on that contract, right, and go back to being a man or woman on the land, then they're not subject to policy and code. They're only subject to the law of the land and essentially God's law, right? A set of laws that's in our conscience. It's discoverable. We can come to know it and do it, and we will create a kingdom of heaven out of that. But because we do not seek the truth and be set free, we are born into a certification program where a legal person is created, an all caps entity is created, and we spend the first 18 years identifying as that entity everywhere we go, taking our birth certificate and our social security down to DMV, getting ourselves a license for a right we already have. A license is synonymous with doing business in commerce. At a certain point, they created a group, a corporate capacity, where everybody opts into in order to be kept safe, right? This is sort of the movement of the idea in my mind of the republic into a demosocracy, where, okay, you identify as this member of the corporate body politic, you're agreeing that you want to be kept safe. And we see this now, where folks are going to their government to be kept safe and being given benefits and privileges. You have a split now, bifurcation, where the republic has now become a demosocracy in a lot of people's minds. There is no more faith structure. There is no more family structure. The state has essentially been moved in as our cosmic parents on every level. They've taught us through the public schooling system funded by the state that we need them. And if you don't accept that premise, then you are an extremist. You're trying to threaten everybody else's safety. So we see the tiptoe and march toward complete collectivism and mob rule and demosocracy, all backed by a technocratic component where everybody is tracked, traced, and surveilled. And if you don't follow policy and code, then you're deemed to be essentially an enemy combatant. As far as the Declaration of Independence goes, policy, statute, and code is only given the force of law through the consent of the governed. So we're being compelled to follow statute, policy, and code, but we have not been given full disclosure and notice, and we have not signed the contracts properly, right? So these folks are running around overthrowing God's law and the law of the land. They're not even banging on original principles. They're just out here harming themselves and each other, doing whatever they want to do. This is ubiquitous. All classes of society has lost their original mission statement and does not follow their principles and their own policy and code. They've just become completely reprobate, ego unbound. They're going to do whatever they want to do because they're going to chase money and they're going to chase status and power, and they've relinquished their original status and power straight from the supernatural. Any man or woman born on this land that does not uphold the original principles, precepts, and philosophy of law, because ignorance of the law is no excuse, you are damned to a form of spiritual judgment. I don't care if you think it's funny, you think it's a big joke. I'm telling you, the karmic and dharmic law of this realm, if you continue to create and stand on wrongdoing and defend it and enforce it, you're going to bring about demonic conditioning in this realm. You've already seen it. I don't know where you folks have been. We're already there. And you're damn well down with it. Most folks think it's just dandy.
Testing. Are we on? We're on. Of course we're on. We're always on. Right. So let's not bury the lead like we usually do and go off into an ADHD frenzied fit. If ADHD even exists, whatever kind of affected beingness that I display here when I'm not just completely on fire and in the pocket and presenting the truth as it seems to be, according to me. And of course, Paulie knows it all. He thinks he knows it all. You probably know better. So call in 602-730-0122 or hit the StreamYard link. Questions, comments, concerns. Where did I get it wrong? Where do I need to observe whatever you're saying and doing? Because I'm a crazy sovereign citizen gorilla in a trailer online. No one should probably be listening to me at all. And I'm probably a danger to democracy, I'm guessing. If you ask Vice News TV and some other outlets, we should screen that one. It's been a while. We should go back to that one just to, drum up a little bit of nostalgia. Going back 4 or 5 years ago when I went viral and Vice TV put me in a documentary saying, quote, a decade of hate. Sovereign citizen racists want to take over the world. Something to that effect, right? Like, could you reach any harder with the fucking headlines? And they just put pictures of me and they're traveling freely, exercising rights. Like, oh yeah, I'm such a hateful, racist, sovereign citizen bigot who wants to like take over the world, right? Oh wait, that's you and Hillary Clinton and Podesta and, you know, Donnie and the rest of them, right? As Glenn Beck came out yesterday to make a post on Slavebook telling everyone Donald Trump's a good guy, guys. He's going against New World Order, right? So what else is new? Here on Slavelandia, we got a gaslighting campaign like you've never seen before. Let's get right into it. Like I said, I don't want to bury the lead because I always do this. ICE built a $258 million surveillance machine to monitor its online critics. This is as of last week. By the way, folks, do you remember a month or two ago or more when I said I'm always ahead of the curve? And it's not hard here. Most people are just retarded, quite frankly. Do you remember a couple months ago when I told you I yelled at everyone and they said I was so mean, nasty, and rude? Because I yelled at everyone again and I explained to you folks how you're all illegals, technically. Do you want to go to the... I have it up there. We'll get to it at some point here. We'll revisit it. 3 Felonies a Day is the book. Guy did some research, did a survey, looked into people's lives and found out that this government idea, state, federal, local, I don't care what it is, the average person unknowingly commits 3 felonies a day. That's why the book is called 3 Felonies a Day, right? So I told you folks months ago, years ago, decades ago at this point, if you continue to pay for this crap and you continue to vote for it and you support it, they're going to do to you what they've done to everybody else that you see as bad and wrong and an enemy. People who haven't committed crimes, many of them, right? Including the illegales. Because if you go to your Statue of Liberty at the bottom, it says, give us your poor, you're tired, you're hungry, masses yearning to be free. It doesn't say anything about papers, please. That was Nazi Germany. Okay. Folks still don't understand. They're so fucking rat-like in this place. They're so domesticated in a cage. They still don't even understand what the words freedom mean. And this is where we would then go to, I don't know, someone like Samuel Adams, their founding daddy, who, as I understand it, correct me if I'm wrong, never signed the constitutional contract because he was probably one of the smartest beings there who could make connections, a genius in his own time, surrounded by dunces. Okay. What did he say in his time? The same thing I'm saying now in my time based on his own experience, just like my own experience. Quote, if ye love wealth greater than liberty, the tranquility of servitude greater than animating contest for freedom, go home from us in peace. We seek not your counsel nor your arms. Crouch down and lick the hand that feeds you. May your chains set lightly upon you, and may posterity forget that ye were our countrymen. It's basically a longer way of saying, go away from me, I never knew you, like Jesus told all the slaves when they wouldn't walk in the truth, life, and way, and be free with God's will under God, because they wanted to serve a statist master. This is a common theme, folks. It never goes away. It's a simulation dynamic here. We come here to face ourselves, the truth, and this theme, and triumph over it or be judged and ruled by it. For all of you folks with the millions of views who coincidentally don't believe in or know the experience of God and the co-creative unified connection, that's why you're pushed in the algorithm. You think you're doing just great. Okay, the world has its ways of putting you in a position to undo yourselves and everyone else while you think you're winning. Very interesting how that works. When you ask the low-impact Flixes and you ask the Chile Maria de Castros and you ask the James Freemans and you ask the Nino Rodriguezes and you ask all the modern-day patriotards who complain about not being free, they all have certain things in common. And one of them is, when I talk to them privately, they say, silly Paulie, tricks are for kids. No, they don't say that. I call them tricks and hoes. They say, silly Paulie, God's for people who want to fantasize, right? We don't believe in that. That's not a real thing. And I go, no, it's not real for you because you've never had the experience and the awakening and the revelation. And that's clear. And it explains why you show up the way you do and speak the way you do and live the way you do. It's all right there. Okay. So again, rights and freedom is not a fucking hobby. It's not a career for you to present so you can make money and get attention. This is real world shit that if we don't follow leads to real world consequences that you bitch ass motherfucker, excuse me. I was on a roll there. I was being nice, kind, and polite to some extent. You bitch ass motherfuckers are clearly not ready for. So you better take the time, energy, attention that you got now in some level of supposed times of peace and not direct hot civil revolutionary war, and stop cooperating and complying. With that said, Jennifer reached out to me. I haven't talked to her in a while. I still have a bunch of feelings from that. I'm not over the relationship with her and how everything went and my issues within my body and potentially past traumas that act out, or just my inability to love in a personal and romantic sense beyond a certain point. Has always been a test and a challenge for me. And I suspect a lot of that comes out of my lack of interaction and relationship with any women growing up, particularly my mother. With that said, there's a lot there. We've separated because it wasn't healthy for either of us. And most importantly, I pretty much, for whatever reason, good, bad, or indifferent, needed my own time and space to myself to, I guess, settle my nervous system and heal my body from whatever health issues that I've been dealing with. Okay. So with that said, Jennifer contacted me. She tells me she got a tax exemption on her house and her land. She wants to call in at some point and present her experience and her testimony. I most likely will do that. I would prefer if she just gave it to me and I could present it here and not, potentially dredge up personal, romantic, whatever in quotes feelings. If that's what it has to be and that's what it has to do, I've cried on this broadcast before. I'll probably do it again for a multitude of reasons. I'm not lesser of a man for doing that. If anything, I'm more of a man for doing that because I'm being honest with myself and others and I'm bearing it all. Something the majority of non-tent creators around here don't know anything about, except when they go to court and they want to fake cry for sympathy and mercy because they just can't stand on anything here at all. Okay. Why should I allow my personal romantic feelings and lack of completion in that realm of relationships keep her and the audience from sharing in the experience that is rights and freedoms, especially when, you know what the bottom line here is, what the fucking universe is really showing? Paulie Boy's not fit for personal relationships and romantic love, but he is chosen to do this other purpose here, and it's really important to all of us. And without that, your romantic relationships are fucked anyway. And even though Paulie Boy and Jennifer separated, Jennifer's animated by the spirit, and she's going to continue to do what's true and what's right, and that's true love. And she can come back to all of us at a certain point and give her testimony on how, as a bitch, she stands more for rights and freedom than the rest of you motherfuckers on here. And really, even though it does something to my pride and ego, I should probably support her now more than ever because fuck my feelings, just like everyone else's. She should make her own channel and present her own experiences like I told her to do years ago when we first got to interacting. So yeah, you want to call it my pride and ego, whatever. She's not with me at this point, but she's still with I am at this point, and I got bitches who are doing more than the males out here who are supposed to be standing for rights and freedom, who are cashing in on presenting some shit they ain't ever gonna live because they're cowards in their fucking heart. You should be shameful and embarrassed, but you're not because you're fucking shameless and you're greedy and selfish. Okay? So once again, they like to come here, or they don't like to come here unless they sit in the chat under anonymous presentments. They like to go other places and go viral, playing clips of me and talking about how I'm a liar and a fraud and a grifter, and then never correct the record, even though they get it over and over again, okay? So once again, you say sovereign citizens don't know what the fuck they're talking about. They don't win. They don't get results. You're completely lying and full of shit, just like your government. And we're going to continue to chip away at that wall of deception. And we're going to continue to bring presentments and experience that remind people of what we're all capable of and what all of our quote unquote birthright is, in fact. I don't know what just happened. I'm having interference. Check. Am I coming in here? I may have to try to reset. I don't know what's going on there. Oh, we have some slaves filing in. Good to see you. They want to be apologists for statism and corporatism. Yeah. Yeah, they want to sit in the chat and talk about, the plaque, they can't even spell properly or form complete sentences, most of these people. So let's see what he has going on here. The plaque on the bottom of the statue was added much later after the statue was given. I know, I get it. You're in all caps, just like your dead language and all your legal entities, right? It's perfect. And you want to be an apologist for forcing thousands of policies and codes and identifications on men and women because everyone's presumed guilty till proven innocent. Fuck you. I'm sick and tired of you. You're the same scum trash who tries to convince everyone the illegals are our biggest enemy while you're trafficking women and children and drugs and arms and doing backroom deals with terrorists while you terrorize the people, pushing your political beliefs on them at the end of a barrel of a gun. We don't care, sir. I don't care. I'm willing to deal with all the scary illegals and the scary drugs they're bringing that I'm not doing. Here's a clue. You don't like scary drugs? Don't do them. If your friends and family do them, that's their fucking free choice. Get over it. You don't even know freedom and rights when it reaches up and bites you on your nose. You still don't even know what it is. People got a right to use drugs here, even if they want to die in the gutter. It's their body, it's their life. My body, my choice. Another idea they can't understand, that when you kill a baby inside you, it's no longer your body, your choice, because there's another body there. You see how retarded these people are on all levels? They just can't use logic. We don't care, sir. All you statist fascists can get fucked. You've been the bane of human existence from back to Jesus's time. Running around with your symbols and your flags and all your ornaments and talismans, all the symbols of value and power, while you overthrow the Christed spirit, life, freedom, pursuit of happiness, and all the rest of it. Every day, all day, from the beginning till the end of time. It's over. It's not working. It never really has. And there's always been folks out there who've known this and lived it and presented it and got everyone in their vicinity who's not a punk coward on board with it. And it's an idea whose time has come again, because we're in light age, dark age cycle, looping, simulation, holographic, reflective here. And we're going through micro and macro dark age cycles, okay, to be rebirthed and reborn in a light age in truth, life, and way. It's obvious it's taking place as we speak. You're not bigger than that program. You can't even conceive of the program. You're too cowardly to be part of it. So you got to continue to fight back and resist and be an apologist for statism, corporatism, fascism, collectivism, slavery in all of its forms. Okay. So let's get back, because I wound up ranting again. $258 million surveillance machine to monitor ICE's online critics, because you all supported fascism again, the merger of state and corporate powers and pushing corporate policy on everybody with an interference on their rights. And ICE has already either stripped rights from actual supposed U.S. citizens, whether that matters or not, because you slaves still don't understand a U.S. citizen is a citizen of a corporation defined by its own code. You don't care. You're too retarded. You're too mind and heart controlled is what it is. You're not retarded. Many of you have plenty of intelligence. Memorize all your favorite songs, all your favorite sports players. You can make all these connections and all this other crap. Right? If you used your intelligence, you'd be able to get it. It's just you're too cowardly, because subconsciously, if you put your intelligence to this, you're going to have revealed what I've already been revealing and presenting and experiencing. Then you're going to have to do something about it. And your little weak ass brain because a lot of you have been kept alive here by a corrupt medical system that wants to keep you alive but keep you weak and sick so it can exploit you forever and rule over you, because it's just another arm of the Luciferian kingdom of Shaitan. Many of you are so fucking weak, your genetics are so watered down, that you are kept alive here, right? And almost given entitlement to everything. And it causes you to not have to like grow and adapt and face adversity and like cultivate the ability to discern and think for yourself. It's called complete domestication program. It's like when you get 3 to 5 generations in with the obese rats, they give corn syrup. They just stop even like looking to like exist, to survive, to thrive, to prosper. They stop caring about rights and freedoms. They pretty much just roll over and wait for the big hand to come in the cage to give them whatever it's going to give them, right? Yeah, we know. We get it. Right. So I told you all and you thought it was a joke or that I was being arrogant and ignorant. No, I'm giving you the harsh truth. Daddy never gave you, because most of you never had a fucking daddy when you get right down to it by definition. You never met a fucking real man in your life. Let's be clear about that. And if you did, you'd probably insult him and tell him that he wasn't doing enough to love you while he's bringing you a truth that potentially could change your life, that without it's going to ruin your fucking life, okay? And everything around you. So, yeah, you're all illegals. You all, by definition, would commit 3 felonies a day unknowingly, because there's so many policies and codes. Everybody's doing illegal shit, whether they know it or not, even if especially if they're not harming anyone or committing actual crimes. So I spent roughly $258 million on surveillance technology in Trump's first year back, a 50% jump over the prior year per federal budget analysis. 6 contracts totaling nearly $50 million fund social media threat scanning, with most money obligated since early 2025. Primary software shop goes on and on, talks about the money involved. Contractors don't just flag posts, they build dossiers. Read like true crime evidence board, name, date of birth, social security number, vehicle registration, criminal history. Aren't you so glad you all signed up to license and register all your fucking property and your children and everything else? This way they can monitor you on social media. And when you critique ICE, or like the woman we showed yesterday, you critique the water supply, they come and arrest you and drag you to court. But it's just Paulie Boy's trip. He didn't want to drive without a license. Silly Paulie Boy. You guys are so fucking stupid and cowardly. For the ones who are. The ones who aren't, they come here, they get it, and we're working and we're doing what we can and we're getting results, interestingly enough. The best of times, worst of times. As the fascism is going deeper and clamping down on everyone, you're being criminalized for everything. Myself and Jennifer and others are getting dismissals at court over and over again, getting our property secured without taxation, getting traveling without a license secured and all the rest of it. Yeah, we're on a move here, folks. Dual jurisdiction here, folks. Overworld and underworld here, folks. It's all right there. Okay. So no, I ain't fearing people pushing fear porn and trying to act like it's all hopeless. I'm saying for you punk ass cowards, it's hopeless, because you know what? When we do what's true and what's right, and as we're already getting results and we bring this thing back to where it's supposed to go, and we get to times of peace and renaissance and enlightenment again, don't you fucking come around me. I don't want to see you and know you. You ain't Love Abel. You're a treasonous, tyrannical, disloyal coward, not loyal to me, to the cause. Okay? But that's already the case, that we don't have to tell them that. They already know to stay far the fuck away, and why. And they already know to go to acting like they don't hear me and see me and what I'm doing and saying and why I'm doing it and saying it, right? You get that whole game. Tell you, just like Jesus, your supposed Prince of Peace, after he was cursing the fig tree for not producing fruit, while they tell me not to cuss here, go away from me, I never knew you. See, they're smart enough and they feel the energy enough to already know it. So stay away from Paulie Boy. Don't contact him. Don't get him on your broadcast. He's going to talk the truth and expose all of us, and he might even call us exactly what we already know we are. Punk ass coward slaves. We don't like that. Right, but it's true. You've never liked the truth. That's how we got here, by the way. In case you're wondering, that one teensy little big dynamic right there. So, yeah, the knock on the door comes without charges. Agents are confronting critics at home, workplaces, and voting sites because you're in full-on fucking Holocaust or the makings of it. They just gave you 3/4 of the population genocide shots and called it safety and tried to lock you down if you didn't, and you still ain't woke yet? You still ain't active yet? What's it going to take, bitch ass slave? That's what I want to know. I'm excited to find out what it's going to take for you all to wake up and get up and do and be something here and just civilly disobey, right? Larkin Rose, your anarchist hero, just yesterday was on Slave Book saying, what if we have license registration plates and all of it, but we just don't display it? We keep it in the back seat and get pulled over and then tell them, oops, we have it. We're just kidding. Well, you want you and your followers to do that? Please do it so I can laugh at you and mock you here and make more content. Because you all put up the content. You put up a tent and filled it with cons and claimed it was anarchy, and you wonder why this culture and society is where it's at? Got some fucking balls, man. I know, it's better than going to sweep the floors like Paulie Boy used to do at the warehouse, among other things. What did your boy say again yesterday? You know, he's chock full of wisdom and courage, don't you know? He's chock full of foundational principles. Let's see here. I tagged them all in my, that's my new thing. I'm tagging all of them so they can act like they don't see it and hear it. Right. Oh, yeah. More wisdom and courage yesterday. These are your heroes and your leaders and your supposed anarchists. Everyone should buy game trail cameras and install them on poles along the road facing home of your local politician. The new ones can be remotely accessed, and then it would be fun to have 24-hour surveillance on all the parasites in town. Dude, that's you and everyone else. Why are you blaming politicians? They reflect you. You're a bunch of tax-paying, code-following parasites who beg for cash online to sell your shitty products while you stand for nothing. Hello, that's you again. It's good to meet you. Hello, my name is everything I keep calling everyone else. Right. Totally, I get it. Simulation Central. Right, so their answer is just do everything the other side is doing that we say is bad. That'll fix all this, or it'll just create more of it because you can't solve a problem with the same level of consciousness that created it. Why are you telling your shitty audience, who's a bunch of cowards as well, if they weren't, they wouldn't listen to you and watch you, and they'd call you out for not doing shit other than going to jail 10 years ago for tax evasion because you don't understand tax avoidance, like everything you all don't understand, while you write books about it. Paulie Boy doesn't write the books to sell to his audience. He actually knows what he's doing, and he counsels and fellowships and works with people, or just surrenders in faith that sometimes you got to gamble and stand on what's right. And we don't have all the process and procedure and legalism, any of it, really. We don't need it. If our government won't uphold the rights, if anyone's government won't uphold our rights and do redress of a wrong, redress of grievance, which is a right, then they're illegitimate anyway. There's no point in dealing with them. See how that works? This is what they do. They get in, they pretend to be activists because they go to jail and suck at court. And then they write a whole reality off of that for themselves after, where they sell a bunch of products LARPing because it's LARPin' Rose. It's not Larkin Rose. It's LARPin' Rose. And by the way, I have people who work with these people who reach out to me and say, you could go live on the land where they're living because they live on land owned by other people, is what I'm told and shown, right? And I have reason to believe it because I've got some evidence on it. And they say, hey, if you want to come down and live here, you can just come and live here, and LARPin is there and all the rest of them. And I go, yeah, we might be able to work together one day, but probably not because, and then I get online and do a broadcast and they go, oh, right. Yeah. You think I'm going to go down and get on land and live about a bunch of people who probably are supporting and doing illegal shit, but when the time comes to go to court, can't stand and won't stand and get online and act in bad faith and dishonor? No. I'm not doing that because it's a liability for me. Why would I? You don't think I could get hundreds and thousands of people to hang out with me and live on the land and invest with me who are a bunch of punk cowards who won't do shit and will turn me in 3 seconds because they think legal is lawful? No, I'm not doing it. Quite the opposite. I'm definitely not hanging out with LARPers and role players online who want to fraud and grift on an audience. Absolutely not. What do I have to gain about any of that? Exactly. I'm still asking these people, what do I have to gain about any of this? I have a lot to lose, potentially. What do I have to gain that is worth the price and the final cost, right? So yeah, I mean, it's, I guess, unfortunate, but it's just the way that it is. Things are the way they are, and they got to be the way they got to be if you want it to be what you say it's supposed to be. If not, well, then it won't be, and I can't be a part of it in good conscience. So, right. The journal identified at least 10 individuals targeted by subpoenas, and that includes United States citizens. But again, United States citizen is a corporate entity. It's a business entity as defined by their own code. So does it really matter at this point? You're all treated like employees of the state corporation. And if they want to shake up your life and search you and treat you like you're in a prison, they're going to come in and do it because they believe they got contracts and jurisdiction that you gave them. Plus, they believe you're a bunch of punk cowards who don't know your rights and won't stand on them. I mean, you know what? For the most part, they're right. Agents visited a woman at home after she compared ICE officers to Nazis on X. Well, I guess yous are all going to have to pay Paulie Boy a visit. I guess yous are all going to have to hack into GPS and whatever else too, because I got no registered address on file. I live in the middle of the desert. Pretty much nobody around me. And I don't think there's an official address here. I don't even care if there is. I do my mailing by P.O. box. I don't want any of their services. I have solar power. I'm lying right now. There is a power pole over there. I don't think it's a registered address. I think they put it in without the registration. I have to double check with him. I think he worked it out with them. I use the power probably 20 days out of the year. So whatever I owe the power company and fees for them to upkeep and maintain that pole, because it's a public service, we can have that conversation, right? But again, the next layer of this is, and I just haven't felt as good as I could feel, and I haven't been motivated. I'm not going to lie and make excuses, justifications. It is what it is. But as I start to get back to more of myself, and I know what I'm put to do here on some level, that's our next thing, right? And it's good to see that Jennifer has already moved ahead to secure that. Because they'll just keep gaslighting and saying, we got no rights no more. We can't own property without paying tax. You have to be in contract with all. No, you don't. It's all nonsense. You just got to apply yourself and get results, right? So, yeah, I guess ICE and all these folks are going to have to hack into my shit like they might have did already when DHS showed up when I got arrested in the middle of nowhere, Colorado, and the Fed just happened to be there and show up to talk to me. You know? Guess they're going to have to come talk to Paulie Boy and potentially interfere with his property and rights so they can have a conversation about how they're actually acting like SS troops. Do you see the irony in that? You're going to come on my property without a warrant to question me about using free speech, being critical of what you're actually doing and what it looks and feels like historically and what it all means. Yeah, by doing that, you just verify everything I'm saying to be true. You think I'm scared of that? Even if I am scared of that, you think I'm going to turn back from the truth because you're going to scare everybody to lie and live a lie? No, I'm not. I'm not going to go back on heroin and kill myself slowly. You got to kill me now. It's your problem. It's you folks' problem now. Because when I used to live like you and everyone else, I hated myself and I went on drugs. That's over. That's not happening. I'm going to love myself by loving the truth and the conscience God put in me, and I'm going to activate it, and I don't care what the fuck the rest of you say and do. And if I got to be put to death for it, then that's what the fuck God has planned for me. I'm in great company here. Pretty sure I remember some other guy who had a similar story like that. Yeah, you're going to scare all little boys with their toys are going to scare everyone to turn away from the truth they don't like. You punk fucking cowards. Only reason you show up to them doors is you don't believe there's going to be a gun on the other side of it. Let's be real about it. If you thought there'd be 5 and 10 people in there who were going to start throwing bullets through the walls, you wouldn't show up. You punk ass fucking cowards, nor should you. Matter of fact, it shouldn't take a bunch of bullets coming through the wall for you cowards to not show up. You shouldn't show up just because you're afraid of what God's going to do to you and the people in this land. I know you don't believe in it. You should be afraid of what karma is going to do to you and the people in this land for what the fuck you're doing for no reason. That's the thing. I'm never going to throw bullets at you. I'm telling you right now. You can come here, flash bang like Duncan Lepp, kick the door in. I'm not reaching for nothing. I don't even have nothing loaded up and ready. I got a pistol loaded up in the holster over there I take out with me when I go out and about in public. You just all want to come in here, have your way with me physically, do what you got to do. It's all going to go on record why you did it. And you're going to inspire a whole bunch more people to do what's true and what's right. Because We get two options in the simulation: move forward in fear and what's right, or move forward in faith and what's right, or let fear move us into a lie that gets us hating and dishonoring ourselves and each other and our land and everything else off of that, right? This is where we get the cliche death before dishonor. It's gotta be that way unless you want to live in hell and slavery and be mocked and humiliated your whole fucking life. And watch your children go through it too. For a lot of you, you don't mind. You love it. You can't get enough of it. You pay to be mocked and humiliated when you go watch your sports games and they do halftime shows where they inject the babies and show death heads and all the rest of it. You want to bring that up back? In 2008, when they showed you the COVID-19, the halftime show and the big Grim Reaper and the hospital beds and all the shots and the death heads. Yeah, we can go back to that. Mock you and humiliate you right in your fucking face, tell you 15, 20 years before they ever do it, we're going to slave and genocide you. And folks like me were sitting right there horrified going, oh my God, guys, maybe we better do and be something here because 20 years from now, they're going to genocide and slave us. And here we are. Oh, Paulie was a conspiracy theorist. He was imagining things at the halftime show. Right. Maybe we'll do an hour on that tomorrow. We'll revisit that. And we'll ask ourselves and each other what the fuck that is. Because I'm a crazy conspiracy theorist who just makes shit up. So I'm asking you and everyone else what the fuck that is. Why at a football halftime show did they roll out hospital beds and babies and COVID germ molecules and big vaccine shots and show death heads and Grim Reapers? Could someone tell me and show me what that is? Exactly how that all worked. Oh, Paulie boy, it was just a silly halftime show. They made it all up. Right. Either that or this is biblical and prophetic and scriptural, and this whole place is a simulation where if we don't serve God, the whole thing goes into the hands of the dark one, and you literally manifest hell on earth here because that's who and what you are on the inside, or at least that's what you've put on record. Because evil triumphs for good and great men doing nothing. So are you really good and great men? The answer is no. With a resounding cosmic judgment. You could be judged by what you do and what you don't do. Interestingly enough. So, right. Quote, we're seeing the weaponization of privacy in ways that privilege the powerful, and in particular law enforcement. Can we stop with this fucking cocked out Stockholm syndrome slave speak? Law is never enforced. The law is observed and experienced and upheld. The law is presented. It's not enforced. If you have to force or use violence is a better way to put it, because you could argue force is a right. You can use force to stop violence. They're not the same thing. But see, their word game is they want to take violence and turn it into force and act like it's a right, see? So you're violating people's rights by enforcing policy onto men and women who have God-given rights because you want to criminalize their rights with thousands of policies and codes. That's the point in history where we all have to say collectively, we're done cooperating, complying, and we're definitely not paying you to slave us. So I guess you got to kill us or bring us to a box over and over again because we ain't going to kill you because we know what's going to happen if we do that. You're going to bring in all your other Israeli troops and whack us out, number one. And you're going to write us up as scary, violent, dangerous folks to all the slaves who are going to repeat that and demean and devalue the walk in truth, life, and way. Okay? And let's be real, just nobody really wants to go out like that if they can avoid it. You know, nobody really wants to take another life if they can avoid it. I know I don't. I don't even care if it's a disgusting slave pig trader who's doing tyranny all over the place here. It's still a human being. It still should never have to come to this point. There's still a soul or a spirit up in that being on some level. And there's still some level of care in that being if they would access it. So I would never want to go. I want to believe that, right? I would never want to go to that level. So stop with the fucking Stockholm Syndrome slave speak. Law is upheld. It's based on keeping the peace. That's why sheriffs were upholding the law/rights and were called peacekeepers. Because once the peace is breached, that's when force can be used. Until then, you don't have a right to enforce law, policy, code, your whims, your political beliefs, whatever the fuck else. Because that's all this is when you really get down to it. This competition between freedom and safety is literally the juxtaposition between a Democratic Party that wants democracy and a Republican Party. And I'm done with it. Because you Republitards don't even understand republicanism, conservatism, and under God with God-given rights. I'm done with all of you. You're all corrupt. You're all reprobate. You're all statist, fascist, corporatist, collectivist slaves. I can't say it enough. And you're all deceived and misled, by the way. Okay? Obviously. So, right, we need to get back to upholding the law by exercising our rights and throwing off policy enforcement by not cooperating and complying and going to a box over and over again so we can stand before God and a court and proclaim ourselves to be free with rights under God and our children with the same claim and our property under the same claim. That's where this is going to be won and lost, in quotes. And no, you can't grift millions of bucks and show up to court like this. It's not the answer. It's what got us here. This is absolutely at times I have to pause and reflect how fascinating it is that I have to come here and even point this stuff out, that the majority don't even get this. That you are actually in Marxism, socialism, collectivism, fascism. If we take all the aspects of it, we'll hit the 14 signs of fascism. We'll revisit it today. It's beyond 14 at this point. We've added on to it. All right. Right. How ironic. While ICE tracks and traces you as citizens and comes to your door for critiquing them, let's be reminded they come to the door with their right to privacy because they show up in a public service capacity with their faces covered because their safety is jeopardized. You love this? Do you believe this? Do you love it? Have you started to love it yet? Are you winning hard enough yet? The fascist statist agents of the corporation get to keep their identity secret and cover their faces while they track and trace you online and show up to violate your privacy and your rights. And they're doing it because the brown people and the illegals are taking over everything. They want your rights and freedoms. It's either that or it's you, the people saying you're going to keep us safe and protect us from those people. I think it's you. I'm guessing it's you. It seems like it's you. I wonder what Sade would have to say about this. That is you. Right. That is you. Always a confession by projection. It's always what they accuse the other person of that they're doing, while they try to overpower you and call it something other than what it is, right? It's just love. Just like they do at me. When I used to frequent these panels, they just did it the other day when I showed up at the Rotten Tomatoes area, who, by the way, now is an abysmal failure. She had to shut the stream down because it was 3 a.m. and she was still begging for cash to pay her bills. And she flipped out on the audience and said, well, if you ain't going to pay me, I'm not going to beg you, and then I'm going to leave. She didn't even pay attention to the truth of the issue. She didn't even care. When I started making points and shutting down that whole panel of beta males, she stopped the whole thing to say, now let's remember Paul Unslaved is a sovereign citizen. And I went, Sarah, what is this? What are you, some kind of fucking statist agent or something? You stopped the whole non-cast with these tarred beta males who can't even control themselves and communicate an idea? To remind the audience of 25 people and everyone else that I'm a sovereign citizen? Now what? You can't just discuss the ideas and the truth and the foundations and principles and honor and good faith without labeling me so you can choose to misunderstand? People are absolute trash. You wonder why you got to suck Wilson dick to get anywhere in this realm, and you wonder why he slaved your ass out and jettisoned you away from him. You're dishonorable, bad faith coward, even more so than he might even be, which is shocking. But it's absolutely incredible. And this is nothing new in history. I always have to remind myself because it's shocking to me, all the power and value dynamics that are observed or overlooked. But this is par for the course in this place. Right. 3 felonies a day. The overcriminalization of everyday life. In 3 felonies a day, Harvey A. Silverglate, he's one of the good ones. Don't get upset. Delves into a startling concept of overcriminalization in contemporary American society. He illustrates a chilling reality. Ordinary citizens are committing felonies on a quotidian basis, often entirely unaware of their actions. This phenomena is largely a consequence of the ever-growing complexity and ambiguity enshrouding federal laws. They're not laws. God, a whole culture and society duped by double speakers. Law is expressed, not implied. You can't use synonyms without definition. Code is not law. If it was law, it'd be U.S. law, not U.S. code. Okay? Stop with the collectivist, communist, socialist slave speak, proving you're in. Even the person writing about the tyranny and the fascism and the collectivism is using slave speak because we're all so used to talking like this. They got us indoctrinated again. Right. Leading many folks to unintentionally venture into criminal territory. Silvergate's central thesis revolves around the idea that America's legal framework has expanded to such an extent that it now ensnares unsuspecting individuals. By the way, that's a violation of a maxim in law. Someone can't be guilty of a wrong or a crime if they didn't intend to do wrong. Makes sense, doesn't it? Well, we're on the opposite side of that now. Guilty till proven innocent. Because everyone's illegal. With an overwhelming number of laws, they're not laws again, they're codes, many of which are obscure, vague, or interpretively elastic. Compliance has become an unmanageable task for the average person. Right, the more you comply, the more it becomes impossible to comply, because no matter what you do, you're fucking criminalized under thousands of codes they keep calling laws. God makes law, like the law of thermodynamics, the law of gravity, the law that what you put out is what you get back. Laws like this, quantum physics. God makes law. God puts conscience in man or woman for us to determine right from wrong. We determine, experience, observe, and interpret. We do not make law. You can codify law, but you aren't really good at that either most of the time, because your own feelers and thoughts and beliefs get in the way. Quantum physics shows that. Changes the whole experience. See? Silvergate's central thesis, these laws, codes, often drafted in broad strokes, fail to account for practical realities of daily life, thereby setting traps for well-meaning citizens. What it's designed to do. Get everyone to sign up to be part of the corporation, regulate them with thousands of codes, make everybody illegal so you can control everybody now. It's ingenious. As long as you give them some benefits and privileges and promise them safety. By the way, the whole world's pimping and hoeing again. They just don't know it. It's the exact same dynamic. Pimp is the state, U.S. corporations, and its subsidiaries. The code is the pimp code. The hoes are the citizens. They fuck 6 days a week to give 40% of what they make to the pimp. The pimp promises them safety as it holds the hoes to the code and beats them when they don't follow the code. The whole world is pimping and hoeing. They just don't know it, folks. This channel isn't a joke and a mockery and a humiliation ritual. Oh, actually, it kind of is for you. I'm not Dunning-Kruger. Most of you just can't figure out the true from the false and the false from the true. Let's continue on. Furthermore, overcriminalization is not merely a theoretical concern. It has very real, pervasive impacts on society. Which society? The legal society? Glad I'm not part of that. For instance, Silvergate emphasizes that sheer volume of federal criminal laws, their codes, supplemented by interpretations and the creation of new regulations without requisite checks and balances, has cultivated an environment where nearly anyone can be accused of wrongdoing, right? Without a victim. It's even better without a victim, see? Because in order to be convicted of a wrongdoing, there has to be a victim. If not, who did you wrong? Oh, right. The people of the state of who stand in for the legal society where there's an unspoken social contract and blah, 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 blah. There goes your rights and freedoms. The book 3 Felonies a Day is derived from Silvergate's assertion that the average professional unknowingly commits several federal crimes daily. I think I'm going to leave it there. Why go on and on and on? I think we got the fucking point. And I think everyone has enough experience in this life to know what we're talking about. I want to believe that. Although they are still boosting up and telling us we're retarded for not getting the boosters. We must have wanted to die from the virus. They're still running that line, a lot of them. In between falling over dead suddenly. Yeah. Okay. Go to this little ditty. You remember Herman, don't you? No, not Herman Cain, the real Herman that we all love and admire. Herman Goering. Mr. Holocaust himself. What did he say? What did he say about some ideas about how governance works? What it's all really about? Herman. Herman and the other folks were the original folks who came up with the name Homeland Security that was later adopted by United States Corporation. They also came up with the shots and the pharmaceuticals and all the eugenicism that was later adopted, among other things, including the spying, tracking, and tracing, and other things. They were pioneers of this. Well, Herman says, naturally, the common people don't want war, neither in Russia, nor in England, nor in America, nor for that matter, here at home in Germany. That is understood. But the people can always be brought to the bidding of the leaders. That is easy. All you have to do is tell them they're being attacked and denounce the pacifists for lack of patriotism and exposing the country to danger. Right. Now that, Herman, sounds familiar. I think I've seen that before. I remember old Georgie boy back in the day when them towers blew up. 3 buildings, 2 planes collapsed into dust. Free fall speed. Right. And they all said, we got to go get these terrorists with the weapons of mass destruction down on Iraq, the weapons they never found, the mustard gas at the turkey farm and all the rest of it, right? And if you ain't with us, you're against us. Oh, it's almost like Herman's ghost has reincarnated again, and they're doing it again with Venezuela and Cuba and Iran and Syria. And if you don't merge your military in your country with the state of Israel, you're an unpatriotic, un-American. Where's Bill O'Reilly and Sean Hannity and all the rest of the patriotards that come out and tell us all about it? Okay. Merger of state and corporate powers, president, vice president, treasurer, secretary, all corporate company positions, pushing policy and code, overthrowing rights and freedoms, doing endless wars for the central bankers, and blowing shit up and blaming it on people to get you all to support the endless wars for the central bankers and the New World Order. But it's okay because Bitcoin just went up the last 2 days because Donnie made a speech about it. They're going to tokenize your whole life. And they're going to use digital currency. And they're going to ban the rest of the currencies they're not going to use. So have your fun now at your digital casino, but we know where it all goes. More State Farm insurance for all the chattel on the state farm. Yeah, they're going to get their insurance for that fraudulent fiat Ponzi scheme banking system. That reminds me, it's been a while since we've gone to this clip. This is a doozy. Watch that first step, George. Doozy. That first step to slavery. Right. This is, oh, not that. Well, let's go to Pure Moods. We need a palate cleanser and then we'll come back. Why not? I accidentally bumped into it, but those are the best things. The best things are the things you didn't plan on, right? Calgon, take me away.
Imagine a world where time drifts slowly. A world where music carries you away. Experience Pure Moods, the perfect soundtrack for your way of life. Direct from Europe, this multi-platinum collection has won the hearts of millions. Set adrift with the timeless pleasures of tubular bells. Or take a trip into the unknown with the X-Files theme. No other collection gives you the feeling of Pure Moods. To To order Pure Moods, call the number on your screen or send check or money order for the amount shown, plus shipping and handling. Rush delivery available. Call now.
Somehow I always feel a little bit better after that. Not as good as the Ricola, but or Mentos. When the guy gets in the car with the Grey Poupon and he throws it out of the guy's hand and he goes, "Fuck that, the Grey Poupon, we got Mentos." And it was like, I remember that. It was like a new wave in the 90s, right? It was out with the aristocracy. It was out with the Grey Poupon. It was in with the freshness. We brought the heat. That was the pinnacle of civilization, folks. We peaked somewhere between the 70s and the 90s. It's presumed. Somewhere in there. I'll even give you the 60s. That's the peak of this American civilization. Right, let's go to Biden and four other administrations' economic advisor. And when they asked him how money works, he basically said he has no idea and it doesn't really matter. Why? Because they're all confidence men. That's what con men is short for, confidence men. As long as they remain confident and just tell you to keep voting and supporting and listening, they can just keep scamming you. Why do they need to know how anything works? Duh. It's like, yeah, I get it. I totally get it.
We can print our own money.
It obviously begs the question, why exactly are we borrowing in a currency that we print ourselves? I'm waiting for someone to stand up and say, why do we borrow our own currency in the first place?
Like you said, they print the dollar. So why does the government even borrow?
Well, again, some of this stuff gets, some of the language that some of the language and concepts are just confusing. I mean, the government definitely prints money and it definitely lends that money, which is why the government definitely prints money and then it lends that money by...
No. I should have let it play out, but no. How does he not know that the government is a corporation that doesn't print money? It prints up bills and acts and signs them as a securitized instrument to get a loan from the privatized Central Reserve. He doesn't know that, or does he not want to tell you that? Because then it begs the question, how and why are we indebted to a private Federal Reserve corporation? And is it maybe possibly why all these endless wars keep happening? Let me adjust my screen situation here. Give me one moment, please. Right. Is it possible that maybe the corporation is in debt to another corporation, and because that's where they get their non-money from, that's who directs and gives the orders? And now we're back to like 2,000 years ago when Jesus was sitting there saying the synagogue of Satan, the Pharisees and Sadducees are all owned by the lawyers and the bankers. And that was his biggest beef, was woe unto you lawyers and bankers. And then all the rest of the people who were doing the corrupt business with them, taking the loans and doing the usury and overriding the law and rights and doing slavery in the temple. Right. The more we change, the more we stay the same. So either he doesn't know this, doesn't need to, because he's riding high on the hog, and as long as you slaves comply, he doesn't need to know it, or he knows it, but he won't tell you, because then you might start asking some less than slavish questions, like, how could we owe a private Central Reserve and not be indebted to them? And if we are, then how could we be 40 trillion in debt to these bankers and this corporation and not be subservient to them? And if we are, is that maybe why both sides keep overriding everybody's rights and freedoms and taking us to endless wars? Yes. And it's the same banking families who put hits on Thomas Jefferson and Andrew Jackson and all the rest of them and tried to keep them for standing for rights and freedoms, and probably bought some of them off at some point or whacked some people to get everyone to form the contracts and compacts or to amend the contracts so they can bring everyone back under the same centralized, authoritarian, corporatist, fascist central banking scheme, scam, and system, like it always is. It's another reason I wouldn't form these contracts and compacts to create these institutions and these corporations, because now they need funding. So either you got to take from the people to fund them, or you got to get in bed with the ghouls and goblins to fund them. Either way, you're screwed. The slaves here can't imagine a nation without a corporation. They think the corporation is the nation, and they think code is fucking law. Let's continue here. I shouldn't have cut it off. Because it has to be one continuous moment with this moron, so you just see who and what they all really are. Either moronic or absolutely corrupt. Either way, like Ace Rothstein said in Casino, I can't have you here.
They print the dollar, so why does the government even borrow?
Well, I mean, again, some of this stuff gets, some of the language that some of the language and concepts are just confusing. I mean, the government definitely prints money, and it definitely lends that money, which is why the government definitely prints money, and then it lends that money by selling bonds. Is that what they do? They
Wait, what?
They sell bonds. Yeah, they sell bonds, right? Because they sell bonds and people buy the bonds and lend them the money. Yeah. So a lot of times, at least to my ear with MMT, the language and the concepts can be kind of unnecessarily confusing, but there is no question that the government prints money and then it uses that money to yeah, I guess I can't really talk. I don't get it. I don't know what they're talking about. Like, cause it's like.
Right. So let me help you out here. Based on their writings and their diaries going back 2,000 years ago or 200 years ago, the central bankers are inhabited by a spirit they call Lucifer, and they say it's pure and virtuous and whole, and they do seances to bring it into the room, and it tells everyone how to slave everyone. And apparently you don't need to know how it all works. And basically how it works is it's bondage to the devil. Watch this. It's very simple. You get promissory notes from the Federal Reserve that you call currency. It's not currency, but you think it has value. So we trade it for value, right? What is the surety for that non-value to be seen as value? Your belief and compliance. That's literally what a demon needs to be called into this reality and be able to access you and work with you and live through you when it couldn't before. Okay? It needs your acceptance and belief and your compliance with all the codes. I know that sounds crazy and scary, and it's like anything but that, but that's the one thing no one will talk about, and that's exactly what's prophesied in Scripture, and that's exactly what Jesus was talking about, synagogue of Shaitan, and spiritually, it's all right there if you can make the connections. And by the way, we could bring up Albert Pike, head of World Freemasonry, who's one of the only people who has a statue on Washington, D.C., and he said we're going to do 3 world wars to bring in a kingdom of Lucifer, and all 3 world wars have happened exactly how the man laid it out. I don't believe in coincidences like that. Okay. We're talking about principalities in high places and avataring in possession. They make movies about a lot of these types of things. Okay. It's not only the greatest story ever told, it's the only story ever told over and over again in different ways. So yes, the guy right there who's the head of economics is stumbling and mumbling and literally admitting to you he doesn't know how it all works. He doesn't need to. Long as the Shaitan has him focused on this and how it benefits him and everyone else, they don't care to know the truth. That's the godly dynamic, by the way, again. Honor and faith versus dishonor and bad faith. He can't see or he won't admit what it is spiritually behind all the policy, statutes, and codes. It's the same spirit avataring the same types of people, even down to the same families with the same names, running the same plot and program on the whole world, and convincing everyone it's to their own benefit, while the dollar, non-dollar, is not backed by anything after they took it off and has lost 98% of its purchasing power since 1913. So you can't ever generate wealth intergenerationally. See? Because if there was a static evaluation that was built to succeed, then a car would still cost $400, right? And you'd be making whatever you were making, you'd be putting that away, and then year over year, you'd be growing, right? Lifetime after lifetime, you'd be growing in wealth. But through the hidden tax that is inflation, sales tax, income tax, and all the rest of the death taxes and every other fucking tax and code and policy and fee, the intergenerationally would be wealthy over 3 to 5 generations can barely get by at this point while your bankers and who suck and polish their boot 3 and 4 and 5x their wealth year over year, okay? Because they know how to game the system. They have the knowledge of the good and the evil, right? So this is why I'm telling you, folks, you don't understand what this is scripturally and spiritually. You don't understand what spirit is inhabiting, man or woman who move into greatness, and you don't understand what spirit is inhabiting all these legalistic, corporatistic folks who double speak and lie directly or indirectly and don't even know what they're serving. And when you step back from it, it's all right there, cause and effect. Metaphysics and the physics meet. The science and the spirituality meets. The cooperative and the co-creative meets. The commercial and the common sense meets. And again, what is the commercial? When we go to, and I know that Keith Williams and other beta males don't like this breakdown, but I'm taking it because it's green language of nothing else. The corporation. I will, if it's not objectively this definition, I choose to see it as the dead speaker, speaker of the dead or the underworld. Because that's what corporatism is. A bunch of unbegun males and females who are mankind. They're not man and woman yet, under God with God-given rights or a discernment of God. They're collectivist corporatists who live their whole life to serve a corporation to get cash backed by nothing so they can buy their things. They are the legion and the army of the speaker of the dead. Like Jesus said, let the dead bury the dead. This is allegorical, metaphorical. Okay. And it's no coincidence. It's not like I'm just saying this and it doesn't apply. If you go meet your friends and family, your cousin Todd from the firm, and you talk to him for 10 minutes and use any kind of care, empathy, and discernment and truth, you will find out quick that Todd from the firm doesn't give a fuck about what's true and what's right. He only cares about this, even though this is backed by nothing and has lost all its credibility, while Todd has lost all of his credibility as a man. And there goes Lucifer again, taking the whole game while you think you're winning and can't stop winning. Because this is a battle for your soul. It doesn't care that it has to print up a bunch of green papers with pictures on it and give it to you monkeys who would be godlike if you didn't get fooled by the green paper with the pictures on it. They can print up as much of that as they like and give it out to whoever they want to get you to sell your soul and comply so you can be the surety for Baal's bondage, right? When you go to jail, Baal, bond, isn't Baal the character in scripture synonymous with Mammon and Molech and others who they all, every time Moses and others leave the society and go up the mountain, they come back down, they're all worshiping, idol worshiping, they're all sacrificing their children. They're all trading in coins that are worthless, doing usury with interest. Yeah. The more we change, the more we stay the same. It's just that easy. How do you get a whole race of land apes concrete apes? How do you get the concrete apes who would be gods if they realized what was in them and what they were a part of to give up all of that future and destiny and to choose a hell for themselves? Well, we just print up pictures, green papers with pictures on it of their founding daddies, and we convince them it has value, and we get them to chase that all day, every day, while complying with selling their soul, right? It is so fucking fascinating. This is what in the scripture, John the Revelator opened his mouth agape and couldn't believe what he was seeing as a vision in front of him. I do this every day on a broadcast. I'm Paul the Revelator. I go, oh my God, it's holographic, reflective. It's everywhere and nowhere. It's eternal, seemingly, from the beginning till the end of time. All these people think they're their own person and they're all caught up in it and they're lying to themselves and me about it. And when I bring them the definition and the truth, they say, shut up, we're going to go watch Blueface impregnate another 304. We want to see him not take care of it again. Oh, I know. I know all too well. Another holographic reflection, by the way. A guy who chases cash, who has all the fake power and value, who has none of the true power and value, selling himself and his whole family out, his soul out down the line. There it is again. See, someone like me, I can't go watch Blueface and Nevaeh and the rest of them, because every time I look, I see. And once I see, I understand. And then the implications come forth, and we're out of the entertainment state of beingness, which is akin to entrainment, which leads to encampment, which leads to colonization and civilization and supposed sophistication, where if you say you want rights and freedoms under God, you're damn sure a danger to democracy, right? This is the danger of collectivization. This is the danger of buying into any of these mass hallucinations like culture, society, corporations, nations, government, any of this crap. You use these words to communicate ideas. American is synonym for man on the land under God with God-given rights in my book. But ultimately, we can't keep the game going of identifying with a piece of land and people on it and what they said and what it means. Truth, life, and way every time. All places, all times. Universal law, based in conscience. Everyone's got one, even if they don't use it. Start using it so we can rectify the situation here. Obviously, a race of conscienceless beings or beings of conscience who don't act will generate a hell on earth for themselves. If you can't figure that out, I don't know what to tell you. We got Kane in the back. Let's bring him in. Kane, what do you got for us? Questions, comments, concerns, presentments? Kane is at court. He's attempting to uphold the law and his rights as he understands and knows how. He, like all of us, has limited experience in these venues. The main point is he's trying to do something different. He's applying himself. He's getting a result. And that's the first step in every step, right? And off of that, we update the results. So go ahead, sir. What do you got for us?
You nailed it right on the head. I'm first time trying, going through it, getting results. Not the results I want, but I'm getting results.
Okay, so where are we at? Your boy Cameron was over there saying that you're up to something, doing something good or great according to him.
Yeah, that's in my civil case.
Okay.
83
right.
claim going on against the county, and the judge struck down some affirmative defenses that the defendants had, which is kind of unlikely, but
see, I got a problem, and this is the thing. It's the problem I have is whatever God put there, because it's a problem for me too, because I'm just like everybody else. I want more cash and worldly power and all the rest of it. My body does. I got a problem with a lawful system where nobody was supposed to be paid to begin with, but everybody's paid to show up there as an actor, and the people who show up, who claim to be good and great people under God with God-given rights, just want cash as compensation for a wrong done. You see how the whole thing goes back into judgment again, because everybody's chasing cash backed by nothing instead of trying to get the truth on record and get these people to stop doing wrong, which is what justice really is. See, there's justice for all, and then there's compensation for some, because there's a price and a final cost for wrongdoing being allowed here. See? And I'm not trying to come down on Cameron and others, guys. I had to turn away from suing these people for compensation because I want to play the ghetto lottery and get a big bag too. And I get it. Sometimes we got to tap their pockets to get them to learn. That's the only language they understand. But we have to watch what we gain in profit and what we're potentially going to lose in the process, right? Yep. If we give up our soul and what's true and what's right and justice for all for compensation for me, that's the opposite of what we're supposed to come into this for. We're right back at square one again, tricked out of our position, our truest power, values, system, and resource. Right? Compensation. I don't care if we all get $1 million here. You could argue that'll collapse this economy if we all sued right now and got $1 million. Among other things, it would all be part of a seemingly great winning idea that might actually fuck all of us. But even if we got $1 million, they're not going to stop doing their fascism and statism till everyone exercises and uphold the law and their rights. They don't care about taxing the slaves more to pay other folks who aren't going to be slaved. Right? So In a way, it could be seen as a way of checking egos and letting them know we exist, and yeah, getting a bag so you can secure your livelihood and then continue to do this work and not have to worry about it, right? If you're going to play it that way. But what profit a man if he gaineth the world and lose his soul, right? We really got to stay focused on that, because that's what it will become. Oh, we're winning. Everybody's going to sue these people and get a whole bunch of cash. And if they never stop doing wrong, then we've missed the point of justice for all. We need to make it clear. This is of, by, and for the people. You serve the people. You uphold their rights. No amount of cash is going to take the place of that. You will swear right now under God in front of this court to uphold everybody's rights. And if not, we're coming back here and it's going to be beyond a conversation. There has to be some mechanism here where you guys got to go. If you don't do what's right, you got to go. We're going to replace you, or we're going to force a retraining here, legally and lawfully. I'm not talking by the barrel of a gun. You are going to accept. We're going to keep coming back in front of you till you accept what's true and what's right. And if we have to, we will retrain you. It's not going away. We're not getting bought off either. So again, I want to be very careful to not demean and devalue the work and the effort that Cameron and others are doing and putting in. It may be part of a solution. We have to be very careful that oftentimes what we believe is part of a solution is actually part of the problem. That's how the deceptive, toxified aspect of the ego and the deceiver works. We know that by now. Right? Because really what we're saying is that my rights are worth $1 million. Oh, you can come and interfere with my rights, and as long as you give me $1 million, I walk away happy because I'm in the world and of it. No, my rights are invaluable. See? There is no amount of cash you could give me to undo the wrong that you already did, interfering with eternal truth and God-given rights. Can't be compensated for. Just like I told, just like I was trying to explain the Long Island. By the way, I tried to rebrand last night as Long Island A-hole, but then I realized 80% of my search is for proper instruction. So I'll create a second channel, Long Island A-hole. Trying to explain to him that you tried to give a speech proving how honorable and good faith you are, and you proved the opposite unknowingly, and that's part of the deceiver and the deception. Because you said you paid your debt to society. It's not possible to pay a debt to society or anybody and make it paid off if you put a gun in somebody's face. I know, because I've been there. When you do loss, injury, and harm to someone and they got to live with it the rest of their life, and it may impact their family and their children, you can't pay that debt, fuckface. And the fact that you think you could pay a legal society to absolve you of your sins and the wrong you've done means you don't have a fucking conscience. And that's exactly why you need to be governed by these legal societies and these people. And you proved it in your speech while you tried to prove you were honor and good faith. You undid yourself again because you don't know right from wrong, and you don't know how to speak careful and heartfelt. Another reason you need to be governed. Okay? It's all right there every time. Paid my debt to a legal society for an armed robbery. Ungodly, bad faith, dishonorable, worldly motherfucker who doesn't have a conscience, and you're just like everyone else out here, the majority of them. That's why everything is the way that it is. Because you think that's a thing. For the rest of us who cause loss, injury, and harm and do wrong, it never goes away. We never live that down. We have to keep it close to us and use it as a dark inspiration to continue to do right and not just take it for granted and overlook it. You wouldn't know nothing about that. Because again, you're not accountable to anyone or anything. You don't give a fuck about reformation and repentance and renaissance and reclaiming your soul and your spirit and your sense of care, your common sense abilities. Yeah, we know, I know. They don't know, but I know. And it's written all over you and all your actions. And when you go to speak to try to uphold yourself in pride, you undo yourself in the truth. It's just most can't see it for what it is. Big surprise here. Blind leading the blind. You got to go with God with that. You got to now serve something with that. You got to make sure that you preach that which you live so other people don't make the same mistakes in that. You don't get to pay the legal society cash and then get out of the harm you caused that never goes away for them and also shouldn't go away for you because everybody's got conscience and guilt or shame or humiliation or all the rest of it. Oh, I know. You just want to ignore it or just get over it. it ain't always that easy. I guess maybe you never been there, but it ain't always that easy. Go ahead, Kane. Your thoughts on any of that? I rudely interrupted you like I always do and went to rambling again.
You're all right. I listen right along with it. It's usually right on time.
Right, and correct me where I'm wrong anywhere if I'm saying something out of school here that doesn't make any sense.
It's all sensible. I've got the actual criminal case coming up Tuesday. Or no, excuse me, Monday in one county, Wednesday in another county. I got a bench trial for some misdemeanors, and then a Feretta hearing coming up.
What does that mean? I don't know what any of that means. Bench trial. I know what it means, but I don't know what it means. What does that mean? Bench trial. Does that mean you're going to have an administrator act as judge, jury, executioner with no rights to a fair trial by a jury of your quote unquote peers?
That's what they say.
Interesting. Why would you subject and submit yourself to that? There's no wrong answer here. You might say something like, well, Paul, I have faith in the Most High, and I actually even want the challenge of walking in the valley of the shadow of death and going into administrative court and be at the court, but not in the jurisdiction of the court, and allowing them to do and say whatever they're going to do and say and stand strong in my faith. I just want the test and challenge and the experience, in which case I say, go get him, Tiger. But you got a lot of folks who believe that they rightfully, lawfully have to show up at these courts and present in front of a tribunal where they have no contracts and no lawful motion of that court, right? There is no valid verified claimant. There is no victim. Again, I don't know to what level you've submitted or surrendered to that jurisdiction or believe that you can be governed by that lawfully. That's obviously a big part of it in my book, whether we can prove any of this or not. That's just how I look at it. A lot of this is based in common sense and power and value dynamics that are archetypal and eternal, seemingly, right? I don't really care about legal process and procedure. And because it's worked for me so far, I'm going to run my mouth about it more than ever. And when the day comes, if the day comes that I ever actually have to sit down and do jail, practicing the way that I do, I still don't lose. Because I'm going to stand on the ancient, eternal, and archetypal and what's true and correct and makes sense that can be applied to everyone, versus try to play some game that some guy or group of guys made up somewhere and try to get really good at playing their game. That's the antithesis of true power and value for me. That's powerlessness and valuelessness. Anybody can do and be that. See, I'm the guy, I want to do the thing nobody else or few else can do or say can be done, right? That's what lights my fire. Not being like the rest of these baited out in a suit corporate males who double speak and use legalese. I could do it as good, if not better than everyone. They all know it. They come here and know it. You think I can't stand up at a court and trounce Artie's corporate fixing the way I speak here impromptu? Of course I can. I can do it as good or better than them. That's not ego. That's confidence in the facts that are shown. I don't want to do it. It doesn't excite me. It doesn't inspire me. I'm the Columbo gorilla. I get excited and inspired by the underdog story. I'm coming in a trench coat with a lit cigar, and I'm running this court with common sense and facts, and you beta males can be damned. And I'm not going to waste 4 years of my life going to your institution to be institutionalized. That's where you lose your power. Columbo kept his power. He wasn't institutionalized. He could fucking see and talk. If that can't move a court, then there ain't nothing worth moving that court, and let the court move me at that point. Off with my head. Let's get on to it. I don't want to live here with you fucking slaves anyway. Let's be clear about that. See, they'll say, Paulie's suicidal. No, I don't want to die. I just don't want to live here around you slaves. So whether that means send me to hereafter or send me back into the woods or in the desert or wherever else, I'm not missing out on anything. Send me to my jail cell. I don't want to live around you slaves. I might meet some folks inside of a jail who actually want truth, life, and way and are desperate enough to take information and understanding from anyone, anything. I have more audience there doing what I do than I do out here by far with these ignorant, arrogant, comfortable, worldly, selfish, self-absorbed slaves. See, once you get to jail and you got no more distractions and entertainment and satiations for your addictions, you're real hungry for truth, life, and way, word, and practical coping mechanisms, in quotes. Out here, We'll get to it some other lifetime, right? I get it. That's why some might say Paulie Boy belongs in jail and prison for many reasons. Not only is he uncivilized, he's a threat to democracy. That's where his core audience is. That's where he'd probably have his best times. You know? Talking shit with the brothers on the block, right?
Some of the best times are had in jail.
Hey, listen, again, you know, I'm not going to sit here and say like I liked when I went to jail and did 100 days. It sucks feeling like you got to be somewhere. But again, I've never gone back at the point where I chose to be there, right? Even though I chose to be there by doing drugs and everything else, I didn't choose to be there. Now, if I went, I'm going into jail choosing to be there because I'm standing for rights and I didn't do wrong. And if I wind up in jail, it's not for being an addict and a loser and a lowlife. It's for doing what the rest of you addicts and losers and lowlives won't do. I'll sit right there and feel so great about I am that am. Fuck me and every other me. And this time around, if it happens, I know why I'm there and I chose to be there, all for the right reasons. It's a complete change of mind and heart, right? And I don't need to go there for rehabilitation. If anything, I go there to be remembered and reminded. Because again, this is a practice, not a state of attainment. You take away everything from me, as sad as it is, and put me in a box, I get more in alignment. Now I'm in the scripture every day. Now I'm in reflection all day, every day. Now I'm in meditation. Now I'm in prayer. Now I'm closer to God than I ever was. That's the sickest part about it that I had to confront. And that's exactly what this God of creation understands that the rest of us apparently don't. Beyond our comprehension, that for some strange, bizarre reason, the majority of us are closer to God and our scripture and spirituality and the way to the way in a fucking box than we are in a free world with free will. Isn't that fascinating? See how the devil does good sometimes? See how the devil has a purpose in this life and may even work hand in hand with the God of creation? Precisely for that reason, because God and the devil say all at once, you need the box and to have everything taken away. You're more in touch with your soul and yourself and spirit and truth, and you're more willing to practice day to day and seek it than you ever were out here with free will and freedom, D-U-M-B. See? That's the game. And that's why so many folks subconsciously are deathly afraid of not complying and going to jail. They know they're going to have to face themselves and their creator in there with nothing else. And they're deathly afraid of it. They make a whole life out of running from it and avoiding it. And serving their worldly masters while they reject their cosmic master and the sovereignty that emanates from it. Every time. Every time. See, this is akin, the jail cell is akin to the caterpillar grub worm crawling its ass into the cocoon and coming out with the ability to fly if you let it be. The jail cell is also a tomb for the dead. Let the dead bury the dead if you let it be. Again, we always have choice, whether you know it or not. Go ahead, Mr. Kane. Use me for whatever I can be provided for. Just please don't abuse me. If there's something you think that I can give you or offer to fill your inspiration gas tank or whatever else, I'm all yours, right?
Yeah.
So
I got that claim you gave me, and I've got it good and memorized, and I've also got it written down. I'm going to take that in there Monday and Wednesday at the beginning of the proceeding, and I'm just going to let them know, hey, this is my claim. I'm putting it into the record, and I'm just going to stand mute after that and let them do with what they're going to do.
And what's the charges again?
In one county, driving while revoked, no insurance and no registration. But in one county, they're all misdemeanors.
Yeah, all traffic infractions. These aren't even crimes.
No.
They'll claim civil criminal, and then they'll go criminal and then call it an infraction and double speak and word speak. An infraction can't be a crime. Trafficking is a commercial term. Do we want to go into that? No, we don't want to argue legal facts. We're just going to put a claim on file, like you said. This is what you want to do. Let's be clear. I told you, like I tell everyone, this is why you can't do what that guy did. He's dishonorable for that too, not only for crying in front of his woman while his woman stood tall, but for blaming me. Because I tell you all, there's no guarantees in this, far from it. The reason we do this is because there's no guarantees. What do you think about that? See, that's don't play with Paulie boy. He's going to get you hurt. He's that kind of gambler. See? So understand that we not only don't do this because there's guarantees. Part of the reason we get a high and an inspiration off of it, because there is no guarantee. And we like running into situations where there's no fucking guarantee and everyone tells us there's no way out and we make a way out. We love that. That's exciting. That's empowering. That's inspiring. That's practicing courage. That's free and brave. That's Americana. And they want to reflect that onto shit like storming the beaches in Normandy after you funded the Nazis and then co-opted their whole program and plan, right? You want to equate this walk and coming of age story standing for what's true and what's right. We stormed the beach of Normandy, all you fake ass leaders and heroes. No, that's not where the battle is won and lost. Battle is no battle at all. It's at court, right? So, again, I don't care what court it is and who inhabits that court. If you can't say, I'm a man under God with God-given rights and I have a right to face my accuser, and if no man or woman comes forth with a valid verified claim of loss, injury, or harm or wrong done, then I require this matter be discharged under law. And they don't move that shit immediately. If they don't move it before you even did it, we got a problem. Because again, 8th grade civics are in play. Don't tell me legality when they don't follow that. Don't tell me law when you don't know that. This is back to the campfire. Every man or woman's got a right to face their accuser. You ain't going to bring the town mob in to drag me off and say I raped a woman and not bring this bitch in front of me and tell her to point me out, look me in the eye and say I raped that bitch. Because I'm going to sit right there and tell you that didn't fucking happen. And then we're going to need a third party impartial witness. And then we're going to need to establish the loss, injury, and harm done. And then we're going to figure out how the fuck we can ever compensate for that, because we all do wrong to ourselves and each other to some extent. And morally, ethically, the ethos, the mythos of this land and the law is if you're guilty of sin, you're guilty of all of it. So if we come with an earnest heart and say, I am a fucked up being and I'm riddled with selfishness and greed and lust and worldly ways, and I did wrong, and I'm fucking begging for forgiveness, and it doesn't even matter if you forgive me, because now I got to face my fellow man and God all day, every day for the rest of my life as an XYZ. And that woman gets to decide, you know what? We've all done wrong. Forgive us our trespasses as I forgive you, or off with his fucking testicles. This is the archetypal sort of, roots of where this all springs out of, which a lot of the world still operates like that to this day. And they'll say, well, it's uncivilized and barbaric. Possibly. It's all the same function in a sense, right? You have some people in society do whatever they want to do. They get the protections of the system. You have others who don't even do it wrong. They get their hands chopped off, essentially, right? Goes on every continent under a different form in a different way with, either a unspoken code of honor that's spoken and acted upon, right, at times, or a written code of ethics, policy and code. Courting is courting. So, and again, part of that ethos and mythos is not to let wrong go, not to allow wrong to be done, but also allow redemption from wrong and understand that we all do wrong. And that if we don't allow a path to redemption, then we're all going to be guilty at some point, and none of us are going to have redemption because we all lie, cheat, steal, fornicate, kill, on and on and on, right? And I could argue, by the way, that on some level, enslaving whole races of animals and God's creatures and killing them to exist off them, if it doesn't have to be done, especially, is probably a wrongdoing as well. But we're not going to get into that. The reason I say that is because holographic and reflectively, we literally treat animals exactly the way they treat us, down to the fucking concept, right? Like, I'm sorry, guys. I don't like the fact that I believe on some level, this guy Ramiro here, who I have love for, he probably feels like a lot of people do with me, and maybe he doesn't, I'm speaking for him, a little bit put off that from time to time, I kind of bring up the animal situation. But then the other side of me goes, the worldly flesh side goes, We may need to eat these motherfuckers at some point to live here. We may need to go up in the hills and kill something to eat, but I've never been in that situation yet. I can't deny that reality. And of course, if you ask Lou Bastogne, the reason I've had so many health issues is because I'm not eating meat. I'm not killing and eating. He might be right. In which case, Queen Stephanie might be right. This whole realm is a hell realm. Because in order to exist here, you have to do wrong to exist. I don't want to believe that. I still haven't quite come to terms on that whole issue. But yeah, man, when I was, taking care of the animals, when he was gone for the few days, I'm doing it, and it's just reminding me of what it looks and feels like to take care of prisoners. We're going to go over to this box. They get one thing of food, put their water out, right? They got their little bathing area that has to be changed, and then you just go right down the line, and you see the animal. It's been there so long, it's used to being there, right? Just like prisoners do when they grow up in these situations, they're institutionalized, and then what do we do, right? Like what's even the logic? It's always the same logic down the line. Well, we're going to eat these animals. We have them here to use them and live off of them, or because they're scary and dangerous, so we cage them. And also, like, the predators are going to come in and do harm to them, because this is our society now. We got to keep our society safe while we live off of them and extract revenue from them, right? So, like, it's even down to the same logic of they're either in the cage because they're dangerous or they're generating revenue, and we got to keep them safe while they're in there from other predators by caging them. And I go, do you not see the same themes here, that freedom is dangerous? And you can get used to anything. Humans, animals, we all get used to cages and having the food put out and the water and just existing to be somebody's meal one day, or for folks to perpetually live off of us, right? But is it really keeping them safe when they're not free and don't live supernaturally how they're meant to be, because they live their whole fucking life in a box, generating revenue and being used, waiting to be consumed? And the argument is, well, we got to keep them in the box too to keep them safe from the predators. Did we ever ask them if they'd rather just die and live free? Or I guess there's so many generations in now, they couldn't make, like the human, they can't make an informed choice, because like the human, they go, no, we'd rather get the 15 shots for safety that kills us, because if not, we may have to deal with nature, and that's scary and dangerous. We're going to die, right? So they literally kill themselves to stay safe, to avoid dying from cruel, harsh nature and the predators, right? It's bizarre. It's a bizarre simulation. So it's like we're literally turning into the predators while we're claiming to house these animals to keep them safe from the predators, and boom, there's government again, and there's citizenry again. Every fucking time it's holographic and reflective. So then I go, is this just a natural consequence of living in this realm? Slavery, genocide, whole races being colonized and domesticated to be lived off of, generate revenue, and consumed at some point? Are we just another piece in that greater puzzle or that greater experience? Because again, what you put out is what you get back, right? So if we do that to them, why should we complain when we're on the state farm and we're all tagged and tracked and traced, and we all get a branding number, right? And we get our identification, our branding, and we get our entitlements and a little bucket of food and the water, and we get our little cage to keep us safe. And, hey, it's good, because if not, the predators might come and take our rights and freedom and our stuff, right? Not the people caring for us, looking after us. And then at some point, every so often in the experience, the big hand reaches in, grabs one of us out, takes us off to be, poked, prodded, defanged, lived off of, used, generate revenue, get thrown back in every so often. And we bad the stories to all the rest of the sheep about what just happened, what they're up to over there. Yeah, it's just the same dynamic to me all the way down the line, right? At some point you're sitting in the cage and the big hand reaches in and takes one of your children, decides it's going to fuck it or eat it. But those are the ones feeding us and keeping us safe, guys. It's that whole deal, right? Remember this one? And again, the old cliche is the sheep spends its whole life being told to fear the wolf, only to be eaten by the sheepdog and the sheep herder, right? That's the reality of the dynamic. Same thing, literally down to the line with government. Let's go to it right here. This is one of my memes I've made that I can't even read at this point. You get to choose your master inside the pen there, right? All the sheep inside the pen there, they can't leave. Well, they do get to leave when they go to that road over there. See that road in the back? You can see the little warehouse says slaughterhouse on it, right? Every so often they do get to leave the pen to go to that cozy little house down there. They can't read what it says. They don't know what's in there, but they always see their people go and they never quite come back. But here in the pen, you get to choose your own master, guys. Step right up and vote. Left-wing master, right-wing master. On both sides, they both say the same thing. More pasture, better shelter, safer pen, right? More feed if you just vote for us. So the sheep just keep voting and voting. And of course, the rules on the side of the pen are no matter who you choose, we shear you, we own you, we live off you for your safety. Right? And the dog hops up every so often because it's fascinated. I'm the dog in this case, if you can't tell. I'm supposed to be the wolf in this scenario, if you ask the average slave, but I'm actually the sheepdog barking at you to try to get you in line and get you in order in my own way. Sheepdog for out of the pen, not in the pen, right? Don't you think you should just stop complying or leave? Sheepdog says, the sheep's in the pen. And what do the sheeps respond? Don't trust the dog. His ancestors were wolves. Like Paulie Boy. Danger to democracy. He's a crazy sovereign citizen. I think he's an Irish Italian Guinea from New York. Civilized. Don't trust the dog. His ancestors were wolves. The dog has pointy teeth. He seems kind of unsafe. We have to vote. It's the only way we can make a difference. I bet that dog just wants to hurt us or control us. Right. It's the dog. The dog is abusing you. The dog wants to hurt you and control you. The dog's ancestors were wolves. The dog has pointy teeth. He seems unsafe. It's not the pen and the two sides of the same promises that never get delivered and the fake masters. It's not the slaughterhouse down the road. No. Paulie Boy's a sovereign citizen conspiracy theorist. Right? And the dog is definitely white. Yes, if you want to throw that in there. For some of you, dyed in the wool, can't quite get out all the way magatards who got to colorize everything. Right? Of course he's a white dog and the whole damn system's down on the white dog right now. Play that game.
Almost got through this one.
Yeah, they can't help but to colorize so they can identify, so they can divide and take us away from the unification of truth, life, and way and freedom, right? They can't help themselves.
More what? More division? Sure.
Right. More slavery, more identification.
Yeah. We were divided only twice between the right and the left, but now that we throw race in there, more division.
Right. And that's why. And I got to get back to this privilege protected class thing because it might be a double hook deception. Because I've been saying, well, the protected class is one whose rights are upheld and protected versus the privileged class who gives up their rights for benefits and privileges. They might both be considered a dupe and a fraud and a deception to an extent. We go to U.S. code, but
I keep hearing people have a debate on whether you not have to, but whether it's wise or not necessary to correct your status.
Well, this is my point. Let me ask you this. What benefit or what gain do I get in rights to identify with U.S. corporation?
No.
Right. So what is the benefit to me to accept any status, title, standing of anything having to do with U.S. corporation, no matter what it is or it isn't? Will I get a right to vote? Like, give me a break. What do I get out of that? So if I don't get anything from that, why would I do it?
Yeah.
Well, precisely because they're going to make you scared that if you don't do it, something bad's going to happen to you and everyone's going to mock you. What are you, some sovereign citizen who doesn't want to call yourself a citizen of a corporation or whatever it is? Again, I'm tired of the Constitution garbage. The Constitution supposedly secures the spirit of the law. If you got the spirit of the law, it outranks the Constitution. What do I give a fuck about your paperwork and the daddies who signed it? They're not my daddy. Many of them were hypocrites to the universal law, trying to cite their own law and their own code and policy. They were doing it again. I don't care, man. I don't have to care about that. I care about what truly matters. The spirit of the law encoded in the contract called the Constitution. That's the spirit that God put there. I'm gonna ride with that, because the rest of this garbage is an inferior modality. And then I get caught up in, well, I love my Constitution, but I don't know what's in there all the way. And when they call me on it, I don't know shit. So I'm a fucking bad faith, dishonorable liar. I don't need it. It takes my power. It doesn't give me power. This is the game. Everything they think gives them power takes their power. The simplistic and the true is where the power and value is at. I'm a man under God with God-given rights. That's the first line of your contract. If I got that, I got everything. If you ain't going to uphold that, the Constitution means nothing. Is the reality of the situation. See, and this is why it's been ruled on at Supreme Court. We can pull up the case. Something along the lines of, man or woman cannot make a claim to the Constitution because the man is not party to the Constitution. It's a contract and you didn't sign it. So you can't use it as the grounds to make a claim. You can use it as a way to limit the corporation we call government's abilities because they swear to it. Right? That's it. Constitution's only powerful in theory if you uphold the aspects of it that limit the supposed power of the tyrannical public servants. If it doesn't, then it's a waste of our time, and it was never my law. Right? So again, I don't understand, and I know why. It's because it's mind and heart control and Stockholm syndrome indoctrination. We all went to public fool system and got taught these are your founding daddies. You're all in a cult. We may agree with a lot of what they say at times. Doesn't make them infallible, and it doesn't make what they wrote down a cosmic law for all of us. They may have codified that. It's like me coming here to say, and this is why I do the bit I do. I'm your modern day founding daddy, best stepdaddy 5 years in a row on the internet. I'm a codify the law of the universe as the law of the land. And now you're all going to follow what I wrote down and what I said because I wrote it down and said it and signed it, not because it's true and real. If it's true and real, you didn't need me in the process. You just need an ability to understand and communicate and stand on what's true and real. See? Take us to the resource, not to the representation, just like they do at court in dual jurisdiction. You need a representative. No, I don't want to be represented as anything other than original, the original. Right? So, right, and now I just lost the word because a lot of this is on the fly, and I change out words sometimes because they sound and feel better. But, right. Represented, another way, if I didn't say it this way, is represented versus reflected. Losers are hilarious. Sir, you're down there scrolling desperate for my attention. Go away. Go find something to do. You're interested in my perspectives and opinions. I don't care about yours. You're subconsciously interested in mine because they're not my perspectives they're my perspectives on a eternal truth. So there's inherent power and value baked in. Whether you even know it or not consciously, subconsciously you feel it and you're drawn to it. The opposite is true for you going back the other way. The power and value always flows one way when it's true versus false. You have no power and value. I have no interest in you. Your mind is full of nonsense. Your heart is barely functioning. You don't get a title and a status and a standing to come here and be seen and heard. Inclusivity is not where power and value is either. We're going to upend that whole game. It's exclusivity is where power and value is. That's why you don't date the whole neighborhood and every vaccine taker. You date the one real bitch who's really about something, who's going to ride with you to the end. That's who you date and marry and spend the rest of your life with. Because exclusivity is where the power and value is, not inclusivity. They lied to you again at the public fool system. Representation versus recreation. There's another good one. The word is recreation. It's spelled recreation. It's not only our pastime and our occupation, it's fun and inspiring for us to an extent. There's real consequences. I don't want to be represented as something other than what I am originally, far from it. I want to reflect the original resource, the source for all things that emanate in this world physically, including the Constitution, the spirit of the law. Some might call it the Christed spirit and energy, if you want to do folklore, mythology in a sense. I don't mind it. It's all the same idea to me. The Christed spirit and the belief or knowing on that is what moves mountains with the faith of a mustard seed, not citing and quoting and representing some other guy's words. That's weak ass ho shit. Hoes go around in life repeating some other guy's words as the core of their soul and beingness. I'm not saying you can't take somebody's words that reflect on the core of your beingness and present the core of your beingness in a similar, if not the same way. I do that here regularly. It's when you say the core of who and what you are is right here in this book, or right here where some other guy wrote and said, because you can't feel it and talk from that. Evidence more again of why you need to be governed. A being who can't feel this. Go ahead.
Or when somebody says the Constitution is the supreme law of the land.
Right. And I made statements like this on the side of the road with the cop, partially because I'm in the moment and scared and not being as clear as I could be with that transmission, and I'm talking like a slave again. Partially because as I've walked over the last 5 years with this spirit, had more revealed to me, my perspective and my rap has changed and updated. Because that's just a relationship with the spirit. That's what happens. And like any relationship, it moves, it changes, it updates. More is revealed, more is shown about both parties. And we go deeper into contract and co-creation, right? So that makes sense to me. But yeah, when we want to talk about this idea of sovereignty too, you got to get away from that because it's just blasphemy. You're not the creator of law here. You're not the creator of this space. You're not the supreme authority. You didn't author the word that was made real. That's God, whatever that is. That's the sovereign. Right? And again, that's why it's God's son, because God's son is the closest thing to God-like in this realm. It gets up every day. It serves everybody. Without it, you don't live. Gives its life so you could live. And it burns the shit out of weak-ass, white-ass motherfuckers who can't handle the heat. It's got all the qualities of the Christ of beingness. Right? And again, this is why I do these raps and I talk about this stuff, because the more you become aware of the holographic and reflective, the more you start to know yourself and the universe and vice versa. And you start to see the connections, and then you start to reflect and replicate instead of represent. That's when you become a real being who can see and understand and speak, make connections and correlations. That's when you can get out the box that you were born in. Like they say, you got to be able to think outside the box. No, you got to be able to see and live outside the box. It ain't about thinking. I say thinking causes everybody too much problems. This is a mindless practice. You got to get out of your own head. You got to throw all your thoughts away. You got to get tapped back into your heart space consciousness, like they show every picture of Jesus with his heart lit up and the thorns around the heart too. Because this love and this care not only ain't for everybody, it ain't for most people. Don't get it twisted. This unconditional love garbage. Nonsense. If the Christed beingness, the Prince of Peace, was unconditionally loving, he wouldn't have told bitch-ass, slaved out, dishonorable motherfuckers to go away from me. I never knew you. And call them infidels. Get out of here with that nonsense. That new age worldly garbage. Feel good, charlatan nonsense. Doesn't work anywhere in life when you apply it. You know where it works? When a covert narcissist wants to be forgiven for all the shit they don't want to be accountable and responsible for. Ain't you going to be enlightened and unconditionally love me? No, bitch ass hoe. Go that way. It's exactly what the Christ of being told him for exactly the same reasons. A coward and truth are not equally yoked. Can never be, never will be. Never have been, never will be. The coward lies because he's afraid of the truth. That's what makes him a coward. His fear runs his life. Somebody who's not a coward isn't afraid of the truth. He wields it like his greatest power and possession. That's the difference. That's why they're so desperate to get you an attorney, because they know, like I know, even if it's on a subconscious spiritual level, if you don't take that officer as a court to speak for you, you're going to retain a position of a man. And man is who and what they got to serve, because man's the closest thing to God when man recognizes God as his creator and therefore the inheritor of that law. There's your chain of title. There's what moves the court or stops the court from moving. You took it right out of their fucking hands. And that's exactly what the founders did philosophically, and they knew exactly what they were doing. Eternally kept and put the choices of of experiencing the law completely outside the hands of fallible man and woman. And because you didn't create it and you can't bring it and give it, you can't take it away. Now, again, any court on this land that doesn't observe that chain of title, that status, that standing, and that motion of court or lack thereof because of what's present and what's not present is not a lawful court, is not legitimate, and should not be interacted with, and there should be no intercourse with it. Let them bear the liability of their bad karma of overthrowing the law of this land, that administrative court through corporate procedure. That's what fascist, corporatist, statist, Mamek, Molech, Babylonian worshippers do from the beginning till the end of time. It's got nothing to do with who and what I am, my soul, where we come from, where we're going, and what we're standing on in between. That's it. You got that, you got everything. If that ain't enough, you got nothing. Speaking and acting and talking and walking and moving like them is what got us here. If you think that's the answer, they got you in the deception, Kingdom of Shaitan style. It's already happening, man. The God of creation's moving on everybody's mind and heart and soul and spirit and body and all the rest of it in this land. It's fucking all but obvious at this point. Now they got to make a decision. They're going to slave everybody. They're going to try to genocide everybody. And I think we know which choice they've made. If you look at what they're spraying and the 6G towers and the vaccines for everybody and the food and the water and all the rest of it, I think we know what they've chosen. They know that they know that humanity is slated to wake up. They know they can't keep this truth from coming to light like it always does every light age, dark age cycle. So now the desperate tyrants want to double and triple down and try to murder what they claimed was their creation, all the citizen slaves in the society. That's what they did. They stepped in like Lucifer and said, these are ours. It's our creation. It's our walk. It's our way. It's our system. Now, when they can't keep it down and control it anymore, and they see the spirit of the God of creators rising in them, just like these panelists here, when they look at me, they get bitter and resentful, they get hateful, and they say, let's destroy the thing we say we created that we're going to keep safe, right? Because we don't want to live the day, just like a corrupt father will try to do to their son. You want to talk about it? I could talk about it. Just like a corrupt father unknowingly will do to his own son because he subconsciously knows the day is coming where he's going to surpass him and outcompete him and inherit all the duties and obligations and therefore the honor and the grace, while you got to go into the quiet night of death. While you've been living dead this whole fucking time, right? I know all about it. As sick and sad as it is, it's part of the corrupt nature of the flesh, just like the animals do. See, they forget that we got hair all over us. We're part animal, and that shit lives within us. They say, no, Paulie boy, that's not real. I love you. I see what you do, motherfucker. I see what you're about. Don't tell me something. I know me on some level, so I know you. Doesn't mean we can't transform it, transmute it, transcend it, direct it. Don't bullshit me. Just like a male lion will kill every fucking male cub in that nest to protect itself and its position from being overtaken by the next ones up, even though they come through him and from him, supposedly, he will murder them to stop the competition, the co-creation, and the co-opting.
Yeah,
Baked right into your fucking nature, and you fucking cowardly beta males do it to your children all day, every day. You don't even realize how you do it. Go ahead, Mr. Foster.
I'm going to run up the hill and check on my stepdad, and I'll be back, but I'll be sitting in the background listening.
Thank you, sir. He's probably running to check on his stepdad because I'm making him feel stuff. And either his stepdad is a fuck up loser, which I don't think that's what it is, or his stepdad is like one of the real ones. And he's like getting in that. Yeah.
He's just old and they live up the hill and I live down in the shop. My mom's gone right now and they got cake up there too.
Right. Yeah, man. Go be thankful and grateful. Sit with the real ones. Have cake. and let me do my thing. You know, if you got anything, bro, I think you got it, or I know you got it. The question is, do you know you got it? And how are you going to use it, and what's going to be the results of it, right? So I look forward, the royal we, to hearing what you do with this spirit that on some level is obviously leading you wherever you're at. And with this fellowship that we're kind of working on, right? Like cultivating this spirit, this inspiration, and practicing with it. Yeah, man, keep us updated, bro.
I will. I'll stay in touch.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Kane Foster. (208) on the hotline, 1013 WSLV, your home for all things slavery and genocide related. How can I help you?
Doing good. I just saw your YouTube channel. I don't know anything about you. I don't know what your thing is. I guess you got something here that says 666.
Right. It's
166th district.
Right.
You a Satanist?
No, it's a mockery. What could be seen as a mockery, humiliation ritual of the satanic, in quotes, agenda and the deception and the mind and heart control that most people are under. I'm playing the role of their Darth Vader, if you will. I am not only their father, but I'm their greatest test and challenge with the truth that I hold that they don't want to face, right? So I am their shadow. I am James Paulson's dark, slavish, genocidal shadow, like Fight Club, right? So
Okay.
it's a bit non-bit.
Like I said, I don't know anything about the channel. I had seen that, so I guess you're saying that you're doing that to mock.
Right. So let's tap in on the spiritual level. Let's find out why you're here, right? Because the spirit is what brings us together. So
I think the algorithm brought me here.
The algorithm is in a universe, sir, and the universe moves based on the energy, right? So nothing in the universe can be exempt from universal law, right? So yes, the algorithm brought you here for a reason because of who you are that the algorithm has studied, and who you are is either one of two people. We're going to establish that right now. Would you like to?
Sure.
Okay, so stop me where I'm wrong or where you disagree is a better way to put it.
Okay.
Governance is mind control by definition. The word is governare mente, govern the mind. Okay, all forms of governance here are a corruption because true governance is self-governance. That's where we draw on the periodic table or the continuum a line, and we branch out to what the American, in quotes, government was supposed to be and uphold versus what it's become. Supposed to be free and brave, rights under God, right? God-given rights and freedom. Bravery to stand on that in a world of beta male collectivists who want to stack the deck, censor, shadow ban like they do at my channel, and try to keep folks under their thumb and under their codes. So more and more as we've lived, we've come to realize, especially over the COVID scam, convid scam, that these people aren't actually keeping folks safe. They're using policy and code to interfere with people's property rights and their personal choice and their future. And they're also running a slave genocide campaign and endless wars on the back end, while they just recently merged the United States with the state of Israel, right? And I can go on and on and on here, right? So if you haven't stopped me by now...
And I generally agree with most of what you're saying, probably almost all of it. I'm anti-globalist. I think that the elites want to control us, and the points that you're making, that we're supposed to be a free people, and that the Constitution is supposed to govern a free people, not govern and enslave people. I think you're making some good points. Maybe
right, so we've now established why you're here and what brought you here. The algorithm studied you and made a correct determination that you are led by a certain spirit. We could call it godly spirit, and that's why you met me, as I humbly call myself a god of all media. Okay, and that's kind of a wink and a nod trigger. That's trigonometry is what I call it, because that triggers everyone: the atheists, the statists, the Christians, the fake Christians, right? All the religionists. Triggers everybody all at once, and then we get to have a discussion on what Jesus actually came to speak and teach, which is that there's God in all of us, right? So I get to wink and a nod say I'm a God of all media, because I'm not overthrowing the God of creation. The God of creation works through me and with me like it does all people. You too may be a God of all media, sir.
Sure. So I guess you're saying you use that too also as a label to entice people for interest, to engage, and hopefully they absorb your message.
Well, it's not my message. My message was kill, steal, destroy, or what I thought my message was. Turns out it's two sides of the same coin, as we know, biblically, prophetically, spiritually, energetically. My message was kill, steal, destroy, lie, cheat, steal, rob, do drugs, have no purpose and meaning to life, run around town, get involved in a bunch of shit I shouldn't have been involved in, hurt other people, and all the rest of it. So, that's the way of the world, it seems.
Are you more into politics or philosophy? What's the big, and obviously Christianity and things, but is that the focus of your channel, to spread Jesus?
To bring clarity to archetypal power and value dynamics and systems that have been here from day one, that have expressed themselves as characters like Jesus and others in the historical experience. Yes, absolutely. And how it relates to me as an individual and all beings here. Because you can't tell a story about a human without telling a story about the human condition. And you can't tell a story about the human condition without telling a story about all human beings everywhere. That's why these stories are so widely read and felt and circulated, because it's all holographic and reflective / relative, right? That's my theory of relativity, if you will.
What does that mean, holographic and relative? Is that what you said, holographic and relative?
It means that you can't take a piece of creation and not relate it back to the being observing and experiencing, right? That everything is connective and united on some level, and therefore reflective. That's the holographic beingness, right? A hologram is a hologram because if you take a piece of it and you pull it out of the hologram, the piece reflects the whole, and the whole reflects the piece. So the same is true about the universe as far as I can see. And that, again, is science meeting with
So I guess
with
you
religion.
think there's maybe multiple dimensions of good, evil, and everything in between?
I think that there are multiple dimensions or abilities to apprehend and measure, right, or perceive of, experience what we call good and evil, which is actually the polarity of positive and negative energy as represented by a solar system, let's say. When I had to learn how to do my own solar hookups for my trailer, which they mock me for, because I don't want to live in debt, live within my means, and I want to devote the rest of my life to what I do, what I love to do, that I'm good at, that changes lives and potentially the world. I don't want to work the rest of my life for slave notes to pay to exist. When I had to learn how to do my solar system, it all became clear to me once again, the revelation of what this place is and how it all works on an energetic level, right? So you have the positive pole of energy, you have the negative pole of energy. Neither of them is good or bad. They just are. And they're needed to generate the experience. And then you have your grounding terminal, right?
Sure.
So that would be your incarnation component. That would be the grounding, the what keeps us grounded, right? It's all right there in the words.
Right.
So
what is neutral? Right.
Right. The positive and the negative energies, complementary, like left and right brain, like masculine and feminine, like night and day, come together to create the incarnation in a grounded state, right? Even who and what we are is reflective of the solar system, right? The solar system has panels. Our skin are a panel system. Our eyes take in light. By the skin and the eyes taking in the light, we transform like a transformer. That light into energy, vitamins, minerals, other types of fuel. We then store that energy like a battery. See, every step of the electrical system is now being reflected, proving the whole creational experience is holographic and reflective, right? That your human body is the same thing as the solar system and vice versa on some level. And then, of course, that energy is stored in the battery centers so it can power the device, right? And the word is device. device. And of
Meaning
course,
the
as
human body.
right, and the word is
and the mind.
right, and it's called a device because it's what we use, but it's also a vice, right? It's of the world, like the flesh.
Mm-hmm.
So again, all right there, holographic, reflective, all the way down the line, proof that there is no separation in any person, place, or thing in this realm. And I can go on and on with that, by the way.
Sure.
You know,
yeah, that's all good, interesting things to ponder. And I don't necessarily disagree. Here's an interesting one to throw at you. What do you think about this? Why do you think the pupil is the only part of the body that is complete darkness, and that's the only part of the body that can properly consume light to absorb it and see it?
because the universe is a series of what I call complementary, seemingly paradoxical reflections. And much like myself, they call me a very dark, morbid, macabre being at times. In order to see the light, one must have to be ensconced by darkness. This is back to a Batman Dark Knight of the Soul movie. They call it Dark Knight, but it's Dark Knight of the Soul. And the idea of the necessary evil, which was actually truth, that the folks in Gotham City didn't want to face. Truth and consequence. That's why New Mexico has truth and consequences, right?
Sure.
So,
well, in this current time that we live in, we can deal with truth and also live with happiness, right? We can have both of those things.
I believe that the only way to have moments of true happiness in a realm where purpose is revealed is to live that purpose and feel a level of completion within oneself and within this life. If not, you're talking pleasure and euphoria, not
and
true.
Happiness, exactly. That's I was about to say the same thing. That pleasure shouldn't be considered too, because happiness is the wrong word. Maybe peace.
Fulfillment.
Word of what
Fulfillment.
Fulfillment
Is the
word.
best word.
Yep.
Because what we have is a bunch of empty, shallow, vapid, materialistic, worldly slaves who are talking heads in empty suits, right? What did the masters tell them?
Well, they want the government to do everything for them.
Non-essential, sir. See how it's right there? Mammon and Molech and Baal always got the real truth for you. You don't want to look at, that you try to resist, even though they're helping you if you let them be. They're the greatest teachers and testers. Non-essential. Right? So we lack that essence of creation and the creator.
COVID, and similar to you, probably, I don't know, but I assume that you didn't get any COVID vaccines. I never did.
No. I gave out COVID shots. I not only didn't get them, I gave them out because I want the cowardly, pathetic, slaved out populace out of here and onto the hell they love quicker than ever. I'm joking, sir. I don't have the heart to get it done. Bless their hearts.
Yeah. And that's the thing. People got fooled, and that's a shame for them and for the people they love, and the people that love them. But it's a shame what they did to us during COVID. It's something that people will remember it better in history because they won't feel so attached to Fauci and all the lies that he put out. But soon they're going to realize that, why are we not putting China on the hook for all of it? And not only China, but we had some people like Fauci, running the operation to create COVID in the first place. So I wish that Trump would maybe be a little tougher on China. Do you have many political thoughts, opinions? Do you vote even?
No, I don't do any of that, man. It's all Babylon statism. It's all worldly garbage to me. It can never result in making an effect. The only thing that can make an effect is when people become conscious and aware and conscionable. It doesn't matter how you...
have an effect with voting.
Sir, the reason this got this way is because most people are not conscionable. They're not conscionable. They don't use their conscience to discern right from wrong and make the right decision. Also because they're cowards.
Right, but I agree with that.
Voting doesn't change that. Slavery changes that, sir. You need more slavery. You're not getting it. He's not hearing me. He's checked out.
Right, but here's what I'm saying. I want more people with a conscience like you voting. Why would I?
Sir, I got my conscience. I got my conscience. Absolute pain, suffering, brokenness, humiliation. Complete ego checking, self-chosen suffering, just various forms of slavery and genocide, addictions. Again, that's back to that black pupil idea, right?
No,
the reason that I can see the light now is because the crack is where the light enters, right? I had to get so low and so dark and so ready to not live in and of the world that I could have the truth of God revealed to me, because we can't live in and of the world and live with this truth. They don't coexist side by side, right? So the prerequisite foundational beingness to receive the truth God has for you is you have to get so dark and low and broken that you're willing to take anything from anybody, including a gorilla in a trailer. You see the game, right?
No, I get that. I get that, but I still don't understand why you would say that you don't want to vote.
Because I'm giving my power, my conscious, my power, my energy away to a bunch of folks in suits who have never done the right thing yet. And I don't put faith in earthly man for whom there is no salvation. And there is no salvation in a bunch of men who don't serve truth and God. And none of them do, sir. I don't care what anybody thinks and feels.
You can always choose for who you think is the best person.
I'm not interested in the lesser of evils. They're all evil. They're all reprobate. They're all corrupt. They're all worldly. I'm not interested in choosing the lesser of evils. I give up my soul.
That's not true. Not everybody.
You can't point to one person who doesn't elevate their position and money above doing what's right. There hasn't been one of them who's made a citizen's arrest on any of these criminals. You're deluded, sir. You're in denial. You don't want to admit that your life is run by cowards who give you a false choice, that you got to vote for the best of the worst.
Don't tell me what I don't want to admit.
Do you pay tax?
My life's not run by anybody but me.
I know you don't believe that. We're going to establish that right now. This is one of the painful processes folks have to go through when they come here. He ran most likely because he's not ready for it. See, when it's fellowship and feel good and Jeebus and truth and rights and life and all that, we always get to a certain point where it's for the real. Like, we're going to establish who's the real men and who the mice are here by pushing into what the truth really is and shows, right? So, sir, you're in denial. You're in delusion. You're one of these massy clowns. I can already tell you're going to give me the rap. It's bullshit. You pay land and house tax to own your property. If you don't pay it, okay, he's back. I wanted to believe you didn't run, but I've seen it before. Hello? Or is that someone else? 775?
Yeah. I didn't hear exactly what you said.
Okay. So you got disconnected. You didn't run off the phone.
No.
Okay.
Can you hear me?
I felt like it was, I don't take anything for granted, but I felt like it was kind of early for that. I felt like we didn't, if it was going to be a run, I felt like it wasn't time yet. But, right. So let's establish this real quick, right?
Wait, I'm not the guy that was just last on.
Okay. You're not. So he did run. That's what I'm saying. Okay. What do you have for me, sir? Can you get a name?
Ran away.
Okay. Did you see him run off on your way in? Was he really upset?
I expected it.
Right. Okay. Questions, comments, concerns, ideas. Give us a name just so we can receive you or address you. I get it. What's in a name? You bring your spirit. That's how we receive you. But let's be polite here.
I'll give you both.
Great.
In the comments, I'm Bucking, and my real name's Garrett.
Can you talk up and get loud? They're telling me they're low on your end. You're kind of low on my end too.
Shoot. How can I moved to a place where phone service is shit, but I got land.
I think it's just the physical handset. It's not as loud and clear. It's not as loud as it could be. So just get right up on it. But go ahead. Give me what you got, man.
Let me see if I can get the speaker closer. Is that any better?
Right. And again, it's kind of interesting because the guy was right about to say, he was in the process saying, these legalists and corporatists and politicians don't run my life. Well, if they don't run your life, why vote for them? Well, because if not, a Democrat's going to get in and run my life. What? Like every time with these people, they're just impervious to logic. And what's interesting is they fashion themselves to be logical, moral, ethical people who think for themselves. And every time, 8 out of 10 times here, we show that's just not the case. So you don't want to admit that politicians and politics runs your life on some level. If it didn't, you wouldn't engage with it. You engage with it because you acknowledge it runs your life and people around you's life. And on some level, the world. And that's the problem, not the solution. See how it works?
Makes me laugh and cry at the same time.
Hey, listen, I'm so like numb at this point from doing just decades. I'm 37 and this started at 12, man. Questioning these people.
And I started probably at 7.
Right. Well, 12 is what I remember, but they tell me I've been a problem since day one, right?
Yeah, I could be lying to myself.
Go ahead. Give me what you got, man. Or you just want to bond with me and hang about slavery and how, like, maybe we see some of it. Like, where are we at here?
Oh, fuck, man. I've been wanting to call in and be a part of the panel for a long time. I mean, I've been hanging out in the chat for, I don't know how many years. Over 3. Maybe around 3. But I was just calling in. My comments were blocked, and I kind of felt bad because I was like, did I fucked up? I was mowing the lawn, and I was like, was I scrolling the chat, not knowing it?
What's your name again?
And Bucking Up Tyrants is the name in the chat.
I don't think you're blocked, sir. I never blocked you.
Oh, I don't know. It's weird.
We'll type there right now, and we'll confirm. This is a complaint call, is what it is. Paul, he didn't want to say it, but that's really where he's going. That's what this all is about. I'm in the chat. You're not giving service like you should, and you're blocking me. What is that? What's that about?
I just put Bucking. But now...
Yeah, you're there, sir. Are you drinking today? Have you had any drugs or alcohol? Actually, I know you have.
Yeah.
How much? I know. Because it's America, right? I get it. How much drugs and alcohol have you had, sir? And what types? So we can really bond here.
Oh.
And do you have extras for the class? Did you bring extras for the class? They need to numb their slavery out.
I wouldn't drink any alcohol.
Well, what do you mean you wish you would smoke weed? What, like a genie has to come down and tell you to switch your addictions to one that's at least a bit more palatable or better for your health? And you can probably make sense. Like, I can just smoke weed here all day, every day, and I'm like locked in. I'm in the zone. I don't know if that's me, the weed, what it is, but yeah. And then we go out there too. Like, if I get on too much of the weed, we really get out there and we start analyzing somebody's pinky toe and how it's a reflection of the cosmos, right? And people are like, man, he's really out there. But I still make sense, I believe. I want to believe that. Maybe the weed's so good I don't, but I think I do.
I drive for a living, so those random drug tests are kind of fucked up.
Right, I get it. If you're going to drive for a living, you might as well drink. That's usually the...
Well, I mean, I probably shouldn't drink, but, well, everybody has their vices, I guess. Maybe I'll get over it one day, hopefully.
Yeah, maybe. Maybe the slaves will get over slavery and genocide one day, their addiction to it one day. Hey, bro, we're here for you, whatever capacity we could be here for. I would think if nothing else, it would be a common sense, logical decision. Like, I don't want to destroy my kidneys and liver. I can use THC to change my consciousness, expand my mind, whatever you want to call it. Self-medicate to some extent if you have pain or whatever else. And not destroy your body in the process and be a little bit closer to something natural if you're going to eat it, right? Because again, once you smoke it or vape it, there's levels to everything.
The gummies are awesome.
Yeah, but then you got sugar and all the other crap in there, right? Like, why do we gotta...
Everything's bad for you, though.
It's not, though. That's the thing. Like, if you...
Okay,
if you took plants and herbs and roots and you soaked them with cannabis in an olive oil, right? An organic olive oil or something, I don't see how that's bad for you. As a matter of fact, it's antioxidant. There's polyphenols in there, right? There's cannabinoids to hit the cannabinoid receptors that are naturally put there because God apparently intended for us to use that. Alcohol doesn't have that, right? So
yeah, I'm sure it's another misconception put there by the government to fuck everybody up.
Yeah, alcohol is the tool of the slave plantation, right? It gets you ignorant, arrogant, uppity, ready to fight over nothing. You don't make as good connections, right? Weed is traditionally the plant of societies who question authority and think outside the box and make sense and even go above everybody's head, right? Like, if you want to do correlations on societies and their main substances, some idiot on Facebook yesterday said, all the greatest societies are alcohol based. And I go, you are absolutely moronic and you have no realization or understanding for anything. Literally, your founding fathers were smoking dope and they found hundreds of weed pipes with resin in the front lawns when they did the excavations, right? And the man talking about using cannabis and all the rest of it. All of the most warlike, detrimental, self-harming, ignorant, arrogant people in civilizations use alcohol as a base tonic. all of the spiritual, right, including the
That's
folks
why
in the
I hate
Middle
it.
East who, as Pete Hegseth is pounding alcohol and lying, who are they all attacking? The Muslims and the folks in the Middle East who traditionally are known for growing hemp, reefer, and using hash and all the rest of it.
Stop those guys.
Well, that's typically what it is, right? You know,
Yeah,
the Afghanis and them, they're known for smoking hash, communing with the spirit, saying we're not going to deal with infidels and colonizers, and we're going to live in a mud hut the rest of our life if we have to, in truth and what's right, and you can get fucked. And guess what? They're unbeatable. So it's the U.S. troop tards who dance around in thongs now and fuck each other and pound beers and have fist fights with each other on the base because they're completely reprobate and colonized and taken over, right? So again, it's just the opposite of what they say. Traditionally, the societies of colonization and oppression are alcohol based and domination. The traditionally the societies of spirituality and enlightenment, sort of anti-authoritarian, right, are typically cannabis-based cultures, you know, and hallucinogenic-oriented cultures, right?
Oh, I fucking love those too.
Just like the Native Americans. They got a hold of alcohol and it would destroy them, right? But before that, you know, and again, they had their own issues and whatever with the whole, they believed at one point that they had a right, when I've studied this, if I have it correct, they believe they had a right after, for whatever reason, attacked or not, to raid the encampments of the Westerners and the colonizers for food and for whatever else. So, you know, nobody's angels in this. But
not at all.
Yeah, typically the folks who take peyote and mescaline and smoke reefer and don't lean hard on alcohol, they tend to be out of the box people who question authority, and they're closer to nature, right? They start to almost care. Like what the weed will do is, what the alcohol will do is,
don't fucking care.
there it is. What the alcohol will do is allow you to numb yourself in your heart to not care about all the fucked up shit going on around you. 2 hits of the weed will put you in a paranoid state going, oh my God, I can't believe what the fuck is going on around me. And then I'm going to show up to a job on Monday and work for Sergeant Asshole, right? That's the difference. So again, just even like with resonation, bro, you come here all the time. You resonate with the spirit here. You resonate with the symbolism of what it all is. And then you imbibe in the tonic of the ignorant, arrogant dominator who, again, one of the main reasons it is what it is so you can give it to women and fuck them. Let's be real about that too. I mean, there's so many things.
I'm smart, stupid, like everybody else.
Yeah, you give your woman 2 hits of weed and she starts wondering why she ever started fucking with you at all, as opposed to give her 2 drinks and she's ready to fuck you and anybody else, right? So
I don't know. I'm happy.
Alcohol is for the delusional and denial who don't want truth. Weed is for those who want the truth and are willing to face it and deal with everything that comes with it. That's just the reality of it. That's why so many people, when we smoke weed, they act like little bitches. We used to smoke the weed. They all get, oh my God, this has happened to you. I go, what? You're feeling all this shit you didn't address before, right? Bitch ass motherfucker. And now you want to go into a panic attack? Because all the shit's coming up you didn't want to look at and address? Well, don't be a coward every day in your life. And then you can smoke 15 blunts like me and do a broadcast. And if you call it a panic attack, it at least leads to some kind of truth in addressing what's real and the facts. Yeah, I know why my father and others, my father was never big on alcohol either, but I know why a lot of them either don't do any of these substances at all, or they defer to alcohol. Because when they take the acid and the mushrooms and then the weed and all the rest of it, they start to see what they've done and not done. And it's overwhelming to them and they get fucking paranoid and anxious. Well, fucking deal with it.
My sister's ex-husband was staying with us and he was in the military, and he was like, man, I'd love to smoke some weed. I was like, this shit's really strong, so just take 1 hit, like you'll be good. He was like, no, I can handle it. And then moments later, I need to go to the hospital. I was like, no, you don't, motherfucker. Shut up.
So you like cannabis. So I mean, if I could do the projection and presumption game, and I'm pretty good at it. But why would you ever go from, if you're going to use anything at all, why would you ever go from using cannabis to alcohol? What's the allure and attraction and practicality of it?
I drive for a living and I get drug tested.
All right, you did say that. I mean, that's hardly a reason to decide what you're going to do as a lifestyle. Is your slave job has become your master. I mean, listen to the logic.
Right.
You're going to kill yourself, your kidneys and your liver with alcohol and get pancreatitis. By the way, I got pancreatitis, I believe, from the gallstone issue that when I went to go scan recently, they didn't find, but I was told about 10 years ago that I had. They said they found it, showed it to me. So I don't believe it went away. And I believe that it got better for a while and then came back. Pancreatitis is no joke. I'm going to tell you right now. And it causes like five other things to go on in your body that are not pleasant. So far from it. Like, I'm just saying, man, like, we all do what we're going to do, but you better not take your body and the idea of health for granted, because now I'm in constant pain, even now to some extent, like significantly.
I'm in a lot of pain.
Right. Well, alcohol is probably not going to make it better. Right? It's probably going to make it worse.
No.
So,
eventually it takes a lot though.
Yeah, man, you're going to kill yourself.
Drink so much.
You're going to kill yourself and numb yourself so you can continue to do your slave job to get coupons for value to trade them in to have the things to exist here. I mean, at some point you got to prioritize yourself, the truth, what you're able to do here, your health, true wellness, not just being able to survive in and of this world, right? That should be a thing.
Yeah, and I know it's me and my mind telling me lies, but here I'm going to start with excuses. Never mind that.
Yeah, I mean, it's better that you don't. I'm not like trying to give you a trip, man. I'm just saying that if you're one reason for using one thing over the other, if it's unhealthy and bad for you and you don't like it, you don't respect yourself for doing it, is your job, well, then that's two reasons to not like yourself and respect yourself for what you're doing. You're not even doing this because you... Well, what is it? Let's get to it.
It's just the health part. I mean, I have a great family. I want to be there for them. And that isn't helping me stay there for them. And
Right.
I have a great wife, and I have a great daughter. I have a great, as great as great can be right now with the slaves and the government genocide and fucking all the shit that you already know. No. My life was, whatever, I'll tell you the story. My life was pretty much started over. I was in a bad car accident, broke my hip, pelvis, bunch of ribs, punctured a lung, lost all my muscle, and was like reborn. Went from 190 pounds to 98 pounds, and was in a drug-induced coma and paralyzing drugs for 3 months, and literally had to learn everything all over again. That's the short story of it. You still there?
Yeah, I'm just kind of, sitting with you and your energy and so my question to you would be, why do you come here and why do you call in?
Oh, well, like I said, I haven't called in, and I showed up once and I I tried to, before the phone in stuff, try to show up on chat or whatever, you know what I mean. And I got embarrassed. I was like, fuck, whatever. and then I'm bad with computers too.
So basically what I'm getting from you is you're full of fear, and part of the way you transmute that or deal with that is through the alcohol.
Possibly, I don't know.
Well, that's the root of what you just
fear.
said, that you come and go on a whim, and that's largely based on how you're received, and you're probably regularly feeling like you're at a place or that you're making a fool of yourself, and that's all kind of circling the drain on fear, right?
No, I mean, I think you've seen me in the chat. Oh, I'm sure you have.
Do you love what you do for a living?
I don't hate it.
I didn't ask you that. Please try to be direct.
No, I don't. I don't love it. No.
Is there other things that you would like and love to do that you're good at?
Well, I mean, the one thing I lost, and who knows if it would have really happened, but my accident, I had Rockstar was going to pay for my snowboarding competitions. Burton was going to, or my friend was sponsored by Burton. He said he could get me hooked up with free gear from him, so Flow, and then I was in the car accident. And so I'm just back on rebuilding my life, and I've done really good so far, but I hate the slavery and genocide and government since I was really young. I've seen it from cops being showed in the 90s.
So what do you do about it?
Well, I don't register anymore, and I'll deal with it when it happens. Hasn't happened yet, but I know it will. And
did Paul and Slave make you? Did Paul and Slave make you do it?
Definitely. I mean, no.
Hold to that. Hold to that when you get arrested. It'll work out for you.
You helped me wake up.
Obviously not really. I wouldn't give me credit for that. I don't know if I want that credit because you're here drinking and slurring your words and being goofy.
I mean, yeah.
I mean, this is according to you, man. You guys come to me with the energy of, I don't like myself in my life. And it's almost like you want me to speak back to you what you already feel and know. And we could do that. You know?
Well, I really...
Are you in a position now where you're getting more and more physically able, where you can get back to doing what you like and love to do?
I need a hip replacement. So it slowly, I get in more and more pain.
You want my hip? I'm not using it anyway, really.
No, I'm good. Thank you, though.
Yeah, it's probably too big for you.
Maybe not.
So why don't you want to quit drinking?
Well, my excuse is because can't smoke weed.
You don't want to stop drinking because you can't smoke weed. You're gonna have to get a lot better at this self-analysis, dude. I hate to tell you. Well, this is real simple, Doc. I drank alcohol because I don't think I can smoke weed. Right. But okay, I'll play this game with you. Well, why do you smoke the weed? See the game here, right? Like you laughing because you love games. We all love games, right? We all play games. We love them. Ha hee ha.
Oh fuck.
I'm gonna hit my reefer right now because I'm deathly afraid. You want to deny it and play games. I'm deathly afraid for you right now and the future of humanity. So bottoms up.
Well, thank you for helping me stay real with myself. That's why I show up.
There it is. We're getting somewhere. I'm honest with myself and others, or I mock our lack of honesty with ourselves and others, and we need that, whether we're great at it or not. We're probably not great at it. It's why we need it.
Nope.
So we're getting somewhere. We got one reason why. You didn't directly know why you came here, but we're learning through experience and interaction. So
maybe it's God.
Now, let's get back to Paulie Boy's famous rubric, because he's like a modern day Freud, except more uncivilized, potentially more depraved. So why aren't we honest with ourselves? Usually it's going to go back to that. I'm hinting to you. It's going to go back to that first thing I asked you, right? Why do I have to help you be honest with yourself? What does it mean about you? What do we learn about the inauthentic corporate beta males here and why they get reactionary and why they're not honest with themselves and others? What's the core beingness, state of beingness?
I feel like I am honest with myself, but I don't.
I didn't
listen
ask you
to
what you
myself a
felt.
lot.
We just established you're not, and you admitted to that. So let's just work back from there, right? You just established, and we're honest with yourself and me right there, that I and others have to help you be more honest with yourself. That means be more honest and truthful, right? And why do people have a hard time being honest with themselves and others? Don't give him any answers, class.
I'm not even looking at my phone. I don't have.
I already gave you the answer. This is why the alcohol doesn't work for you. I bet if you weren't on alcohol, you'd remember what we just talked about. What I just said.
Yeah,
I just brought up. I asked you, is the reason that you drink because you're afraid of the slavery and genocide, and you know.
Yeah.
Right.
Yep.
So we're back to fear again, because you don't like the slavery and genocide like I don't like it, and probably because we're a bit afraid of it. Because they might try to tell us that we're theorists, the danger to democracy, and tell us to take 15 shots and go to sleep forever for safety.
Heck, that's probably why I was afraid to call in for so long.
Right. Remember when I asked you about why you thought that you looked stupid in my chat and whatever, when really nobody's paying attention, or they go, hey, that's the bucking up tyrant guy. He's always around, whatever. And you're over there going, oh my God, I look so stupid. I'm this and that. Dude, that's my job. I come here to be the guy who looks the most stupid at any one time, and I'm fucking great at it. You know why I'm so fucking great at it? Because I got past all that fear that keeps you from not drinking while you call in to be yourself, while you fill your head with how stupid and whatever you are. And you don't be your own best friend by telling yourself how you are a god of all media, how you are I am that am, how you're holographic and reflectively connected to the universe. So you got to be tapped into some meaning and purpose outside of your own goofy feelings and thoughts. And we're going to get out of our own way to get in alignment with that, so we can really reflect the co-creation and be better. It's the same story every time, sir, because I am that am, and I am you on some level, and there is no special, unique, different human condition and experience going on here, right? Matter of fact, it's quite the opposite. So once again, we now established you and others don't know yourself and right from wrong, because through our dialogue, we come to realize what I knew about you. We also established I know you better than you know yourself, because I know me, and I can tell the energy of fear as soon as I feel it and see it. And you deny it, but through our dialogue, you come to admit directly from your words and experience that the spirit of fear drives every interaction in your life, or taints every interaction in your life. And that fits our rubric. Yep. Knowledge of self, knowledge of the universe, knowledge of all people, places, and things to some extent. So now with that rubric filled and fit, we now can have confidence with faith. That's what confide means. That we're on the ball here. We know what we're seeing and what we're doing. Now we can do the work. And what is the work every time? Transformation, transmutation of that fear that drives every part of your reality to the faith. That makes sense. We're there again. We're God of all media again. We're in I am that am again. We're holographic and reflective again. We're self as self again. So now it becomes revelation, understanding, practice, do the work, get the result, wash, rinse, repeat. And you're going to have to start to develop a relationship with yourself truly. That means not alcohol. And with the God within you truly, that means not alcohol, because it's the doorway to the demonic spirits. Let's get a fucking clue. Let's stop the fucking games with ourselves and each other. I know it's scary to have to admit to yourself and others that God is within you or with you. Most folks are not only afraid to fail, they're more, interestingly enough, afraid to succeed.
Yeah.
Because power and value, especially when it's true, is such a dirty word. Ooh. But you know what's not dirty? Taking dirty money to do a dirty job like that guy on Discovery Channel that you don't really love and like while you drink yourself to death. Oh, I'm at home now. Get me a Big Mac. Can we stop the fucking games with ourselves and each other? Inauthentic, corporate, beta male, bitch ass, deceptive, satanic, Luciferian fucking games with ourselves and each other. Please. I'm asking nicely. I was very nice, kind, and polite during this exchange.
Oh, you've been super nice.
Right.
I
I hope you appreciate that. It
I
took a lot
also-
for me. Took a lot.
I listen to you a lot. So
Well, we wouldn't know it by what you're saying and doing, and that's okay. I have a lot of folks who listen to me a lot, but aren't really hearing me, and better yet, feeling me, and better yet, doing something different. And we're going to do that work here today, I feel. I think, maybe. I don't know. I guess I'd have to ask you, are we going to do the work here today and going forward? Maybe.
yeah.
Okay. Now, I don't have any reason to take your word for it because, as you pointed out, you don't trust yourself, probably because you're not real with yourself. That makes sense. So I'd have a hard time trusting you, but I'm going to take your word for it.
I think everybody has a little bit of distrust in themselves. If they don't, I don't think it's healthy.
Maybe. But they have an equal, if not greater. See, you want to talk about other people now. I'm not interested in talking about other people. We could talk about you and me if you'd like. Keep it in the eye.
Oh, okay.
I have plenty of fears in my life all day, every day, but I've shown and experienced a practice and an experience that allows me to take that fear and move into something good and great for myself and others that produces on multiple levels, bears fruit. By the fruits you will know them. It's not the absence of fear. Don't listen to your fake ass life coach who's a coward at heart. You can't live without fear. You wouldn't want to.
No.
Person who has no fear is an insane person. Person who channels their fear is a master of themselves.
Makes sense. And, well,
Do you want to be seen as a dishonorable, bad faith, disrespectful coward by your women and children who look up to you and want to honor you and love you and respect you? Want to see you be the man you're meant to be? You want them to on some level resent you or regret their interactions with you or being up under your supposed leadership or just with you in a co-creational aspect? Let's not make it about ego in a sense. You say your children and women are good and great, so what about you? You're okay living around women and children who you brought into the mix? And you say they're good and great, but you don't want to be good and great. You think that's okay? You think that's acceptable? You're the man of the house?
Nope.
Right. So, again, I'm not trying to give you a trip. You already said we're going to do the work. Can we fucking at least give it a shot? Like, put our all into it, see where it goes. It might have a great outcome for you and everybody else involved. Why squander that opportunity?
I know it would.
Right. You are just like your woman and child. You all want to see you being your best, doing your best, co-creating, living into what you're meant to live into, right? Whatever God put within you is what you're formed to do instead of whatever the state put on you that you've decided to do. All of it, top to bottom. It's time to stop being afraid of becoming a success and being truly successful. Money and positions in the world and the corporate system aside, right? A true value-able, powerful, love-able, careful success.
I think maybe part of the problem is I've just been lucky my whole life and fucking shit's been easy.
God protects babies and fools, sir. There's no doubt. Giving you a chance over and over again to get your shit together. Probably because you're not as... you have something going for you, right? Is really the reality of it. I can relate. Even if you are wicked and evil and twisted and all the rest, you have something going for you, as they say.
Mm-hmm.
So use it instead of ignore it, right? if you've been fucking up your whole life and still been protected, imagine how many blessings you're going to call in when you actually get right. Because the something going for you that people talk about when they talk these words that indicates a feeling and an experience is God. We all have something going for us, even when we're fucking up constantly, trying to reveal and show us something, even in the form of bringing you a God of all media, let's say, gorilla in a trailer even.
Hey, you hit my soul deep. Because I know you're right.
Right, this is all you guys come here for. I get it. You come here for me to reflect back to you, I am that am, and also the fuck up that is me / you. And then we get remembered, right? Then we remember, as in take all the members and put them back together. That's what remember is. You cut all your hands and legs and your head and heart off, all of it, all the members of your body, you cut it all off. And now you got to remember. You got to put Humpty Dumpty back together again.
I mean, I've done the whole opiate thing because I woke up in the hospital physically dependent on them. That is horrible. So I can relate to you on that.
Well, you can
alcohol is
relate to me
scary.
on the experience of being on the drugs, but you can't relate to me in the fact that I am not going to sit here at this point and tell you I woke up overdosed from heroin in the way you just told it to me, like you were a victim. I'm going to tell you, I used to run around town chasing death, shooting up heroin, overdosing multiple times, and still God had a fucking plan for me. And that's why I'm here today talking to you. I ain't a victim, far from it. I was lost and confused and without a vision, blind, being led by the blind. That's all changed now. Position, status, standing, and co-creational results is all changed now. It's 180 time, 180 season. So I don't live in regret and resentment. I have a resentment. See, there it is again. Resentment. Resentment is how it's spelled. My mind has been resent, right? From whoever, whatever the sender is that brings me into this place. I don't live with resentment. I live with a resentment, a great reset, if you will, a 180. Far from regretting. I understand all the darkness and the pain and the suffering and the lesser lights was everything I needed to be a part of to awaken me to all the rest of what's meant for me and everyone else and what I'm a part of now. I want that experience for you. If you want that experience for you.
Yeah, actually, one of the biggest reasons why I never called in was because I was afraid.
Sir, I know when you show up here, that's what gives me some credibility and credence for people who would normally write me off, especially 10 years ago or more, as a gorilla in a trailer whack job who's yelling and abusive, is the fact that I can read you folks. I know me, so I know you. Through question and answer period, you discover more about you that I knew all along coming in. Now, imagine to what level that begins and ends at. If I can do that parlor trick with your fear and all this, imagine what I can do with the faith aspect. And it's not about me doing it. I'm just reflecting what the universe is doing, that you are a part of. You just refuse to acknowledge it. I'm invoking it, right? I'm living and breathing it. So that's the only difference. Overworld and underworld, right? You got to pull yourself out of that underworld and start to cultivate and conjure, in a sense, the spirit of the overworld, so to speak.
I don't know how many times I've thanked you in chat, but I truly thank you this time.
That's the thing about it is I'm called to do what I do. It's my purpose. I appreciate the sentiment, but it's like, I'll put it to you like this. It's like the guy who I get up every day and I pick up the trash along the side of the road. I live there, bro. I may have thrown some of the trash there, right? I don't need people to thank me for doing what I'm meant to do, right?
Yeah.
This is what we're meant to do. I need to do this. If it's not this, it's whatever I was doing before. That didn't work for any of us, right? So I should be thanking you and the universe for giving me an opportunity to be and present something that makes me of service to creation rather than a loser, low-life scumbag that I was most of my existence, or just completely Babylonian and addicted. So, yeah, man, I get it. You feel thankful and grateful that we had this interaction. So do I, for the same reasons. Right? I'm not like doing anything for you that I'm not doing for me, like at the same time or separately, if that makes sense. So, yeah, I even do this begrudgingly at times, just because I feel like this is what I'm formed to do, and I'm not going to take it for granted that at one point in my life, it was a dread to me and a disgrace that I had no position in the world or in anything that made me redeemable, valuable, or successful. Now, I have a position that makes me more so than the majority of folks out here claiming to be fake ass heroes and legends and first liners and all the rest of it. Undoing what they've done and doing the work they haven't done with the folks who really need to do it. So that's a blessing to me, right?
Yeah. And for all the chat that's always here, I'd like to ask me if I've listened.
You're saying you want me to ask the chat to ask you? I didn't get the first part.
No. I was talking to the chat because I assume they can hear me.
Right.
And they see me all the time. I mean, and just occasionally be like, hey, you being truthful with yourself?
Right, we can do that, but let's be clear that you need to develop responsibility and accountability. You need to do that for yourself. Your broad needs to do that for you. By the way, I was going to go down that road. When you said she's good and great, I was going to say, how good and great could she be if she's letting you do what you're doing and not giving you shit for it? See, there's places where we could do the MGTOW, whatever, like the sacred masculine, where a woman's supposed to respect a man and let him lead and all the rest of it, till you ain't doing that. Then she's supposed to give you shit because you ain't shit. She's not supposed to sit up under you because you get the bills paid and let you destroy everything in yourself and not care enough to give you shit and nag you till you get your shit together, right? That's where a woman's nagging is probably needed.
Yeah.
Right? So, yeah, bro, that's called a support. You thought about that because, again, this is archetypal and intuitive. You need a support system, and it's not this fucking, it is this chat box and me to an extent, but you got to start in the home and in yourself. Alpha and Omega, where it all begins and ends. Starts with you. You be the man to ask you if you're being honest with yourself and others all day, every day. That's radical accountability and authenticity. Stop putting your responsibilities and accountabilities on other people when we got to do that for ourselves, bro. And we're lucky if we can get it done. You see the game here?
Yeah.
And it's cool because, like I said, we could do that from time to time, but just you saying that is you verifying on some level that you're going to continue to make a habit out of what got you here, putting your responsibilities and accountabilities on other people. Okay. You don't think I need that more than anybody? That's why I'm talking about it. Because I'll come here and say, hey, guys, let me know when I should, like, you know, after you provide a reality for me, like in support and contributions or whatever, let me know when I should, like, create something next, or, you know, engage with rights and freedom, or, you know, remind myself that I'm dying of obesity, right? Like, you let me know that and remind me of that. And then they go, what the fuck are you talking about? That's not the role here. You come here as the gorilla to tell us to stop being bitch ass motherfuckers, or just cop to it and move on. Like, there's a bitch in every one of us. We succumb to it at times. We're not doing what we're supposed to do. Whatever, account for it and move forward. I don't come here and tell them, guys, you let me know. Like, I'm cool with feedback. Give me some feedback if you hear this, see this, whatever the case may be. That's a back and forth relationship, right? But you want me in the chat and everyone be accountable and responsible for what you're not doing inside yourself and with yourself? That's what got you here, bro. And again, that's going to go back to, like all of us, I'm talking about what I know about me. I'm not separate from it, so I can talk about it. That's what's going to get you the disrespect of yourself and others and your women and children, is expecting them to do what you're not doing for yourself. By the way, that's another reflection of the government you hate. Oops. Remember? That's another reflection of the government you hate. You want to go to government and tell them to do everything you want them to do that you're not doing on your own. Government, where's my rights and freedoms and protections and blah, 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 blah. Well, are you doing that for yourself? No. So you didn't think of that. You didn't see the holographic and reflective. See how it's a motherfucker and a fatherfucker even more? Because it all comes back to the men. And then woman and child down the line, right?
My dad was great. Couldn't have asked for a better dad.
According to you. Don't take offense to that. I'm just saying I've heard that a lot of times, and upon reflections and analysis, not really the truth in the case, and usually makes sense because when I'm talking,
I get what you're saying. I wish he was still alive so I could talk to him about this stuff.
Well, is there anything he could tell you that I'm not telling you and showing you?
No.
So then in some sense, this is now the bit and on bit of Paul's your daddy online, and they mock me for it. Is your father not alive and in the room with us because the same spirit and sense is coming through me that comes through him, revealing once again the holographic and reflective and the unified and the idea of different container, same spirit? Isn't that God of all media? Isn't that Paul's your daddy? Isn't that an ability for you to find some level of faith and reconciliation in the moment? Is that your dad was never here and can never be gone because the same spirit that dwells in him has been here forever and literally expresses and speaks the same exact experience and truth? And also understand that's also within you, and you are that?
Yeah.
Do you see the irony also of you saying, I wish he was still alive while it's here inside of all of us, while you dishonor it by being, I know it's difficult, by being the opposite of what that thing tells you and feels and shows and speaks? While you are it. This is the duality of our experience. This is the bifurcation, the underworld and the overworld, lower self and higher self.
What's funny is,
yeah,
I mean,
I know, I get it. I get it. You're coping with how ridiculous and absurd, but also powerful and revealing the whole thing is. I get it.
Well, no, like the godly sense is, I thought I was blocked from chat, and I was like, well, what did I do? And going over my brain, scrolling through chat, and I'm like, I have to call in, and it has a call in thing at the bottom, and it's,
I have to address something here. Rocky, can I ask what you're doing in my backstage, spinning a earth desperate for attention because I guess you're not like engaged with what me and this gentleman are speaking with, and I don't know, somehow you're not, but you know, we're like back in class again. Rocky's in the back of the class, he's spinning the earth while I'm talking to this guy, while this guy's pouring his heart out, and I'm trying to make a connection here with self as self and higher self and facilitate a conversion here because this guy needs it. That's why he came here. You're spinning a ball in my face. You're spinning the earth in my face. Yes, Rocky, do you have something in the back? You need a hall pass? I'll give you the hall pass if you want it. You can have it for the whole day, man. I'm cool with it. I'm one of those. I'm that guy. I should go be a teacher and just not teach like everyone else who's a teacher. I just go be one and not teach.
My
And
wife,
we just
teacher.
No, your wife pretends to teach. Can we start getting the language right? Your wife pretends to teach. She shows up at an institution and presents the packets they give her and calls herself a teacher. So she's a liar too. She's a performance artist. She's a lot of things. She's not a teacher. That's clear. Like most people, actors. Where's Brown Boy? Is he out there? Yeah, she's an actor like most state actors. This is the rap I had to give to Jennifer. And at first, I get it. She was put off because who am I? I'm a gorilla in a trailer. I had to come to her to get her lit up and on fire to do what she really loves to do that they held her back from doing, but convinced her was the right thing to do while it was the wrong thing to do. She later, I guess, you know, thanked me for it, was grateful for it, inspired for it. But yeah, it's like, you know, let's get real with ourselves and each other.
Oh, yep.
It's the absence of teaching that goes on in these buildings.
Yep.
Okay, so I'm going to put Rocky in the back because I don't know what that is or what that's about. He's still spinning the ball and whatever else.
I purposely ignored the chat so I could focus on what.
Right. This person's scrolling down. They're desperate for my attention and hating constantly. So they're going to be removed real quick because I'm just not going to. I mean, I could, but it's like, dude, what game are you playing? You know, for hours, they sit down there and go, this guy's a fraud. This guy's pretending to teach right now. Everything he's saying is about him. And it's like, dude, you don't get to make that decision for everyone else experiencing me or experiencing with me. That's your fucking bizarre narcissism and control freakism, right? They're so desperate and jealous and envious. They create multiple accounts. Whenever they see and feel value and power showing up, they try to show up to try to stamp it out or demean it and devalue it because they're so powerless and valueless and bitter and resentful and jealous. It's pathetic.
It's crazy to me, and it would be, I mean, I don't like comprehend how they act, but
well, it's just another reflection of that lower self.
Better than me.
We all do, man. We're just not being honest about it. I can strike out at it, but then I have to reconcile. That's just another reflection of my lower self. Of course it shows up. Of course my lower self shows up and my higher self is getting carried away with us. Right? As they like to say.
Let's hate on somebody that's just reflecting that well, they don't want to know. Just like I obviously didn't want to know. That's why I didn't call in.
Well, it's even more silly than that. It's you already know and you didn't want it repeated back to you because not only then do you have to do it, you have to reconcile how foolish you're being with yourself, denying what you already know. It's another game, like I like to say. I call these all games. People say, it's not games, it's my feelings. I go, no, they are games because everyone does the same ones for the same reasons. And I can literally show you how you could just re-engineer that. And then you will look back at it and go, wow, I was playing a bunch of games with myself and everyone else this whole time and it didn't even work. And like, it was all just to keep me busy or keep me doing something other than just reconcile with higher self and then live a life of purpose. That's all it is. Just the time, energy, attention, mind, and heart suck to keep you demeaned, devalued, and deflected, just like the lower self people who show up here to project it. Just like when they start channels and do non-10 creation, right? Same all the way across the board. Yeah, it's called afraid to fail and afraid to succeed on both sides.
And like,
not connected to the world, only connected to Jesus.
The masses will be deceived. Like, what part are you? Are you part of the masses? Little things like that that are easy to see and hard for a lot of people.
All right, so I need a commitment now because you're going to establish whether you're an honorable, good faith, co-creative man or you're a bitch-ass motherfucker. I'm not going to do it. You're going to do it. So you want to stop alcohol. You know you need to. It's not working for you. We're going to start there, and then we're going to go from there because guess what? If Paulie Boy, who's been a weed head for the last 25 years, could go 2 or 3 months without smoking and do 32 days without eating when he's a fat slave, you can get off drink and not replace it with something. So you're going to make a commitment to all of us here because you all want us to do your work for you and hold you accountable and responsible anyway. So we're going to do that. We're going to play with your game a little bit. And you're going to now make a promise to everyone here, including Rocky, who's ranting about Jesus in the back while spinning Earth, going completely out of his mind. Maybe he's finding it. Maybe he's coming into his mind completely. I wouldn't doubt it. Right. You're going to decide that we're going to actually do something different here, and we're going to hold ourselves and each other to that. And you're going to at least put down the bottle, and then we're going to go from there. And if you like can't do the work or move forward without mental, emotional, physical pain, and you just need to have something to work with that, then we'll start to make decisions on what is the least harmful and least mind altering that is the most available and able to support your wellness. And if you don't do that, no, thank you. You didn't do it yet.
No, I know.
So if you don't do that, then you put yourself in a position where whether we love you or care about you or want the best for you or not, we can't, there's nowhere for us to go with it. And now you put, and this is great because you put yourself in a position subconsciously, but it's great because you did it on purpose, to where every time you come here, we're going to know who you are and what you do, and we're going to call you out if necessary. And you need to do that for yourself as well, right? And establish that with the support system around you. So, yeah, man, the party's over. The games are over. We got to grow up. We got to do the right thing. We got to try sometimes something different. We got to throw ourselves all into something every once in a while. And that's what this is. So you do that. Can I get that? And first of all, I'm not telling you to do that. I believe that's what needs to happen. And I believe you believe that's what needs to happen. And I believe that, and I know there's evidence of other folks who've come here who've shown that's what needs to happen and are better off for it. So if you're ready, do it. If you're not ready, don't do it, because I'm going to get annoyed and you're going to get annoyed at you if you make the promise to me and these people and you just don't keep it. And then we get an update and you're just kind of laissez-faire, you're lackadaisical. Or lackadaisical, rather. Whatever.
I know what you mean.
Right. You get the meaning here. So if you're ready and you're going to give it a shot and you're going to throw yourself in and see where it goes and try to practice loyalty to a cause and a process and faith, surrender and faith, then do it and let's get on with it and work it.
Yeah, I appreciate that. And
you're not ready.
Put myself
you're not ready. You're not ready. You're not ready today to say, no, you're not ready.
Okay. Well,
do you disagree with me? I mean, you even there? Okay.
No, not at all.
So are you going to commit to yourself that you know already that the alcohol needs to stop and we're not going to play the game of tomorrow and some other time? It's here and now, because you just got the last hour and a half, and that's cool. I got no problem with that. I'll give it to you and everyone else here all day, every day. But you took our time, energy, and attention in the broadcast to do the work. So we're going to do it. And part of it is you're going to declare that you're going to make an effort. And that doesn't mean try so we can fail. It means, like, if you're ready in your heart, you got to have it in your heart that you want to stop, you're ready to stop, and you're going to throw yourself in and give it a shot. And you're going to use the tools in yourself and around here as a support system.
Okay.
That's not going to work for me. I want to hear you say it. I want to hear you say,
I will use this as a tool to quit drinking alcohol.
And you're deciding here and now that you're gonna quit the alcohol, and that you know that you can do it. It's not if and you're gonna try. It's you know you can and you're going to, and you're gonna give it your all.
Yeah.
Okay. So again, if you have to, are you laughing or crying?
Both.
Okay. If you have to, there's resources for you if you need some time away, right? Don't do the game where you say, I'm going to prioritize my work and my job over your wellness and your sobriety. If you have to, you take some time out, you make arrangements, presuming we can cover the spread, and you go work a program if you have to. there's hardly there's no shame in it at all. As a matter of fact, there's courage in it. You're taking the opportunity to be courageous, get out of your comfort zone and try to take care of yourself. It takes a courageous person to do that instead of be weak and cowardly and just do what they've always done and get what they've always got, right? So there's resources available, even if it's just some time away to regroup, refocus, start to work on reforming yourself. Maybe have some people around like day to day you can talk to. You got my number. Even though it's the broadcast number, it's not my personal number. It may as well be my personal number, the way that trolls and fucking codependent folks and users and all the rest hit me up, and I still respond and interact to some extent until I block them. Then I usually unblock them at some point because they come back around on other numbers and accounts and try to plead their case about how they're not going to play the same games and do the same garbage. So yeah, man. You know, if it's something emergency or if it's something emergent and pressing, or you just want a perspective or whatever, throw it out there. You'll get something back from me at some point, I'm sure. And you got folks in this community, non-unity, right? Whether on the ground or on here.
Yeah.
Who walk with this stuff and can be of service. Go ahead. I'm going to run to the bathroom. I got to run to the bathroom anyway. Is what I'm saying, and I've been holding it, is what I'm saying, and I want to do that now and then come back. But let's go to a clip. We never finished Dick Marple. I think I want to finish that. You're gonna hang out. We all, including you, got what we needed here today. You realize that your fear is your biggest issue. Paulie's rubric. I'd rather be right than president, not because I'm egotistical and prideful, because I understand by being right and correct, I can be true and I can do right here within myself and with others. And that is power and value. That's true power and value. The only power and value you could argue. So yes, I am, for folks who say Paulie's always got to be right. And then I have to tell them I'd rather be right than president. An accurate mapping of reality will save self and other selves if we let it be. So we got what we need here today. The revelation that fear, once again, the spirit of the quote unquote, the devil, that spirit of the devil is on him. Driving all of his actions, and we need a faith-based practice. Right. We need a faith-based practice and a commitment to co-creative wellness, and a willingness to work it. That's big. You need God's will. You need God's will. You got to summon God's will to work it, especially on days when that devil, that spirit of fear, is plaguing you. You're going to need it then more than ever, right? And a commitment that we're not going to imbibe in the doorway to the spirits, because that's just completely counterintuitive to what we're doing. If we're cultivating a garden for God to be present in and to flower and fruit in, then we need to take out all the things that are potentially impediment to that. So that's our work. That's our test. That's our challenge. That's our trial in God's court, so to speak. That's our opportunity, right? Because exclusivity is where the power and values at. God doesn't just deal in relationship and reveal and bless everybody. No, it doesn't. God helps those who help themselves. Now, much like a father, it may protect a slave who doesn't want to do what's right, but it doesn't bestow blessings and grace and revelations of power and value on those who don't want to walk in the truth, life, and way and have a direct back and forth relationship with that. And just like a father, you can't tell me you're going to drink liquor and do this and do that and all the rest of it, and then expect to have the fullest and deepest connection you can have with that thing and that aspect of self. It's just not going to happen. It's not meant to happen. As a matter of fact, it's the opposite. People drink because they want to numb themselves from what they've not done that showed up in the devil outside of themselves, and they want to drink to numb the fact that they know God's within them on some level or in this space. They can't see it. They can't find it. And they're deathly afraid of having to serve it and having to go against the world and its ways, because they're already scared of the world and its ways and what it's going to do to them. Imagine what it's going to do if they truly get right and face their fears and actually rise and be authentic and accountable and successful here. Oh, man, that's that afraid of fear, afraid of success shit. Either way, you're in fear. So that deceiver's got you, right? This is why we go to the holographic and reflect it. We remind ourselves this purpose and meaning is not ours. We can't take it on and we can't give it up. It's baked into who and what we are. We live it or we don't. If we live it, we get fulfillment, even through the tests and challenges. If we don't, we get vapidness, shallowness, materialistic emptiness, and we try to fill the void so many different ways in our life, right? There is a psychology to the spirituality and vice versa. Let's continue and finish the deck. Do you need anything else from me? Or what we got going here? Is there anything else?
No, I was just thinking of one thing, but maybe I'll say it so I can get some more knowledge. My wife's known me as drinking, and she's been okay with it, like no problem with it, but I'm sure she has a fear of it in some way or form. So maybe that's why I was saying, like, I just need to tell her, like, hey, I might need a little backup here. Keep me accountable.
Right, I get that.
I've never said that to her.
Let me hit the bathroom real quick. Hold that thought. I'm gonna hold it and I'm gonna come right back. I'm gonna set some vibe too for everyone too. Some old timey sort of slavey vibe, you know, very American, like 40s World War vibe.
You are a slave. Your government does not care about you, GI. You should go watch Paul Unshaved and stop being so stupid. Look at you, GI. Vax, tax, and racks and paying to be ruled over. You are not free. You are a coward slave. GI. Maybe you need more rockdown and shots and policy to feel safe again. GI. Your leaders send your sons to die in war, and your daughters go to Epstein Island.
Still there? Oh, yeah.
You there, sir?
Yeah, I'm here. I thought I was dropped for a second. I was
Right.
like,
So let's get real. Let's really like trigger here. Let's really mix things up. Okay. So
let me pause.
yeah.
I don't want to listen to you talk to me.
Yeah, because I almost destroyed my reputation there of being the biggest douchebag asshole narcissist potentially on the internet. So let's rectify that. What makes you think that this woman you're with is meant for you, or that I'm going to give you the lingo, the one?
Because I've never felt this way for somebody, and she has treated me nothing but with respect, and I can't think of anything. Well, I can think of something, but
So she makes you feel good
well, it's more
while you kill yourself and throw everything away. She makes you feel good.
Yeah.
Right. And you think that's a positive thing? You think that's a benefit to you? To have a fake ass bitch around you who won't keep it real with you and hold you accountable and responsible to what we all know you need to do because she's going to make you feel good? What does she get out of all that exactly? You don't ever ask yourself that? It feels so good that you never step back and ask why she's there and continues to stay there and doesn't hold you accountable to some standard of value and power. So what could she get out of this relationship? I mean, what woman wants to be with a powerless man who has no value system and no principles, who needs a baba every day like a baby, other than a devouring mother who wants a child as a man child, right? and make him feel so good that he remains disempowered subconsciously. There's a lot of stuff here, sir. I don't know if you and others are ready for how deep and interesting, I call it interesting, that this can get. So again, I'm just asking questions because I've seen a lot of these themes before. They're fairly well known in the psychology field and in the spirituality field. Because again, there's a psychology to spirituality and vice versa. So we have your answer. And this is, again, back to Paulie's rubric. It's 10 for 10. He's never felt this before. He feels really great. This woman respects him when he's not respect-able, and he loves that. He's fatally attracted to people, places, and things that help him destroy himself and don't help hold him accountable and responsible. And you wonder why he still seeks this place. Do you think this feels good? No. Is this the medicine he needs? Yes. Is that why his spirit draws him here? Yes. Is it antithetical to everything he set up for himself in his life? Yes. Is that exactly the way it always is and supposed to be? Yes. Is that 10 for 10 the themes across the board on this broadcast? Yes. Will they call Paulie Boy the incel who's bitter and resentful because he hasn't fucked in going on a year now or more? Even if he's had options, because he won't fuck a vaccine queen. She took all 10 vaccines. Now her heart can't beat like mine. Sorry, sir, I got caught up in a hit song. That happens every so often. When you're God of all media. When you're insane. So, right. The spirit of fear that likes to live the lie and cultivate a home where the lie is cultivated rejects oftentimes the spirit of truth, right? And resents it. You're not doing that here today so far. There's a good chance she might. Usually someone in the equation is going to be submissive to that truth and someone's going to be combative to it. You got to watch for that because it gets...
More the combative one.
You are when comparing with her, you and her. You think you're more combative with the truth and a form of authority. Doesn't even really matter what form, because again, the truth is the ultimate authority, and then there's worldly false authorities, but there's still symbolically forms of authority, something you have to align yourself with. So spirit tends to reject that. It rejects worldly authority, which, as we know, isn't a bad thing at all. And more importantly, it can reject cosmic authority, which is a problem for self and every other self. So, yeah, I don't know. I'd have to bring her in and throw some stuff around and see how she reacts, and then uncover that and press something and uncover that and then get to the root. And, you see how that goes.
Actually,
usually they fight and run.
That really scares me, but I think might be fucking really good.
Right. People got to start to cultivate a perspective where instead of running from everything they're scared of, they run into it. That's actualization, realization, and courage. Unless you run off a cliff. That's just stupid. I mean, unless you want to see what's on the other end of running off a cliff. But yeah, it's like when Slow Slave once said he thought he was revealing something. Paul runs into what he's afraid of. Yeah, I've made it a practice of mine. Because the alternative of that modality is being a coward. Every time you're afraid of something, you run from it. I'd rather get used to facing it or running into it than constantly defaulting to running from it. That's what makes a man, because adversity makes men and prosperity makes what? Monsters. And you're evidence of it.
Yeah.
Because you got it safe and comfortable and everything's in place, and the child don't ask no questions, and the broad respects you even though you're not respectable and honorable and trustworthy and all the rest.
Yep.
And you got all the prosperity and the comforts, and it's turning you into a monster. And you come here seeking adversity, interestingly enough, because intuitively that's where the true power and value is. Your lifestyle and systems of power and value have taken your true power and value. Again, they always lose the power everywhere they go to get it and set it up. That's the theme for us. So again, you made a statement. We got to get more honest with ourselves and each other. That's back to that theme we talked about. Your woman, I don't know about your child. Your woman is not great. She has greatness in her. You're not great. You have greatness in you. Neither of you is attempting to observe and recognize and sort of vivify the greatness within either of you. Quite the opposite. That's why you come here, because I got it within me. I recognize it and I attempt to tap into it from time to time and live it. It all makes sense if you don't think about it.
It does make sense. And the sun's almost down, and I do have to hang out with my family. I will call in again.
I believe that. Thank you, sir. Name again? Actual name, slave name.
Garrett.
Garrett. Okay. All right, Garrett. We'll see you. We'll see you when we see you.
Yeah.
All right, so there it is. Questions, comments, concerns from the, I would say, cheap seats, the free seats. Any of that? Let's go over the chat box, chat area. All right, I'm not seeing too much. Mostly people seem just hanging out, listening, engaged. Right. We got to stop lying to ourselves and each other. Like I tell Gabriel one time when I went over to his panel, I've been over there a few times. Stop calling these people legends. You're the same people. You won't call yourself a legend if you do something legendary, but you think it's polite to call a bunch of losers legendary. Cut the games. Please. Doesn't make you arrogant and ignorant. It makes you real. If you're fake to observe everybody's feelings and placate, that makes you ignorant and arrogant. Because your feelings aren't above the facts. So we need to start being honest with ourselves and each other on all levels. I don't care how you and I and everyone else feels. Let's call it what the fuck it is. Your man, your woman, your father, your mother, whoever, whatever, ain't great if they're not engaged with greatness. And greatness is not letting us all destroy ourselves and each other and call it happiness and peace and all the rest. Go ask your life coach. Oh, that's right. He won't be honest with himself and everyone else either. What else is new? This comes right out of that culture and society where everybody's made it. Everybody's equal all the time, even when they're not. Everyone gets a trophy. Trying is doing. Losing is winning. Being a slave and codependent is somehow empowering and inspiring. All the garbage, all the way down the line. All right, we got to get up out of here soon. Let's see. What do we got on the forefront here? We did the 3 felonies a day situation. We did Mr. Herman Goering's famous quote about how they'll attack the people and blame other people to get the people to go along with who they wanted to attack. If you just tell them that it's for their safety, right? We went over that. Yep. 14 signs of fascism. I'm going to leave that for tomorrow or the next broadcast, I think. That's a first hour kind of piece, really. Most of my stuff is all heavy hitters, first hour pieces. Oh, we got Brandon. Do we want to do a little Brandon? It's been a while for him, huh? He's praying over there. He's boy, is he following codes and paying taxes and voting for masters and saying we need to listen to the news and Johnny's our hero, but God's revealing stuff to him.
I see a glass that's fraction. It's broken glass. It's broken glass. And it's across the land.
Okay, so we got a retard in chat. Let's try to help them out. Pimp sells underage girls for sex, yet cucks like you think it's cool to call yourself a pimp. What a piece of shit. You're not getting it, Sarah. You might want to ask next time before you don't know and speak like you do. It's a takeoff of the idea that the whole world's pimping and hoe and they just don't know it. The relationship between the state and the citizen is a pimp and hoe relationship on every level. If you'd like, I could clarify. It doesn't seem like you're interested. I don't sell pussy and body parts. Quite the opposite. That's your local politician that you probably vote for and pay tax to. Okay? So here it's at pimp unslave, because here we talk truth, life, and way to unslave you from your cosmic pimps. First and foremost, that would be you, because it takes you to pimp you to accept the pimp of the state, and on and on and on down the line. Only you can stop forest fires and pimping and hoeing. Okay? Wrong again. What are the odds? A slave was going to roll in here and be wrong every time, 8 out of 10 times. Man, we've never seen that before. So it seemed like you really knew too, didn't it? You were like almost right there, almost completely. Turns out that's you. Turns out I'm holographically, reflectively mirroring from the inverse dark perspective of absolute truth that you reject and are combative toward because the truth hurts. Turns out everything you usually say about me is more true for you than it is about me. That's what makes this thing what it is. It's something your life coach has been dying to replicate for the longest time, and his best efforts result in him telling other people they're doing what he's doing in the moment. He does the exact opposite. He just says, that's you every 5 minutes to everyone while he's doing the thing he's complaining about. That's not me. It's not what we do here. If we do with an awareness that that's me. See? All right, let's continue on. Every so often you have to address the slow people who may never get it, right? We still love them. We're still here for them.
So it isn't the body of Christ. No. I'm talking about the average blue collar workers. I hear too little, too late. Trying to turn this around, too little, too late. As Trump's approval rating goes down, and I see Trump's approval rating at 25%. I see Trump, I see a scale, and I saw this is where he won up here, and it's red, but there's a needle on this scale that looks like a pie graph, and it's 25%. A nationwide approval rating of 25%. Now, I want to show you ABC News and what they're saying, and then we'll look at Fox, because we have two different opinions. I know Fox leans more towards Trump. NBC and ABC, CBS, and all of them are fake news. A lot of it is. But I just think it's interesting. So go ahead and play this.
We got our first data point. And again, anytime we watch or listen to anybody, all it is overlay Paulie's rubric, do the analysis, check off the data points, put it back into the machine for evaluation, process it, get the printout result, right? First data point. All leftist media is fake news. Fox News is legitimate. That's how we know he has no discernment. And he's going to continue to prove, while claiming he has the discernment, collecting money, being pushed by the algorithm, 7,000 live viewers at a time, hundreds of thousands after the fact. He's going to now tell you he's got revelations from God and discernment, while proving in real time he has no revelations from God, the God that we seem to understand here, and zero discernment. And this is like day one stuff. Right? Day one stuff is all the media is lying. It's just to varying degrees. How can you not figure that out when they're all doing the same stuff to the same ends? Beyond retardation. Right? But this is apparently what makes this broadcast what it's not.
New polling shows Republicans are facing serious headwinds. First, the president's approval rating has fallen to 33%. That's the lowest of his presidency. But also on the key issue of the economy, voters say they trust Democrats over Republicans for the first time in roughly a decade.
I think that's interesting. This is Fox. Trump's approval rating falls to new low in latest poll. Okay, I don't know who they're polling, but maybe the Northeast. But President Trump approval rating dips to 33%. So they're talking about it too. But I saw in the vision 25%. And so what was this about?
Second data point. He's confused by who's down on Trump's approval rating, meaning he's up on it. So he now reveals all in one moment he's merging with the state of Israel, doing endless wars. And he is, because he doubles and triples down it and says, Muslims, we got to be worried about Muslims. That's where we're at. Here's your prophets. Here's your statists. Here's your God. Here's your leaders and influencers. Here's who's going to save you, who can't save themselves, who can't even tap into real and true, can't even explain it. All of their leaders, idols and heroes, are conversation pieces for me to do one big cosmic joke where they're the punchline, right? It's beyond fascinating.
about him losing the Senate. That whenever the real pulse of the American people were frustrated with where they were with the economy, the blue collar workers and the white collar workers, the people who are working the 8 to 5 Monday through Friday jobs and then working side jobs with Uber Eats and things like that on Saturday and Sunday, just trying to make extra money to get their kids through school and working hard. These are hardworking Americans. We're the ones that were frustrated with.
Hold on, I gotta thank some folks here, right, for my ministry, because I'm actually like they LARP and role play. I'm actually doing fucking ministry here, as far as I can tell. And if not, I need my Paulie boy to get in here and get in my ass. No homo, as they say on the East Coast, right? Get on my ass, my Paulie boy, whoever. And then no, not that tard who has 20 different alternate accounts who tells me every day to transcend my ego. You're insane. Brooke D, I see you out there, and I know why your last name is D, because you just want to receive me deep inside you. Not me, but I am that am. You need that truth life and way deep inside you, and it's coming. It's coming right now for you. It's coming right now for you and everybody else around you. Oh, yeah, I feel it. I feel it coming. For service, honor, integrity, and grace. Oh, yeah, Brooke D, thank you. I am thankful and grateful for that. I actually am, even though I'm doing the bit non-bit. That is a blessing. I came here. I did something I was formed to do that was a service to others. I've completely turned my life around from one point. I'm getting more and more true care and love and faith and trust and honor and things presenting itself in my life, along with some level of community and co-creation to whatever level I'm able to relate to that, because I'm a very bizarre individual. If you haven't noticed, some might say, is what it really is. Some might say. Who knows, really? Louis B. Couple bucks for unsliced pepperoni. He loves that unsliced pepperoni, or rather, he seems to believe I love the unsliced pepperoni. And you know what? I'm not going to confirm or deny. Okay? Leave you all wondering how much I love unsliced pepperoni, what I do with it. You know? Let's just say when Lou sends over the unsliced pepperoni, it has a warning label on it for oral use only. Okay. Right. Let's get back.
Our economy, because I'm gonna be real with you, the economy is, as much as they want to try to make it look like it's amazing, for people that are just the average, it is not too hot. When you see the housing market, look at this right here. The housing market just in.
Good question. I have one question. What value did you see in Christos back in the day? The same value I see in everybody, that I see in myself. The prerequisite energy and spirit and soul and care that leads to what we just talked about with that man, and usually talk about the idea of goodness and greatness and co-creativity. Christos has that within him. Everyone has that within them. Obviously, we see that some other things, we'll put it like this, some other people, places, and things became more interesting, enticing, entertaining, and important for him, it seems, after a certain point, right? Because he did a complete 180. He got caught up in the ego, pride, hype bullshit, right? That anybody who sat next to me and agreed with things that I said that made sense were culted up, and they had to prove to everyone that they weren't culted up by shitting on me and playing power games. And it's like, okay, now what? Now where does it go? Now you pretty much don't exist on any channels that have any kind of viewership or regular audience. You panel hop to sit there and make mundane, mediocre comments from time to time and try to seem cool and hip, and basically talk about a bunch of other people who don't exist on the world stage and don't do anything in life to better themselves or each other. So again, that's his choice, man. It's like asking me, what did I see in the Bloods and Crips who, in between me going there to buy drugs and whatever else, certain ones of them, we'd get to talking, and you could tell they had a heart, they had a care, they had a free spirit in them, and they wanted to, they would want to go somewhere with it if they thought there was anywhere to go with it in this world, which they don't, so they haven't. So again, that question remains the same for every being. I see the heart and soul and spirit that's there, and then we all experience the obfuscation of that by people, places, things, ideas, belief, feelings, resentments, you know, all the rest of it. So, right. And that theme, if you realize, that theme carries over to the life coach and everybody else, Illumitranny, all these folks. And there's evidence of that heart, that soul, that spirit, and co-creativity with all those folks. There's more evidence at this time of the antithesis of that than there is that, right? So I am literally, whether I present as the opposite or not, if you look at my track record, I am actually, funnily enough, and I'll look you in the face when I say this, I am actually a person who sees the best in everyone. While they tell me I don't, I only see the worst. My actions don't show that. My actions show that I repeatedly try to focus on and see the best in people while it's obfuscated with their people, places, things, desires, ideas, projections, presumptions about me, feelings and reactions to me and what I'm saying, and all the rest of it. So, right. And I indirectly proved why, while me being that person, I've spoken many times, that's a foolish thing to do. See, no one noticed that I was doing it while saying it was foolish and proving simultaneously why I was right while I was doing it. It absolutely is foolish. To see the best in people all the time when they're obfuscated by people, places, and things, ignoring that and not prioritizing yourself and everything extending off of you is foolish and a waste of everybody's time. And they will only use it against you and demean and devalue you and what you're doing if you let them. So again, exclusivity is where the value and the power is, because exclusivity is akin to rarity, and rarity is synonymous with value and power to whatever level and degree. Means me, the lifestyle, what I need, forget what I do, what I know I need. Based on what I know I need, my lifestyle, what I want to do and be, if I'm not doing it now, what I'm creating here, I can't have you around me unless you're in a certain space. That's not submitting to me, that's submitting to the idea. I have to submit to the idea too. If not, I'm a loser failure. You want to live outside of those boundaries in that program, I don't think it's possible. And I'm not going to try to do it any longer with folks who believe that it is. Because it's their prideful, egotistical trip, not mine. Right, let's get back. I'm way too morbid and macabre and challenging and testing and dark and arrogant and narcissistic and egotistical. We need someone really loving and caring and godly who has ministry and you know, has more of everything in the world than me, actually. If we want to be honest with ourselves about it, we always are. We try to be. We don't always hit the mark, I guess. We all think we're honest with ourselves and each other. Life shows us something different.
Numbers of U.S. home buyers are falls to the lowest level ever recorded. Okay, 1929. But the economy is fine, right? So you see, it's worse than 2008 and 1929 before the Great Depression. So this shows the pulse of America. And you say, well, is there more about that? Is there more people talking about this? Yes, there's actually more articles concerning this. This is from Watch Guru. Okay, this is another article. Who is this article by? Okay, the number of U.S. home buyers just dropped to a record low, shifting the market future in buyers' favor. So people are trying to sell their house, and they're saying that the housing market is worse than it's ever been. And I saw in the days ahead that they would try to bring a plan to save the housing market. As I saw the buildings rocking in New York, and I saw major real estate with big buildings and things in trouble. If you remember, I saw Trump walking a pig with lipstick and eyeshadow and things like that. And you could see the housing market trying to go up with transparent. The housing was like you see the ghost on Back to the Future whenever he's singing, and this is an older movie.
This is how I know that this inversion land dual jurisdiction thing is a thing, and that we serve two antithetical gods, however that works. Because in my revelation, the pig was walking Trump. See? And I did a revelation interpretation of what that is God was showing me. The pig was Bibi Netanyahu walking Donald Trump, right? See, this is how Donald Trump walking the pig, that doesn't make any sense. The pig walking him, oh yeah, I could see that. It was even beyond Bibi the pig. It was the whole central banking system and the cabal walking Donnie, the usual pigs. Behind the wolves in sheep's clothing, right? Or the sheep's and wolves clothing, you could argue. That's Donnie. Big, bad, tough leader. He's empowered, and he's sucking central banker dick, meeting with Henry Kissinger, propping up Bill Gates and all the rest of them. He ain't shit. Never was, never will be. And we all knew it coming in. Those of us who can see and hear and feel and talk, right. It's the rest of you are completely fucked. And I guess maybe some of us are fucked by having to live in a world run by you blind leading the blind slaves. We'll get through it. We'll get over it. We'll be better for it. That's what we're choosing. Do you see how that works? We're choosing to be better for facing the seeming impossible. And apparently unknowable to about 85% of folks or more, right? We're not only knowing that, we're facing it. We're transmuting, transcending, transforming with that. We're choosing that. We're consciously and unconsciously choosing that to be better for all of this getting worse.
But most, the millennials, a lot of know what I'm talking about if you're born in the 80s. But they were fading out like ghosts. And that's the way it was with the housing market and what the Lord was showing me concerning this, and that he would try to stimulate it. Now, I want to show you more about what they're talking about. JP Morgan warns of a global food crisis could hit next year. And unlike oil, there's no backup plan for fertilizers. What did the Lord show us 2 videos ago? I said, I see tractors in the field, but the Lord is saying there's no fertilizer. There's something to do with fertilizer, and there's something to do with fuel, diesel. I see diesel for tractors. There's something with this. I see fuel. I see the gas tank, the diesel tank. I see the fields, fertilizer for the fields. Something very strong concerning this, and drought. Okay. This is August 18th. JP Morgan warns fertilizer shortages.
It's weird. He's sitting there now, the guy from God, saying we're not going to be able to grow anything because we don't have chemical-based fertilizers. I can't believe I woke up like this and in this world again today. I woke up like this. Well, who does that song? The guy who's supernatural with God says we don't have chemical fertilizers anymore. That's why the drought's coming, and God showed it to him. Again, we don't serve the same God, and the same God doesn't reveal the same things to us. I'm seeing Bill Gates and Klaus Schwab and Donnie and the rest of the cabal morons urinating, floating above everyone, just urinating on everyone and saying it's raining. And also out of their backside comes toxic, what looks like chemical trails that they're saying is the fertilizer you're missing. They're out of there. It's warm, golden showers of urine. That's not urine. It's cosmic rain. And it seems to be eating up the crops and corroding metal. And out of the rear end comes a cosmic love trail of chemicals that seems to be potentially blocking out the sun so you can't grow anything, and potentially poisoning all life on the planet. But that's not what it is. It seems like that to some of you theorists. It's love dust is what it is. It's golden raining showers of cosmic love and love dust. Right? That's what God showed me. Not the chemical fertilizers aren't there anymore, so you can't grow the plants. It's the same people inhabited by the same energies you keep giving the world over to for thousands of years that are going to facilitate destroying you and your lifestyle because you begged for it, and they need you to beg for it so they can get you in bondage. It's demonic possession. Weird how the guy who's talking about God and Bible and scripture's not doing that, while the ex-drug addict who never opens the Bible is divining this. Weird how that works. Literally the same archetype as the Christed being who was like a homeless beggar, builder, whatever. You know, I was in construction before I did DoorDash, and then came online to be a preacher and a prophet, according to, depending on who you ask, grifter, I guess, depending on who you ask. Right, all the guys in the robes, all in the institutions with the graduations and the degrees, all the titles and status and standing in and of the world, while they preach God and the Bible and all the rest of it, in their deception and delusion, making all the wrong calls, while the guy in the sandals gorilla in a trailer somehow knows what they don't seem to know or know but won't talk about. Well, if he knows what they don't know, it's because he spent a whole life rejecting the world to seek truth. That's why he didn't have a 5-bedroom house with 4 bathrooms and 20-year pension. Makes sense? Seek the truth so you be set free. You got to give your whole life over to it. It's not a part-time hobby and a career path to LARP in. No. The complete reordering of your whole beingness and your whole life. Yeah, they wouldn't know dedication and sacrifice like that. We know that. So why even pretend? Right, Paulie boy, we're back there again. You see how I have conversations with myself all day, every day? They call it schizophrenia. I call it complete synchronization. I don't actually have these conversations with myself. That's a bit non-bit again. I do that for you guys' benefit. So while you're sitting there with your mouth open, just fascinated by this truth and these connections and the way I spit it out, you can always cope by saying, when the people walk past you and hear it and they light up and they are reminded of like God and truth, you can always say, oh, this is some crazy guy on the internet, a gorilla in a trailer, and he thinks he knows the experience of God, and boy, is he funny and arrogant. Watch. That's how I get you. Every time. Every time. They don't even understand how I get them. The same thing they tell me to transcend is the same thing I get them with, because I'm a fisher, a man, just like your boy was. It's not how I get you here. It's how I keep you here. And I get you here every time the same way. Through that same ego you tell me to transcend, as if I was sitting here talking nice, kind, and polite and wasn't giving you some kind of game with some edge on it that you'd be sticking around. No, you wouldn't. I know you better than you know yourself again, because I know me. When you put Long Island a-hole and the rest of these folks in front of me, I want to vomit. I tune out immediately because they bore the shit out of me, because they're not only fake, they're mundane. I'm not either of those things. There it is. This is, by the way, remember I say the whole world's pimping and hoeing, you just don't know it? Well, why do you think the pimp is always dressing up in colors and got big wheels and big jewelry hanging off of him? Because he knows what I know. If he's going to talk to you about the good game, and again, we talk pimp, I'm not talking about beating on women. There's a whole subculture to that most people don't know about. We should do 2 hours on that. But if you ever grew up in certain areas and you knew certain pimps and players, you would understand that the majority of all they talked about was game, and all game was about life and how it works and their life experience. That's me. That has nothing to do with selling body parts. I don't do that. I do love the game. If the game is life, right? I've learned to love the game that is life, right? Don't hate the player, hate the game. You know, that whole deal. So, right, it makes sense. You know, if you want to get folks who are a bit edgy, they want to push boundaries and norms, and you want to get them in on the good game, well, then you got to present something that is relatable or appealing to them, or at least reactionary, something they can react to, something they can feel. So then we could generate the discussion. It's a move to a move, right? Just like people who may not wear jewelry they'll buy purposely for this reason and wear a Rolex just to start conversations with people, because they know it doesn't matter how you get them there, it's how you keep them there. Oh, you got a Rolex, I see. Who are you? What do you do? Oh, well, I'm a non-caster. I save people's souls unknowingly. They don't even know it, right? Whatever the fuck your, rap is, that hopefully the best game is no game. You're not sitting there selling yourself as something you don't actually do and aren't a part of. Like most of these people out here, by the way. Here's my business card. Here's what I pretend to do. Here's what I want you to believe that I do. Right, we got to get back to Brandon. Brandon is love. I am obviously, this is polarity right now we're getting into. Brandon is love, I am hate.
And Super El Nino threaten global food supply with higher inflation by 2027. So the Lord was warning us about this. And I saw diesel was in trouble. And the Lord said, look at the diesel. And the tractors were sitting in the fields and there was no fertilizer. So this was 4 days ago. What was it? 4 days ago when I started talking about that? I saw the green disc field. There were fields of disc. They were plowed up, but there was no crops. The crops weren't coming up. There was something wrong. And I said, and I couldn't figure it out. So I moved, and then the vision moved on. But the Lord said, look at the John Deeres. And he said, fertilizer. And he said, fertilizer, really, really big. And then he said, diesel fuel. So I want to show you, it's high, it right here, Super El Nino, fertilizer shortages. So it's in the news today. This was published on the 17th, and the other one was on the 18th. So JP Morgan trying to warn everybody. And I think that's interesting because this is what the Lord showed us in the vision.
It's weird because my God shows me that JP Morgan is part of that cabal, and this is mockery and also revelation of method. They're revealing to you what they're going to do or what your life is potentially going to have happen to it, and they're going to blame it on something else to mock you about it, to watch dumbasses like you, because this is what I would have done. If I would have stayed in a kill, steal, destroy heart space, and I would have answered the question properly they asked me when I was 18 years, I can't prove it, but I believe on my research that they would have had me working as a part of certain projects. And instead of doing this broadcast, I'd have been paid handsomely to just sit around all day and come up with campaign promotions to get you slaves signed on with what we want to do to all of you and get you to repeat the mockery and humiliation and just fucking laugh like nobody's business, right? And I'd be dead too, but I don't have the heart for it. I can't get it done. And that's a good thing, right? Let's be real about it. So, JP Morgan is not trying to help you and save you and keep you safe. He's a central banker Kabbalist. His whole family always has been. Literally, this is back to scripture. They all say it. They never listen to their own prophets they preach from. And he's mocking you and humiliating you because he knows, watch this, I don't even know what it is to know what it is because I got the sentiment. And if I follow the thread while I speak, it's going to come out of me and I'm going to laugh at what I say. Because they know that the bullshit that comes out of your mouth that you're going to repeat that they put there can't produce anything. And you're too stupid to know that the shit that comes out of your rear end can produce everything. So you will sit there and tell us we can't grow crops without chemical fertilizers, which is bullshit out of your mouth. And don't even know the shit coming out of our ass is everything we need to sustain life because life is holographic, reflective, and cyclical. It's called a cycle of life. You absolute, beyond worldly, underground man, Plato's cave, eternal child, tarred slave. Beyond cave dwelling, tarred slave. Absolutely fascinating. Five different pieces of Luciferian mockery in one fucking piece, and you wonder why. You wonder why I do this broadcast the way that I do and mock the slaves as well, to try to get them out of their trance. Because if not, I have to laugh at it. How could I not laugh at it, knowing good and evil and seeing what's being done and that you're begging for it and repeating their lies? Let's get more, and it wouldn't be Earth Inc. if this guy, like all of them, didn't have 10x of everything that I have in this world while making no sense, and I'm breaking everything down conclusively. I know I'm making sense, and it's so crazy. For half or 3/4 of my life, they had me half gaslit that I was insane, and when I talked, I didn't make sense. And I go, no, that's you. Why are you saying that's me? Again, must have prepared me to do this broadcast because it was like I spent years almost going over these ideas and almost like writing them down to read them back to go, am I crazy and insane? Like these people keep saying, no, they just couldn't control me and they knew I was right and didn't want to face themselves in the truth because they were cowards and the Lord gave me a spirit of courage. That's all it was. And yeah, that's why I resent them, because every punk ass coward in my life tried to gaslight me that I was sick and twisted while they were sick and twisted trying to control me and mislead me. And I guess I gotta deal with that or work through that. And I guess there goes the broadcast potentially. At least the way that I do it currently. Because yes, I do draw on and keep that darkness and that resentment close because hello, look at where things are at.
And so if you go back to it, the gas prices in Germany are extremely high again. Diesel is $11 per gallon. For diesel fuel in Germany for their trucks. $11 a gallon. Golly, that is ridiculous. That's a lot of money for a gallon of diesel if you're a farmer.
Okay.
So that it's all over the news on there
Like
in Germany. Everybody's talking about it. Everybody's upset.
These people are literally always have been in my life. It just hit me again. Every so often I have these visions and I think they reoccur. I'm looping now. What else is new? Living in this world for me has always been like I'm in a cartoon or something. I'm a real person injected into a cartoon. These people are cartoonish caricatures of what a real person is supposed to be. It's like we're living in a movie and they're all extras. Golly, and this is their hero, by the way. This is the smartest guy they can come up with. Like when you go to Numbers and Money and he's building multiple institutions. It's the emperor has no clothes all over again, right? And it's, golly, gas is $11. I think it's because the chemicals are all running out. We need more. God, Jesus. Vote for Trump. Muslims are bad. And I'm like, is this real? Is this a weird trick you're doing on me where I become the life coach or already am because I start yelling, is this real all day, every day? Like with actual points, not just because I let my house default and it gets taken from out under me. Like, actually, could this even be real? And not only are they standing up and doing it on camera, they have the most of everything. I go, what is that? Like, yeah, that's. And then I go, and I play this loop out multiple times throughout the broadcast. And every so often, there's different paths it takes, right? It never goes back to suicide like it used to. That's good. That's good news for all of us, I think. The loop never goes to, oh my God, we're in some inversion land here where almost everyone believes these people and gives them stuff and supports them and thinks what they're saying is real and it's real to them. And most people are like, I'm crazy and sick and I'm a threat to democracy. But then the loop doesn't go to, Paulie, you should just die. It doesn't go there anymore. Or heroin. That's good. Right? It's actually pretty productive, but at this point, I go, you know what? I'll do it as productive as doing a broadcast can be, I guess. I go, you know what? Instead of die and heroin, I'm going to replace the loop with, I'm going to do a broadcast and I'm going to just yell out how insane this whole reality is. And I feel like I'm a real person injected into a cartoon reality here where your smartest, intelligent, most faithful, godly person goes, golly, Donnie's my daddy. We need more chemicals, and doesn't know that feces is how you fertilize the earth, because everything is cyclical and in a cycle, right? The other loop, the other fantasy loop I had is, and I think I have a whole thing with this. Like, I don't even want to get into it because it'll really, I gamble hard here with my credibility and how I'm perceived. If I go into like some alien stuff of what it could be with some experiences I've had, because then I go, that makes sense. Like, none of the rest of what they tell me and show me makes sense. Now, am I an alien seated here to investigate this race and potentially bring it a message to uplift itself while also not affecting it? Because they put me here as a gorilla in a trailer, right? Very inconspicuous, non-threatening. It's a threat to democracy in theory, but in actuality, it is rather innocuous. And then like my whole experience here is they wiped my memory, but installed something in me to where I'm just constantly monitoring the intelligence of this race and injecting various bits of eternal truth to uplift it. And or report back to base that there is no point in continuing to engage with this culture and society. They're way past the point of return, right? That's another bit. That's another God of all media sort of, director's cut movie, I guess. That rolls in my head. I got a prison version too. I got a few other versions, but we got to get back. I'm musing again.
Why is that happening? What's going on? And so it's all part of the plan. Now, I want to show you what the Lord showed us in the last vision. I saw a plan by Ukraine to cripple the Russian economy, for the shelves to be empty with their gas plants, all their infrastructure, to really poke the...
I'm sorry, I can barely get through this. Do you think maybe the shutting down of the Strait of Hormuz? Do you think maybe shutting down the Strait of Hormuz is the potential issue while you're getting revelations that gas is going up and supply chains are cutting down, you absolute peanut-headed fucknut? And I say that, should I say that? I shouldn't say that. That's not godly, is it? Oh, that's right. Jesus cursed at plants and animals. So I guess I can say that. If Jesus is the prophet that he's worshiping and we're, I guess, venerating that together, then I can do that. They tell me I can't, but again, they're wrong. I can. It's the chemicals in, I'll say it again. It's the chemicals in the fertilizer. Does someone have a number over there, a fax or something? The chemicals in the fertilizer are gonna destroy the supply chains or something because you can't grow stuff. It's not Donald Trump with the central banker cabal engineering world wars like they always do and purposely fucking up economies, including our own, and doing supply chain hits. It's totally not any of that, man. Just keep voting. Keep voting and paying.
Bear in the days ahead. And this was to combat the BRICS and another plan with Kim Jong-un and China and other nations that would be involved in this. Now, I think this is all interesting how Trump's playing this, because I saw all the shelves. Now,
a lot of
all the
Walmarts
and all the things over there, what they have. Look at the shelves. They're bare. I want to play this for you and show you the shelves in Russia. There's no food in the shelves.
You know what's really sick and twisted about this? When I did a broadcast about him one day, some of his audience came here and they go, "That's Brandon Biggs and we love him and he's real famous now because he made predictions." And I go, and that's how you got to watch it, right? This is why I need Jeebus, because I almost said to this person, I didn't. I was actually pretty nice to them, but I wanted to say to this person, I hate you. And do you have is there any wood around here? I started thinking this is why I'm Paul, right? But I could easily go back to Saul of Tarsus at any moment. I have to watch that. I go, these damn fake ass Christians. Is there any fucking plywood around here? I'm thinking about learning how to build a better cross around here. Re-perfecting that whole cross thing, right? They go, Brandon Biggs he made a prediction 6 months ago that he saw glass and he saw water and all this generalized garbage. And I go, ma'am, let me get past the fact that I want to kill you right now because I'm censored and shadow banned. And I have a clip of me 5 years ago spelling all this out. I have 10 years ago records of me spelling all this out. Why it's going to happen individually because of who and what we are and what we can do about it. And if we don't, what's going to happen? It wasn't water and broken glass. It's actual facts, cause and effect, problem, reaction, solution, interestingly enough. While they fall right into the same dynamic on the unconscious side, right? Where problem resolution. Right. Problem, response, resolution. There we go. We'll get there. Again, it's just easier to fool a fool than it is to convince a fool they've been fooled. All day, every day.
They're empty. And this is what the Lord was warning us about shelves being empty. And I even saw this in America coming in the days ahead. Look at the shelves. It's like either they're panicking buying like we do when an ice storm comes, or when COVID was here. Does anybody remember the shelves at COVID? Well, you couldn't find nothing. So this is a building that they blew up in Russia. You see this? Is this a factory, right? Yeah. It's zoomed in too much. I don't know why that person zoomed in like that, but they're showing how it burned up. And so they're attacking Moscow, just like the Lord said they would. And they would poke the bear, and there would be a major escalation of things in the days ahead. So what is this?
They're showing all the stuff they blew up. Yeah. Is it blackouts in Moscow?
Yeah. Blackouts part in that. And so they're, what is this right here?
I think they struck something in the Black Sea.
They're striking in the Black Sea.
Yeah. This is another Amazon facility.
Another Amazon facility.
I think I'm going to eat.
Completely burn up.
I never ate today.
Oh, okay.
It's getting late.
So
I like to eat before 9 o'clock.
These are the gas lines in Russia. People are waiting to get.
So yeah, I think I'm gonna eat, and you guys hang out, and we'll listen to Brandon together. We're already going on 4.5. Yeah, we'll let it run. We'll listen to Brandon prophesy. If I can help myself, I won't crash back in with a mouthful of food, because I just can't believe what I'm hearing, and just have to remind myself of something that makes sense. Because if not, I feel myself slipping into the land of bullshit, is what I call it. It's a metaphorical place. It doesn't actually physically exist. It's not like United States, state of. I could go on. It's kind of like the state of winning when you ask Donald Trump. Doesn't actually exist. But yeah, I feel myself slipping into land of bullshit, and I have to pull myself back with some kind of grounding self-talk that then becomes the broadcast for you folks. So however, whatever that is and however that works, that's what's going on there. If I'm not doing a cope cast, sometimes I slip into cope casting, because I gotta cope with what the fuck I'm hearing and seeing that I can't believe is happening. So I just start presuming this is all a joke, all a bit. It's one big Truman show. I'm a main character. God wants to see me laugh, cry, be frustrated, go through all the things, right? It's another fantasy potentially I'm having. That's my mental illness again. It works for me, not against me, though. That's the difference between mental illness and true productivity, folks. This is American values now I'm giving you. When your mental illness works for you and your narrative and what you're doing, a lot like U.S. corporation, that is a pro, not a con. Okay? That's just true productivity. It ceases to even be mental illness. That's genius at that point.
Petrol or what, gas for your car. Right, I'm gonna go eat. And they're lined up down the block. Look how far, like that's probably a good day's wait just to get gas for your car from the back there. I mean, each customer takes about 5 minutes or more to fill your car up. I don't know if they're limiting you to how much gas you can buy, but if you filled your tank up, my goodness, that's going to take some time to get those customers serviced because there's no gas. And the Lord warned us about that. When you're looking into a vision, it looks so like it's like you that's why the Lord always told me, he said, don't add to or take away from anything when I show something to you. I said, gas prices will skyrocket. There'll be mile-long lines of gas in the days ahead concerning this time frame during the war with Iran and all that's going on. And I saw it, but in that time frame when I'm looking at it, I'm thinking, surely this is not America. Well, it's Russia. Look at that. That's awful. But I also saw, I believe, America in the days ahead. I believe it looked like America. But this is modern cars, and this is what it looked like. It was mile long. People waiting for gas, and they were pulled over the side of the road. They had to turn their car off. So, okay, so we see, they're just going at it. How long will this last until it really erupts into World War III? And that's what I'm telling you. The bombs that I saw striking Poland in the days ahead and other nations in France. Ukraine strikes halt most Russian grain exports in the Black Sea. So this is what the Lord showed us about, I believe, about what's coming to the Black Sea in the days ahead with Turkey. And they will beat their war drums concerning Syria and all this concerning Israel. And we're seeing what they're saying it. Moscow Times.
Remember you saw the grain bundled up or something like that, the wheat over Ukraine?
Yeah, I saw it bundled up. Yeah. It was being held captive. Yeah. Mm-hmm. You'll have to make a short about that.
Yeah, remember that? It was bundled up.
Yeah, it was bundled up.
Yeah. Okay.
And I saw it in bundle, but it was in bundles, but there was more to that.
Yes.
And that was back over a year ago, wasn't it? Okay, so 4.8 earthquake struck again in Spain today. And I think that's interesting.
They're showing all the earthquakes they had in the past couple hours.
Yeah, these are all the earthquakes just in the last couple of hours. People are tremors. People are freaking out about it. This is right after the solar eclipse.
Yeah.
So the solar eclipse happened, and now the earthquakes are happening. The signs and the signs of the times. Everything is accelerating. And the Lord showed us about 9/11, which is Rosh Hashanah at sundown. And the Lord told us this time frame, things were going to really start to accelerate. So we have the eclipse. 3 days later, 2 days later, whatever it was. Now we're having earthquakes all the time there, and things are falling all over the cars. So I want to show you what the Pope did. Now, is this what causes the major earthquake at the Vatican? The Lord said, I will split the Vatican walls. Structures of the Vatican will be uninhabitable in the days ahead. And I will shake Italy. I will shake Rome. And I saw an 8.2 earthquake hitting Rome and Venice. And the Lord said, this will be a sign of great change coming to the Catholic people. And so I think this is interesting because the Pope calls right here. Go ahead and play this.
Dear brothers and sisters, I renew my appeal for the repeated violence against the Palestinian civilian population in the West Bank to cease, and I urgently ask the international community to ensure that the two-state solution progresses for a just and lasting peace.
So he's asking for a two-state solution. He wants to divide Israel, Jerusalem. So very interesting because the Lord showed me that in the days ahead, the Vatican would be uninhabitable parts of it. It would be shaken. And as I was praying, as Braden brought this to me, he said, Dad, did you see this? I said, this is very serious for what I keep hearing in the spirit concerning Italy. A major volcanic eruption, very, very serious things coming to Italy, Rome. And so calling for a two-state solution from the Pope. My question is for y'all, will this trigger the earthquake that I saw come into the Vatican? Him calling for a two-state solution right before Rosh Hashanah. We're right there. We're in the month of August, of course. We only have a couple more weeks left, and he's calling for it, saying that publicly. That happened Sunday. Okay, so back to what the Lord showed us about South Korea. And he showed us that they would be talking about that South Korea and North Korea would become very big on the scene in the days ahead. And I saw them talking about war. And I saw concerning the northwest side of it, there was some kind of a rift. And there was something happening concerning North Korea and South Korea in the days ahead. And they would be, Kim would come up out of the basement. And I saw him with red and black on. And he was coming up out of a bunker. And he was shooting off rockets, but he was joining with the alliance with Russia, China, and them to support them. And they will give him a place at the table concerning the BRICS in the days ahead. So Trump goes within a couple of days of that word, and that's why I know he watches, and says, we're going to be friends. Based on a very good relationship with Kim Jong-un of North Korea, I am not happy with the fact that the United States has long ago agreed to participate in a joint military exercise with South Korea. So he canceled the military exercise to try to get Kim to calm down. So because he doesn't want him to win over Russia. He's a nuclear power. Go ahead and listen to what President Trump says here.
When I called him, I said, would you like to give us a little hand? We don't need help with Iran. But if you'd like, give us a hand with Iran. He said, no, thanks. And I said, wait a minute. We have 39,000 soldiers over there guarding you from Kim Jong-un, your next door neighbor. And you're not going to help us on a very easy military operation in Iran? That's strange. No, we'd rather not get involved. I say, well, why are we involved in helping you? So, and I want to help them. But, you know, when you ask somebody, would you like to give us a hand? And they say, no, thanks. And then we're guarding them from a country and paying ourselves billions of, it's costing us billions and billions of dollars to protect not only them, but other countries. Look at NATO. We spend hundreds of billions of dollars.
So basically, he's talking about South Korea. South Korea said no thanks. They didn't want to help. So he's saying basically, we're not doing drills with you. But I'm going to be real with you. They don't care.
Kim Jong-un has always treated me with great respect. And we met on numerous occasions, actually, two primary occasions. spoken and spent time. I understand him. He understands me. You're doing war games. I get along with him. You know, he didn't like Biden. He didn't like Obama. He didn't like anybody. But I get along with him very well. No, what I'm doing is making things safer. Just the opposite.
Brandon's going to do like he always does. I like him. Anybody else find it funny that Trump thinks he's bragging right now that the only person that a dictator and a tyrant can relate to is Donald Trump? Anyone else find that to be, once again, comedically ironic? And these folks do this oftentimes. We see it here on this broadcast. They start bragging and revealing themselves, and they still think they're bragging halfway. And I go, not the flex you thought it was, bro. As the kids say nowadays. Nobody knows dictatorship. Wannabe dictatorship like I do. Starting wars with no congressional approval. Fascist ICE agents running around looking for papers. This guy Kim, he didn't respect anyone. No one respects me. Of course he relates to you and respects you. These are all, I mean, the same way that Donnie stood up one day and said, you see this guy Kim? His people, they stand at attention when he speaks. They look at him. I wish my people would do that. He was longing for Americans to be snapped to attention and to be in fear and be hanging on his every word like a dictator's audience was. He was bragging about how he wants that, likes that, and thinks that's great for Kim, right? Fascinating.
So pretty interesting, because this all just started to happen after the Lord gave us the word concerning South Korea, North Korea, and Japan and Taiwan in the days ahead. And the Lord said he'd come up out of the basement. He's going to start doing this. Now, President Trump is talking about it. So we're talking less than 2 weeks here, and it's already starting to manifest what the Lord was warning about. So it's interesting. Things have accelerated. And it's amazing to watch as you see prophetic words that you're praying over start to come to pass in the news immediately. Sometimes, before I'd see things, it would take years for it to manifest. Now it seems like it's happening on a day-to-day basis, don't it? Yes. Braden's been keeping track of all this for a long since he's been a little boy.
So why hasn't Kim Jong-un responded to your request to have a conversation?
How do you know he hasn't responded?
Has he?
Yeah, he has.
Was it a positive response, or was it to tell you to go away? His response of how he looked down didn't look too heavy. Too good. Hey, Donald, we cool, right? That's not what he said. That's President Trump. I know, that's President Trump. I'm telling you what I've seen. And if I'm off, I'm off. But I saw Kim Jong-un joining an alliance with China and Russia in the days ahead. And this could be our response to that. Saying, please don't do this, because he's a nuclear power. He has nuclear weapons. And it was a very serious thing because they gave him a seat at the table of the BRICS. So if you remember what the Lord showed me about the pipelines being brought forth again out of what Joe Biden shut down. And my son's going to put the little part of the word that I gave back, I believe it was in 2025, about Trump rehashing, bringing forth oil, drill, baby, drill. And he would bring forth old pipelines, and there would be major oil start to flow. And this was about to combat Venezuela. With Venezuela, he would take over Venezuela, and he did it just like the Lord gave the word to it. I said, this is what's going to happen to Venezuela. It's going to happen in the middle of the night. It happened exactly the way the Lord said. So we're seeing the oil come forth out of Venezuela, that this was part of the BRICS system to combat the BRICS. That's why I told you, watch in the days ahead, Canada. And what happens with Canada? Because I saw Canada becoming part of the United States with their economy. Carney's going to fight it because he wanted to join up with the four: France, Germany, Australia, and England. But I saw Trump, because we're border countries with Canada. I saw walls coming down as a major natural disaster takes place in British Columbia in the days ahead. And I said 30,000 people will perish in this time frame. And I saw all the buildings falling. But I saw major oil wells being negotiated, pipelines being negotiated, things happening. And you can see the word. It's right here. I'm talking drill, baby, drill. You're going to see oil like you've never seen it before in a long time, 4 years. And you're going to see pipelines being talking about getting established, doing pipelines and doing things that were basically all those people were laid off, and that big pipeline. I'm talking major stuff is going to start to happen again. I'm talking jobs. And then I kept hearing in the vision, I could hear it, drill, baby, drill. Then I see a pipeline in America being opened up again. I see great wealth coming through there through this big pipeline in America, working on this pipeline again. And I see great wealth in the Gulf of Mexico again. Lots and lots of oil. And I saw a funding of finances with oil concerning America and the petrodollar. And it was helping balance the budget. As I saw President Trump opening up new pipelines, like he's talking about in California, I told you he would open up new pipelines throughout America. And you'd even hear about the Nordstrom, I believe it's Nordstrom pipeline or whatever, starting to talk about redoing that and building that. And I heard him say, drill, baby, drill. We're going to start to drill. It would be a short window for an oil squeeze because President Trump was going to start to really bring forth oil in America. But I saw a rising up even with Israel striking Iran. I saw major strikes against Iran coming, against their oil refineries, against all this. And I saw oil being in the Mediterranean coming forth, major gas and oil deposits coming for Israel, coming for the United States of America. I saw the pipeline, the major Nord Stream pipeline being renegotiated and trying to be opened and things happening with that. Major things taking place with Trump, drill, baby, drill. And oil coming up out of our soil with a major oil revenue. But I saw at the time, gas, when these things take place, gas taking off because of the fact that Iran was crippled for a season. If you remember, I saw gas lines for blocks long of people lining up for gas like it was in the 1970s. And I warned everybody that there would be a time of gas shortages for some reason. I don't know why. And remember what I told you all? I saw Canada in the days ahead in a great financial shaking, but they would have to join up with America, not with borders of them becoming part of the 51st state, but financial borders. There were still physical borders. Canada was still Canada.
Take a look at that woman's face and tell me that she doesn't know he's a bitch. I'm going to cut through all that. I'm done eating now. I might even get my second wind here. I was way too nice, kind, and polite on this broadcast earlier, and I'm regretting it right now. I'm feeling my narcissism and egotism fully re-energized. Tell me when that woman looks into the camera, she doesn't have the look like she's on the cruise and, you know, all the points are up on the never-ending margarita. And it's starting to hit home that she's out in the middle of nowhere with the guy she married. Yeah, it's that look. Or am I misreading that? Am I projecting? I am a Sovtard incel, as you all may know. So I might be projecting. That's not his wife. Well, who is that? That's the daughter? I don't know anything about this. You people know this. Whoever it is, that woman looks completely bored and over his shit, like she's heard it all before. She knows he and others are not going to do anything about it, and she just wishes it was bingo night, you know. And she wouldn't have to hear this. Bingo night is the only night that we get to relax and unwind, and we don't have to hear Brandon and all of his visions that never really come true, that he misinterprets completely, and then says vote for Donnie. She knows he's a bitch. He knows that she knows he's a bitch. But this whole God rap, you know, this is, again, the fine line between true meaning and purpose that's like demonstrable, repeatable, definable, explainable, experiential, versus just your fucking hallucinatory trip where you don't even make sense explaining what the fuck your visions are, and you have your whole family held hostage there waiting for your next dispensation, and they can't do anything with it. Because it always goes back to, well, just love and believe on Jesus. So then this woman winds up fucking some illegal Mexican named Jesus, because you just put it into her head. You didn't even know you subconsciously programmed it into her head. She literally gets up one day and starts making love to Jesus and letting Jesus come into her. like you keep telling her to do. And then she's confused. She's like, baby, what? You told Jesus to come into me. And then you get all upset because you were a fucking Christ-tard who voted for Donnie and wanted to chase the illegals out. And you unknowingly, screaming and yelling, trained your woman to let an illegal come in. And now you have potentially an illegal. Oh, you have a very legal, I think. How does that work? Do we even know? Have we changed that? The irony of your wife now creating a legal migrant through her vagina is what it is. See, you need to understand vagina somehow, some way completely shifts the whole court and all of the legal system. Illegal Jesus Mexican in the vagina, still illegal, not a citizen. Come into her Jesus, baby comes out, legal Mexican right there. Legal Mexican, part Brandon. No, part Brandon's wife. Right. I got caught up in one of those TikToks where they tried to convince me that the woman, whatever woman I'm sleeping with, has every man's semen in her and is affecting her right now as we eat dinner. And it got to me. I immediately declared a jihad war on all of the sperm and all of the men that the sperm inside of her belonged to. How dare you inhabit my territory? So there's two paths to citizenship we're learning. Through the hole, the dark hole that is government, or the dark hole that is Brandon's wife's vagina or daughter. Who is that? Did we ever get that down? Audience? Chat? I just lost 20 people with that. Oh, well. You just really don't have what it takes to go all the way. You just don't really get it.
But there was no financial border.
Hold on, I like that. That was a good. It was a good picture of him. Oh, I can't get. I can't get it back now. We can do something with that, can't we? Gorilla Gems. Can we like work this into one of those old slideshow cartoons like the flip books? That's exact. By the way, that's exactly. Can you guys see that on your end? That's exactly. Is that showing up on? That's exactly what that's why the wife looks the way she does. You see that look on her face? Because that's what she's looking at every night when he's on top of her, and she's got her eyes closed, and she's thinking over and over, "Come into me, Jesus. Come into me, Jesus." Yeah. All right. This is sad. What, me attempting to do whatever this is that I call a broadcast? And what part of this is sad exactly? The whole thing? All of it, right? I'm going with all of it. Before you answer, I'm going with me, this broadcast, what it's turned into, what it could have been. Okay. And then combined with that guy and that woman's face and the idea of them copulating. And him just basically doing like that. Well, just every night. That's what that woman. You wonder why that woman has that face on? You look at her face, and then you imagine that, you know, I don't want to be too graphic here. She's receiving Brandon, and then you look at Brandon. That's what you're looking at. And then you do that for 10 or 15 years, along with him ranting, pretending he's talking to God and seeing shit. And the only reason you hang around is because he's bringing in like $5,000 per broadcast. Just lying and bullshitting. But yeah, that's the face you start to make. It is a thing, people.
Financial shaking, but they would have to join up with America, not with borders of them becoming part of the 51st state, but financial borders. There was still physical borders. Canada was still Canada, but there was no financial borders. They joined with us financially, and they become the 51st state financially. Like, no financial borders. We become our currencies. They didn't have Canadian dollars anymore or American. We were all one, money-wise. And it's what made it stronger because their economy was in trouble. And
it's almost like this guy's Christianity revelations are all basically the file at the State Department. Like, it really is. It's really coincidental. You know? Oh my gosh. I think we're we're all going to have one government and one currency, God says. And it's like, I'm pretty sure that we've been saying that the whole time. That's New World Order, and your intelligence agencies are creating that. You're not revealing anything.
That we became a lifeboat. And the same thing with Mexico. And I saw that they joined with us and we all became one unit, like it was with the BRICS. You're trying to back up the American economy. And so now we see that coming in the news, him saying that they're going to rehash this and all this in this article. So those words are coming to pass. But it was about how do we make the dollar strong? And I remember I said, I see Trump with the plane. It was crashed and he took pieces here and pieces there and he was trying to make it stable, but it was never back to jet like it was. It was flyable, but it never will be what it should have been. And I said, this is why they're going to, and this is even when I saw in this vision about the golden age. And they're going to try to call this crypto era a golden, but it will be short-lived. Why will it be short-lived? Because they're going to try to bring out a plague. They're going to try to disrupt the economy. They're going to try to derail. Who does it? China. And I saw Kazakhstan, and they were working in it, and there were Asian people working in.
Why not? Why not the blacks too? For old time's sake, can we throw them in? It's the chinks and the. Look at me maturing and censoring myself. You know what it is? I've hit my quota for N-words. For the last 3 months. I've way overused it. Oh my God, God revealed to us that all the shit that the statists and the collectivists and the cabal are doing is once again, China did it. China's doing it. These are the people who come here and tell me I'm doing word salad when I break it all down and make all the connections. It's because that's what they really want. It's fucking China. It's the gooks and the Negroes again, like always, coming for our rights and freedoms and all our nice things. God damn it. And communism and Latinos with their damn communism.
In Kazakhstan, which I thought was interesting, and a lab in a couple of visions back, the Lord showed us. I want to bring this word up right here about the shot, the stimulus in a big green needle. When I'm looking into something, it looks like it's right in front of your face. And that's like I talk to certain people and I said, when I'm looking at something and it looks and you're looking in the spirit, there's no time and distance. It's all right in front of your face and it looks like it's going to happen right then. But I want you to remember what the word the Lord gave us back in April concerning the stimulus, April the 27th. Okay, go ahead and play that word. I saw a syringe that was not a normal, like doctors, which you would go to the doctor and get a flu vaccination or something like that. It was a massive horse syringe, like a massive something, maybe something for an elephant. That's how big it was. But as I was looking at the needle was really big. So I knew this was a major injection coming. And the Lord said, this is about the economy. And I saw an injection coming for the economy. But as I was looking into what was in the vaccination, this shot, it was green sludge. And it was green that was moving, that was not thick liquid. It was a thin liquid.
Hey, how do I get this person to stop emailing me? I can't block or spam. It doesn't go away. I've asked you multiple times, stop scrolling my email box. Why do I even have to ask you that? How do I get you to stop and go away exactly? Absolutely insane and bizarre people. Even more so than the average slave. High scroller person who names themselves after what they do that I asked them not to do, while telling me that I can't escape the truth and quoting biblical scriptures to me and trying to like mind control me. Can you fucking get a life? Find something to do. And I got a Marcelo here. Looks like he's got an interaction with the mayor. This is from years ago. Conspiracy the rapist. It's good. He's supporting my movement of supporting rape. You know, he likes to say his name is conspiracy therapist. I say the rapist, because technically they're spelled the same. You're not going to get one by me, pal. Well, what do you think about that one stupid fuck pickle guy? I think that his name and his website describes exactly who he is, and you're an idiot if you listen to him, because he named himself one stupid fuck, and he named his society Pickle-taria. You're an idiot. You dweebs on 4chan and all you LARPers who are like, you know, groipers and all these other names you all use to describe cowards and clowns. That's the best name to describe. You all look up to these people. You're attracted to douchey, creepy losers who masquerade online like they have some actual truth. And if you get in their inbox or get them alone privately, they all admit they don't know what the fuck they're talking about. And they'll charge you $2,000 an hour to do it. Okay. And again, I got them all. I got them all either running, won't answer, no matter how many times in different ways I try to contact them. People next to them try to contact them. Yeah. I'm out here vetting folks for who and what they are, what they stand on. Everyone can get a hold of me anytime, all the time. These people are too important while they lie and grift. Right? So what do I think about it, right? Guy who's trolling himself and everybody else for monetary gain with no actual facts. It's one thing to do it like I do it here. I troll myself and everybody else here regularly. I have some facts and some experiences and results. He's never been to court. You're listening to people with what to do with the rest of your life. I tell you, don't listen to me. I tell you got to walk or be willing to gamble. He's promising you you're not going to go to jail. I have people who email me from that idiot who say, I'm in jail now. I went to jail. What do I do? And I told them, your first step is get some discernment to not watch and listen to these coward clowns. You can't tell by looking at this kid that he's an absolute dweeb, coward. You can't tell that by looking and feeling his energy. I don't know what to tell you. You weren't born with, I guess, what some of us are born with, or you didn't have it made for you growing up in certain areas where you had to be with it and know this shit. Back to common sense. And I forget, someone told me, I think it was Dave told me that he's a self-proclaimed Scientologist, which I never went to go verify, but if that's the case, that tells you, that's my name. That tells you everything you need to know. There's multiple ways to see and hear everything you need to know. Yeah, I get the guy privately. I say, hey, Pickle-taria, one stupid fuck. I agree, by the way. What's with the $2,000 an hour consultations? Well, I made it so high I didn't want anybody to contact me, right? Well, then why make a number at all? Just tell people not to contact you. Well, bullshit. Cut the games. Another greedy, selfish, money-hungry loser who's a coward, LARPing something he doesn't live. There's no shortage of them. The worst part is, it's who the algorithm pushes and who most of you eat up and share their garbage. And then I got to ask you questions and make you look like an absolute retard when you share this shit on my feed in my area. Guy who tells me he's never been to court one time doesn't have to go because his process is so great. Bullshit. I've dealt with everyone and anyone in this sector. When it comes to legal and lawful, everybody goes to jail. This is like when you meet people when you meet people on the street or in another town and they tell you, I'm a big drug dealer back home, this, that, and the third, but I never did any time, right? Bullshit. 9 out of 10 people, if you deal drugs, you got charges. You've been to jail. If you haven't, you really ain't. You're really good at what you do, in which case, I guess we wouldn't know that or we would know that, and I'm not buying it, right? It's like when people say they gangbang and they've never been to jail and never caught a body. I'm not buying it. You're just LARPing. You're pretending. Cut the games. Everyone I've ever met who really gangbangs has shot at people and been shot at. What kind of gangbang are you into? So like, I'm not saying that's good shit and that we should do that. I don't do it because I think it's nonsense. I don't have the heart oriented toward it if I wanted to do it. Right? But when I meet folks, legal, lawful gurus, and they don't have court experience and they can't roll off 5 or 10 different courting experiences they've had and it be convincing, and they say shit like, I've never been to court. I don't have to go. I have such a great process. Buy my book and read it before I'll talk to you. Fuck you. I know you're a lying, grift, and fraud. Doesn't go that way. Every single person I've ever dealt with, including people who've pioneered this shit, have been to jail and had to go sit, could have 100 cases where they get dismissals, could sue people, get compensation. One day they're going to get you. That's the nature of the game, man. You got to be right every time. They only got to be right once, or they just set you up and line you up, and that's that. You're talking to a real one with me. You can't blow the shit past my ears that you can every other rubed out, duped out slave. Quite the opposite. I'm going to call you right out, and we're going to get the truth right out in the open, or you're going to run from me. That's what a lot of them do. Once they realize who and what I am, and then they ask somebody, who is this guy and what he does, and then they go, oh, and then they run. They don't answer anymore. That's the way it's supposed to be. The righteous are bold as a lion, the wicked flee when none pursue. Of course you run. Of course you hide. Of course you lie and deny. You're not confident in your truth. So then why the fuck are you selling it while I'm telling it? Precisely. The worst is when they want to come on my page and try to compliment me as if I need the compliments, and then tell me, you're one of the greats, Paul. You're up there with Brandon Joe Williams, and I want to backslap you metaversally. You think you're coming in to compliment me? You're fucking disrespecting me. You know? And again, yeah, I don't even react. I don't even get into it, because why? I guess the guy means well, right? But, you know, again, it's like, you know, you walk up to somebody who's living it and put their ass on the line over and over again and tell you he's great, he's up there with, as if he's not as good as, but he's up there with, and then compare him to someone who's never done it. And imagine what they're going to think and feel, right? Whether they react or not. How silly you look and sound. And again, pick your venue, right? Like telling Gordon Ramsay that he's up there with the guy at Wendy's at the fry station, you know? Not to bring pride or ego or whatever into it. It's just facts. I know what it takes to stand on the shit and do it over and over again. And I look at these motherfuckers and I know they ain't got it in them. So please don't insult our intelligence. And when other folks around here do got it in them and I see it, I respect it and I kneel to it. And that's a back and forth process, right? I don't say kneel to it, but I show reverence and respect for it and to it, right? There's no competition where you don't compare. That's the bottom line. Where there's comparison, we don't need to compete. See? This is back to that whole idea, too, of you not recognizing greatness for what it is and then wanting to compare actual real stuff and results to someone LARPing and grifting. You might want to learn the difference. And don't come here and tell me that you got people, because this is another aspect of your bad faith and dishonor, that you got people who got mortgages and cars and never paid for them because Brandon taught you how to be such a jackass that they just walk away from you and never pursue you. So you keep the stuff you never actually made good on. So you made an agreement, you didn't follow through with it. It's dishonor and bad faith. And you use his contract killer course to get shit for free and not have to work for it or barter and trade. That's not life in reality. You're just as bad, if not worse, than the black magician Kabbalist who created this Ponzi fiat system scheme. And you're the reason why it's going to go under, you fucking stupid, retarded, demonic slave. And you think you're helping and doing good because that's how it always happens. Brandon's such a genius. He's so brave and free. He's never been to court or stood for any rights, but he'll teach us how to get free shit by lying on contracts and playing power games. Like you all didn't know that you're weak ass motherfuckers who don't do the right thing and don't deserve anything beyond a certain point, but you want the world and everything in it right now without sacrifice. So we're going to take out loans from the bank, right? Because you all are entitled to that. And you wonder why everything is the way that it is. Just layers and layers and layers upon lack of discipline, lack of care, responsibility, accountability, good faith, honorability, trustworthiness, all of it. It's all right there. You're literally signing your own death warrant following this tard into spiritual decay and generating a demon for yourselves to have to contend with. You think you're helping, just like the moron. Thank you for asking me. Just like the moron gets up there and sells diplomatic immunity plates for the car, although we've never seen him get pulled over and use them. He's got pictures of them in the garage with them on, but we've never seen him stopped or use them. I guess they're so good no one ever stops him. But guess what? The day that you sell, because he's selling them, the day you sell someone a fake diplomatic immunity plate and they get pulled over by the feds and they're caught impersonating federal agents and government officials, yous are all going to do federal time. And I'm going to laugh at you. You're an absolute swine. And that's why he always comes on like this. Like he's in on an inside joke with the audience. It's all a big joke, right? They always have that smarmy, smug look on, that duping delight. Because he knows he's full of shit. He knows he's a coward. He may be being paid by some corporation or operation to do this shit. I wouldn't put it past any of them with everything I've seen. Don't need to be when there's cosmic agents and people are spiritually avatared here. See, either way, take your pick. While they come here and tell me I'm a Fed, because how do I keep going to court and walking out and not? Yeah, right. Totally. Selling fake diplomatic immunity plates he created up that look like the real ones but aren't, so that you can ride around with it and pretend to look like that and try to fool the police. And even if you had real ones, you're not a diplomat. You don't get diplomatic immunity. That's not justice for all. That's privileges and benefits for signing up in a corporate capacity. You're an absolute coward, fucking loser, traitor, clown, demon. And this is who most people flock to and suck up all their shit till they get arrested and they have no remedy and he won't get back to you unless you got $2,000 for an hour, and then you're stuck with Paulie boy, and I got to teach you how to be a man again on every level because you think it's about charges you caught. Please. About the absolute wasting of your soul and your ability to personally choose and do the right thing. That's what it's always about. You all want to take courses on how to get shit with contract killing. Fuck you. I hope you get less. I will do everything I can in this life while I'm giving up everything at times and doing with less. I will support constantly you folks getting less and less because that's what you deserve. Do less, know less, be less, get less. They want to do less, be less, know less, and get more. And they wonder why they're fucked spiritually. And this culture's fucked. Don't call me. And don't come looking for me when you all catch federal charges, because when I went in your message board, because I talk my shit direct to everybody first and foremost before I bring it here. Let's be clear about that game, non-game. When I went into your message board to call out a punk coward who doesn't live what I live, you all jump me like the cultists you are, and that's always the dynamic. You told me that I was trying to bully and trying to cause problems and start issues because I'm just being real and holding you all accountable. You don't like that. I know you don't like that when you're lying. See, I love when people try to hold me accountable. I get to talk more about the truth and what it is in my experience. See the difference? Another reason why they don't leave a link to talk to anybody. No numbers, no links, no nothing. They don't interact with anybody. It's a one-way grift. One-way scam, guys. Get a clue. Any day now. Again, these are slaves who just figured out 3 years ago not to keep voting for a master if they figured it out at all. So what will we expect? You know how dumb the average guy is? Half of them are even dumber than that. That's the secret to power. So interesting, too. I learned yesterday Long Island a-hole has robbery charges. How ironic, because back in the day, me and people around me just made a whole existence out of robbing people like all of you because of who and what you are and what you do. You sit around all day, you lie on everybody, you play power games, you try to act like you're the shit, you pop shit, and then you think nothing's going to happen. We sit around with nothing else to do and nowhere else to be and, you know, value on our mind. You're getting too much anyway by a bunch of dupes and rubes who you're tricking out of position anyway. So we start thinking, Maybe you owe us a little bit of that. Since you want to play the power game on one side, we show up with some real power. At least what we thought was real world power. Could be very deceptive and seductive. Yeah, interesting. Interesting how everything goes full circle. See, now we go to the next level. We jump out on them with the truth, life, and way, right? We really send them running. Jump out on them with the truth, life, and way. They really send them running all at once, too, in a group. Better than any supposed real world false power. Let's get back. I need more love. I got dark there for a second. I need Jeebus. Really what it is.
That would be like a vaccination liquid. And it was moving, but it looked like acid. Like an acid.
Oh, yeah. And then that's true. We got Mr. Cameron down there. Yeah. And then be racist on top of all of it and tell me God and Jesus. Just like my buddy out here. He's fixing all these fucking white people shit who can't fix their own shit. He's Mexican. He's legal. His family is illegal. Right? He's a product of illegals who's a hard worker. He don't do anything wrong here. Matter of fact, he's more productive than all these white folks out here who are legal, who tweak and don't even work. So yeah, they want to go to church one day, and I don't really get involved too much, but I always drop some shit and then let it be. I don't want to be overbearing, but I tell them, I don't even have to tell them. That's the reason that we're here together, because he sees and feels like I do, right? He knows how to ask the questions. And then they brought him to church and all the rest of it and all the shows and the pomp and circumstance, bread and circus. And at the end of it, these illegals, they're our biggest problem. He had to tell him, I'm a product of illegals. Oh, really? Yeah. And then they all get awkward and all the rest can't even stand on their shit because they know they sound fucking stupid. You're sitting here begging us for good deals to fix your shit you can't fix, and we're a product of what you say you want to stop, dumbass. And then start bringing up Muslims, how all Muslims are bad and evil. Then want to start talking about black folks. He actually told my friend, you can't love Muslims and niggers. It's not like it used to be. I go, you mean back when you turned them into slaves? What the fuck are you saying? You just want to pistol whip these people, right? Is what your body goes into when you hear this shit and you listen to them, and the arrogance and the ignorance and the hate and the scum that oozes from them. And then you go, oh no, I can't turn into what these people are presenting. I can't become that, right? Because I know it lives in me. You're sitting there walking people into a house of God and telling people you can't care for these people and work with them because the color of their skin and their culture. But you're claiming Jesus and all the rest of it. And you're going to put people onto it. So then eventually he goes, hey, Chuck, why don't you come hang out at our church, right? With our pastor, meaning me, right? He was going to really spring it on him. Yeah. You can't, it's not like it used to be, right? These Negroes and these Muslims are really out of control these days. You can't just whole groups of people, all bad, all wrong. And it's like, that's you. That's you. Every statist, white, fake national, patriotard, collectivist that I meet is a lowlife and would turn me in 3 seconds for something illegal. It isn't even a crime. And then thank the cops for slaving me. You're absolute trash. And no, they'll say, oh, Paul, he's a leftist. No, I'm about the truth. Give me 1 million Mexicans that are illegal as shit who are lawful and do the right thing and got no papers. I'll take them all day, every day. And you can have back these obese, lazy, entitled, ignorant, arrogant, white, Euro trash who've been domesticated 3-5 generations in. You can have them all back. They're not Americans anyway. When the illegal Mexican is more American than the born American, you got a problem, Jack. And that's where we're at.
A green bioacid, some kind of something. But as I was watching, President Trump was on a life raft. And he was bouncing around in this life raft. It was made out of a yellow kind of material that looked like caution, like you would see a caution, a yield, or a caution sign or something. I could see it had black stripe around it, and he was sitting in the middle of the raft with two of those pedals. That his cheeks had red coloring, like a blush, like you're blushing, like you got humiliated, or a blushing on his cheeks. His suit was always pressed just like it always is. He looked very nice. He had his thing, but he looked cartoonish. And as I was
let me take up for Tanawa, because I'm usually on his ass, and rightly so, for the policy and code versus the law. It is a bit ironic and hypocritical, and I get it. That's why you are all better off standing under God anyway, because when your sin comes out that you lied about, it'll be a lot easier to cope with and present to the audience. You might want to take a cue out of that playbook, non-playbook. The best game is no game, right? Keep it all the way real and understand where we're at. Don't masquerade as some kind of high society, sophisticated, civilized being, because then when you do the fucked up shit we all do sometime, people are going to be real shocked. See, I could do fucked up shit from time to time. People are going to say, oh, yeah, that's Paulie boy, you know, gorilla in a trailer, right? This is where you own the demean, devalue position so that it doesn't wind up owning you one day. Because guess what? We all fall short. So I'm going to take up for Tanawa. If he wants to smoke ice and fuck trannies, all the power to him, man. That's not my problem. That's not my issue. How good is this ice? How cute are these trannies? No, okay, let's get away from that. So the problem is legal versus lawful, right? Rights versus duties and obligations. We already had that conversation, me and him, where I said, Tanawa, bro, I don't like being this guy, but I love being this guy because it's my position at this point. I got to play the bad guy with the truth because you guys are playing the good guy with a lie. See how that works? Yous all did this. Mafia style. You're a friend of ours. I got to do the hit on you, bro. You broke the code. So don't sit here and talk rights and freedom Americana when you're in a corporate capacity. And when I talk rights, you say we don't talk rights because I got duties and obligations. Well, then why the fuck am I talking to you? If you ain't a man under God with God-given rights and you're in a corporate capacity, a legal person with duties and obligations, you can't even exercise your rights or recognize them. How you going to stand them on them for you and everybody else? Get out of my face with this nonsense. I can see and talk. That's the difference. I'm not like the rest of these people just sit around and listen to a clown for hours and hours without ever calling this shit out and getting them put aside so we can get to some real shit. So again, let's not play the expose gossip column games. Everybody's out here doing kinky shit from time to time, whatever the case may be. Whatever. That's part of being a gorilla in or out of a trailer. You should probably own the position for yourself and everybody else, but that's not the main issue. The main issue is standing on rights and freedom under God and holding ourselves accountable to some objective standard of morals. And then we could discuss ethics, right? Because he didn't cause no harm in any of that. If he didn't cause any loss, injury, and harm, he's not a wrongdoer, and I'm not going to persecute or prosecute him in any fashion, right? Because again, I'm going to uphold the rights. You got a right to smoke ice and dust and do whatever the fuck you want to do. You got a right to fuck whoever you want to fuck. You don't got a right to sell out your rights and everyone else's. And the idea of the creative force and vision on this land to be a part of corporations and corporate activity. That's what got us here. That's the problem that needs to be fucking addressed first and foremost. So, right. I'll leave it there.
Watching him in the paddling in this boat, he had rockets were shooting out at Cuba. I saw rockets coming out of this, and I saw Cuba in the horizon. Cuba looked very toxic. I saw the economy.
All right. Well, that's a whole different situation, right? Now we're talking. Shit, you don't think Chile, Maria de Castro and all them over there up to something? They lie right to your face with a smile on their face. Come on, man. That's what's so ironic about this. I'm out here talking about all the kinky, whatever fucked up shit that I do or am involved in to some extent, you know, coping it, mocking it, making fun of it, trying to deal with it. They're all lying about it and hiding it and taking money to engage in it. And again, you wonder why your political class is the way it is, because all your heroes and idols are reflecting them on every level. It's fucking so hilarious, right? It's just acting and playing and pretending on every level, right? Even down to playing dress up every day with the suits and the ties and all the garbage. So, I mean, what a surprise, bro. Everybody's out here lying, cheating, stealing, and grifting. And when you ask them where their work is and their fruits, they produce nothing. Like, you know, it's not exactly a shock and a surprise to me. These are glorified car salesmen with no car. That's where we're at. Like Brandon here. He's a car salesman with no car. At least the car salesman has a 91 Oldsmobile for a really good deal. Might have some damage here and there. Whatever. We'll talk about it. Warranty. A little bit. Kinda. Sorta. Maybe. Not really. But it sounds good. Yeah. All of your non-tank creators don't do shit when the time comes to stand on anything, and they're all glorified car salesmen with no fucking 91 Oldsmobile. And you wonder why everything's going the way it's going, and they're all wringing their hands going, what do we do? How do we stop this? Why is this happening? I go, survey the scene, folks.
And just like I've always told you, booming. But it was toxic. And so people say, well, Brandon, you said you've seen visions of everything getting better. Everything's going to be okay for a season. This is contradicting what you saw. No, I said it lasts for a window. I saw a stimulus. I saw a wave that would be short-lived that brought gold all over the ground. And as the gold was thin, the Lord said, put it all in your pockets because it won't last long. Figure out what you're supposed to do with it. Listening to me. The gold was thin. The wave was shallow. Do you remember I told you all this? And through the wave, I could see it. It was transparent looking. It was very it was not, like the deeper the wave in the ocean, in the Pacific Ocean, where
That's why in the scripture and in the practice of enlightenment, it talks about willfully practicing poverty. It's not some kind of goody two-shoes braggadocious position of like, look at me, I think I'm above it all. It's because we know ourselves and know that if you don't take time out, at least if not regularly practice this idea of whatever's meant for me, I want that and nothing more. If you keep chasing, it's never enough, and it eats you alive from the inside out, right? The Tao talks about this 1,000 years before Jesus. The man who refuses to be nourished in the way, who seeks worldly pleasures and money, we should pull that up because I'm butchering the shit out of it. That's what I really should be doing here, is just going over every passage of the Tao 1,000 years before Jesus, showing the way to the way, and then applying it to all of our beingness. Something along the lines of his heart will never unclench. That's part of that heartache, right? It's so funny too, because in the dualistic jurisdiction that is cosmic, you can always see the two reflections. These guys chase cash, lie, cheat, steal, play games, sell shit, all this shit to try to avoid living like me. In a trailer, debt-free, within my means, and able to buy myself more time rather than things, right? To do what I love or what I'm good at. I live every way that I do to avoid becoming like them. Suits, nice, pretty things, status in the world and a corporation, and completely soulless, untrustworthy, dishonorable, and bad faith. See, I'm not broke, but even if I was, I'd rather be broke and be honorable and respectable than have cash and status and be a lying lowlife. Because we could always get to something, right? Some way, somehow, even if we had to work for it. Imagine that. It's a different story when you've allowed yourself to become completely corrupted from the inside out. And of course, we know drugs and a bunch of other shit comes with that. Hardcore. Life is already testing and challenging enough to show up every day for yourself and others and try to do the right thing. You show up every day for the wrong reasons, lie to yourself and everybody else, and have to keep that afloat, right? Oh yeah, it's real fucking taxing on the beingness. That's what I'm saying. Just let it all go. We're at a point now. This is the perfect point in history. Let it all go. I'm not telling you to be some commie hippie. Saying really go for the gold in all areas. Really do what you love to do, that you like to do, even if you got to take a pay cut, because you need to practice poverty anyway. You see what chasing money and numbers gets a motherfucker who's not chasing truth, right? Great, they get money and numbers, they deceive themselves and everybody else, and they wind up alone, miserable, with money and numbers, lying to themselves and an audience, and ain't got no real motion with creation and in life. What good is that? So yeah, I mean, most things are the middle way, right? We don't reject out hand like the hippie commie, like they say. Like, we got these tokens for value right now. We all use them to live. But it's not the most powerful, valuable thing here. The cash show and others prove that. They got the cash and the attention and on the platform and the followers and all the rest. When it's time to stand on power and value at court, nowhere to be seen. We can't find the power and value. See? So it's all fake. He knows it just like I do. It doesn't matter if he doesn't cop to it in public. We all got to live out the consequences of our choices. And I've seen it too, because if you just do the right thing and you put on for yourself and everybody else in truth, you will have the blessings of everything you need and then some. You won't live opulently, but you'll never go without. The thing's got you. The problem is when you want more than what you deserve, because deserve means of serve. You want more than what you are blessed to get based on what you serve, and that's how you give up service to chase what you believe you deserve. See how ironic it is? Everybody loses the original principle and purpose. Again, this is what happens in a world where everybody's pushed out of a public fool system into a world and forced to make some coin of that realm without being forced to make something of themselves, in a sense. Why? Because every time you go out on a date, the first thing that a goofy worldly broad is going to ask you is what you do for a living. Why? Because she wants to figure out how much cash you get. What she never winds up asking is who you actually are and what the fuck you're about. Oops. A whole generation of tricks and hoes on every level. Just like LARPing Rose yesterday, the supposed anarchist said, get the license, registration, insurance, all of it. Pay the tax, all of it. Just take the plates off, put them in the back seat. They'll just give you a $25 fine, bro. Just hoe good, man. Hoe better. They'll say, what do you mean, Paulie boy? I'm not Captain Save a Hoe. I'm Captain Slave a Hoe. One of the rules in pimping is when you meet a hoe, you fucking pimp on them, because that's what a hoe wants. That's how they live. Don't try to save the hoe. It's going to fuck you up. Stop playing games with yourself and your audience. LARPing Rose as an anarchist. You're none of that. You are the status you complain about because you have all the shit and you comply with all of it. And then you tell your audience activism is pretending you don't have all the shit. No, that's how you get your ass whooped. Because I don't respect that shit and neither does your pimp. The pimp does respect when you finally put down the hoe uniform and walk the fuck out the door and go do your own shit. Whether he likes it or not and it affects his money and bottom line, he still respects a bitch who goes her own way to do the right thing. And don't tell me any different. I know all about it. Because this is inherent hierarchical power and value systems. It's baked into creation. Doesn't even have anything to do with our feelings. You could feel one way and still respect a motherfucker because you know they're right and doing the right thing. I need Jeebus in love again.
Ride the waves. It's very dark blue. But whenever you're on the shore of the Caribbean, and the Caribbean or whatever, or maybe in Florida, the shallower the water, the more you can see through the wave. So this wave that I saw in times past had crypto and investments and things like that, and it was at a breaking point. And the Lord said, ride the wave, for it won't last long. And I saw the gold on after it crashed, it left it on the seashore. And I saw people scooping it up and putting it in their pockets and putting it in buckets, whatever they could do to get a hold of this. But it was not enough to last a long time. It was just surface, right? So what do we see last night? All the visions go with each other.
I forgot. I got the passage right here. The Tao. Then I'll get back to Jeebus. And by the way, it's all the same way to the way. That's why Jesus talked about the way. Lao Tzu talked about the way, because the way is the way. It's not his way, your way, my way, or all the rest of it. Let's get our head out of our ass. Fill your bowl to the brim, it will spill. Keep sharpening your knife, it will blunt. Chase after money and security, your heart will never unclench. Care about people's approval and you'll be their prisoner. Do your work and step back, the only path to serenity. See how it works? Castro, David Nino, all the rest of them who are crazed, desperate, money hungry, greedy. It's never enough. They can't satiate it. They just won't do the work. Just do the work and live and be free and brave like you all say you are as patriots and Americans. And then step back, surrender in faith. All the rest of this shit is your undoing while you claim that it's you helping or doing better for yourself and others.
They don't deviate from each other. They're just a different lens, a different angle, a different picture. But all of them don't go against each other. They all flow together. Which is amazing what the Holy Spirit does this. Because every single thing is always a warning of what I told you when I saw his ear. I saw a great 19, if you go back to what I said at the end of that, I saw a 1929 style crash coming. But as he humbled himself and started praying in the Oval Office, I saw a darkness upon the land. And as Trump gave his heart over, he was weeping before the Lord. He comes to a breaking point in the Oval Office. I saw certain ministers praying in the Oval Office. They were all pacing the floor, praying in tongues. President Trump had an encounter. There was something that happened. I saw a plague coming. Remember, I've told you, worse than the Black Plague of death. Worse. This is a.
We finally figured out what Aaron's kryptonite is, huh, Aaron? Mr. Life is good. I feel good. Good things are always happening to me. I knew I'd get you, you son of a bitch. Aaron says, I really don't like this guy. Well, this is the time to employ your favorite motto and phrase. I want to remind you of that phrase. Now you know what my life is like all day, every day, Aaron. You're getting a peek into our world here. You're finally having the experience. Aaron's been here 5 years. I knew I'd get yous all with one of these people. And I finally got you. Welcome to my world. All day, every day. I don't like these people. You're not supposed to. Oh, he sees the same thing that I've been saying for the last 10 years that doesn't get pushed. But in his version, it's all there. But Donnie saves us somehow, some way with Jeebus. Right. I would love to interact with this guy and let him judge me and project onto me and then undo himself and get himself in judgment with God. Oh, it'd be so great. I love it. I used to literally do that in real life. I would show up certain places and present a certain way and even dressed and like I am the bum hobo who has the angel who's touched him somehow. And then I just get you in judgment because you don't even know who you're entertaining. Like in the scripture, you go, oh, this gorilla in the trailer, I could say and do whatever I want to him and around him. That's my position in this ranking of whatever this game is. I'm like the secret shopper. I go in and I'm working with the boss and I get all the employees on record how they're running game out the back, selling drugs, stealing from the tail. And I'm like, yeah, that's cool. Great. Yeah. Oh, by the way, yeah, I work with, and then they're like, fuck. But I'd love to contact this guy and tell him what I do and let him call me a anti-Romans 13, sovereign citizen, anti-American, threat to democracy and all the rest. Oh, I would fucking lap it up. I get off on that. That's my kink, right? I have my own kink. Like Tanawa's smoking meth and fucking trannies. I get Porky, the supposed loving, godly Christian, to try to abuse me and project onto me and judge me and undo himself karmically. Well, he claims to be godly and collect thousands of bucks. That's my pastime.
Genetically modify. This is a genetic AI disease that's created in a laboratory that they take part of COVID. They take part of things that they find the genetic makeup of these old diseases and they splice them together and they make it where it's even more effective against people on diabetic medicine, heart medicine, all kinds of different things. Who did it? It was China. And I'm telling you, I saw them in a lab and they were creating this super thing. that would not have a vaccination for it. And
guys, it's not the central banking cartel. It's not what they call the Illuminati. It's not the statists and the fascists. It's not New World Order. It's fucking China, guys. It's the people Donnie have been blaming this whole time. Donnie was right, guys. God even says God chose Donnie, and God revealed to this guy that China's doing it all, guys. You know, China, the country we gave everything over to, and everything that's around us right now is made by. Yeah, they're actually the bad people. The people who sell us the electronics half the price that we watch our porn on while we smoke meth. Tranny porn while we smoke meth. Hallelujah. It's them. Those damn gooks. This is why we need another Vietnam and potentially a couple more atom bombs. I'm going to go ahead and say it. I know everybody's thinking it. I'm going to go ahead and say it because I'm a leader in these fields. That's obvious.
I said they will release it, and they said that last time they experimented, I saw bats. The Lord said, this is rats. And I saw them injecting rats, and they released them in Europe. Does anybody, and the rats had red eyes. And they released them.
Right, you're now seeing this. He's watching his own broadcast now on his own broadcast instead of doing his own broadcast. I did that a few times, and you guys called me egotistical and narcissistic. Well, fuck you. It's only because I don't say I'm touched by the blood of Jesus and his uncle or whatever else. Jesus' uncle touched me and blood. There was blood. Whatever the fucking rap is. It's always a problem when I do it. It's cool when they do it, right? Every time.
And as it was spreading through Europe, it started the face of who was in that country. It was kind of faded out, and as they started to spread the virus,
he's
all
even
throughout,
agreeing with himself.
It looked like
he's like shaking his head, like, yep, that guy's right. Oh, that's me.
Faded away like it was on Back to the Future. Whenever Marty was trying to save his brothers and sisters, and they faded away. Yeah, and he was singing "Johnny Be Good" up on the stage, playing his guitar.
Look at how inspired and taken he is. I gotta admit, that's how I watch my broadcast back too. I think both of us are fucked, honestly, is what I'm coming to learn. Me and this guy, we're both a little bit too heavy, I gotta say. We need to take some weight off. And they might be right. We both actually might have some kind of like narcissistic thing going on. Because I watched my broadcast back yesterday and I had that same look on my face. I was really taken with me. I really had a lot of good things to say about me, and I was really like engaged with me. And then some other people talked, and I was like, can we get back to me? Whoever that is. Yeah, it's the thing.
But it was fading away. There has to be something spiritual to that. Why I keep bringing that. So as I was looking at the visions in the past, because it comes up, and what the Lord was showing me with this one, President Trump was praying, and I saw a major darkness, but it lifted above the trees barely because of the prayers. 1920. So all the visions that I have seen, and the Lord said, I'm giving you more time. And I saw remember this vision? I saw 4 major trees. Does anybody remember the 4 major trees? I saw 4 major oak trees. They were all perfect, beautiful, huge oak trees. And a lady was telling the weather. She was in a red, white, and blue outfit. And she was forecasting the weather. And all of a sudden, out of nowhere, it became very cold and all the leaves fell off the trees. Does anybody remember that? These are the visions that I've had in the past. And
okay, now let's go to the reality here, right? So we're gonna go, because we've touched on this before, and this is, a window into where this all comes out of. Head of World Freemasonry, 3 World Wars, Albert Pike. They never talk about any of this. It's very interesting. While they support Donnie and the Masons and the Luciferians and the Jesuits and all the rest, I don't mind them. Hey, I have a weird relationship with this whole thing, because I go, guys, we come here every day. I complain about slavery and genocide, and I try to live free and brave, but I don't want to do away with slavery and genocide because it's just so darn interesting and entertaining. Like, what else would I do with my free time, quite frankly? Right. So we go to the Albert Pike letter because it shows that these are people who admit, when we show the videos, we have videos of these folks coming out of the lodges and saying, no, you have it wrong. Lucifer is actually the good one. He's pure and virtuous and wholesome. And part of creating his kingdom is we're going to have to go through some, like, it's back to the savior thing, right? That both sides have a savior coming. saviors outside of them and what they do, and they both have to like comply with or be involved with fucked up shit to bring that in, right? It's the most bizarre thing ever. So this force has them all thinking they're doing wrong shit for the right reasons and saying some kind of dogmatic indoctrination while they all play into the same plan on both sides, thinking they're their own thing. It's very bizarre when you actually study this and what's going on and break it down. So yeah, we have here Pike's letter to Mazzini. It is a commonly believed fallacy that for a short time the Pike letter to Mazzini was on display at the British Museum. This site, I shouldn't go to this site because this site is one of the sites that potentially they like to try to downplay it. Well, it's believed to be a hoax, but they did publish it in a 1920 newspaper, and the world wars that happened and everything that happened after that is in correlation with it anyway. So, you know, First World War must be brought on in order to permit the Illuminati to overthrow the power of the czars in Russia and of making that country a fortress of atheistic communism. The divergences caused by the agent tour of the Illuminati between the British and Germanic empires will be used to foment this war. At the end of the war, communism will be built and used in order to destroy the other governments in order to weaken the religions. Second World War. And by the way, it talks about how, the students of history will recognize the political alliances of England on one side and Germany on the other, forged between 1871 and 1898 between Otto von Bismarck, co-conspirator of Albert Pike, were instrumental in bringing about the First War. So it gives a support of the things that are being said, correlating with the events that we actually see take place with the people that leads to the eventuality they're explaining that they're creating. And they all say, by the way, because I agree, this could never have been a bunch of people who get together to do this randomly that are all individuals. This has to be cosmically organized, like the scripture talks about, principalities in high places. These people are avatared and brought together for a system that's like living through them and being built from them by living through them, right? It's getting them to build it and create it and summon it. The Second World War must be fomented by taking advantage of the differences between the fascists and the political Zionists. This war must be brought about so that Nazism is destroyed and the political Zionism be strong enough to institute a sovereign state of Israel and Palestine. We know they did all that in 1947 after they created the CIA. It might have been 47 was the CIA, 48 was Israel, whatever. 1 year later. During the Second World War, international communism must be strong enough in order to balance Christendom, which would be then restrained and held in check until the time when we would need it for the final social cataclysm. After the Second World War, communism was made strong enough to begin taking over weaker governments. In 1945, at the Potsdam Conference between Truman, Churchill, and Stalin, a large portion of Europe was simply handed over to Russia. On the other side of the world, the aftermath of the war with Japan helped to sweep the tide of communism into China. Readers argue the terms Nazism and Zionism were not known in 1871. Should remember that the Illuminati invented both of these movements. This is what's so funny. The tards are so stupid and low level. They say, how could they put that out? Them terms weren't known back then. These are culture creators, media manipulators. They know how to take words and terms and reorganize them, put them together, or change the meanings and get you to adopt it and live it and conjure it and manifest it for yourself. That's the point of spelling. Beyond actual healthy functional communication. Right. So communism as an ideology and as a coined phrase originates in France during the revolution in 1785. And again, this is silly. This is why I say the background of all isms is Luciferianism. And this guy is the head Mason, and we'll play you the videos of the Masons saying Lucifer is their God. And they show that in a lot of their symbology. So all these isms that they say came out of somewhere at some time are all just, technical descriptions of a state of beingness that is one state of beingness showing many different traits all throughout history. you know, it's like if it's akin to saying Newton's law is Newton's law. No, Newton might have been one of the first people on a certain land to talk about an idea he experienced. It isn't Newton's law, right? It's God's law or law of creation that Newton claims to discover or has experienced. So, it goes on here, and then there's some kind of breakup in the text. Third World War must be fomented by taking advantage of the differences caused by the agent tour of the Illuminati between the political Zionists and the leaders of the Islamic world. That's happening right now. Again, this is confirmed. This is dated 1871, confirmed in a newspaper 1921. How could they know and describe all of these world wars and be a part of everything in between with descriptions that match that descriptor? That leads to wherever it's leading, right? It's not for all the coincidence theorists out there, right? So the war must be conducted in such a way that Islam and political Zionism mutually destroy each other. Meanwhile, the other nations, once more divided on this issue, that's happening as well, predictably. The left and the right, divided against themselves and each other. When you need a hero, they'll give you one. When you need an enemy, they'll give you one. That's their credo. That's the motto. Meanwhile, the other nations, once more divided on this issue, will be constrained to fight to the point of complete physical, moral, spiritual, and economic exhaustion. We shall unleash the nihilists and the atheists. We shall provoke a formidable social cataclysm, which in all its horror will show clearly to the nations the effect of absolute atheism, origin of savagery, and the most bloody turmoil. This is why I tell you folks, not so fast with the flock cameras and the rest of it. You think you're doing revolution, you are a complete circle, and you're playing into their hands. They want to set you up to be the unruly mob that can no longer be governed by your obviously corrupt politicians, so they can bring in AI, central governance, and a social credit system. You guys, you're not, that's the thing, see? You see the game? Let's continue here. They always play right into the hands of this thing, and they don't even see what it's doing. I think they're winning. Then everywhere the citizens obliged to defend themselves against the world minority of revolutionaries will exterminate those destroyers of civilization. The multitude disillusioned with Christianity, whose deistic spirits will from the moment be without compass and direction, anxious for an ideal but without knowing where to render its adoration, will receive the true light through the universal manifestation of the pure doctrine of Lucifer, brought finally out in the public view. It's already here, folks. It's just going to be confirmed. You're all already embodying it, reflecting it, and living it. You just don't know it and won't cop to it if I show it to you. We've proved that here. And now they're just going to put the bow on it and introduce you to yourself, right? That's the apocalypse, the revealing of the truth that's always been here, that your greatest devil in this life is you and everyone around you. The manifestation will result from the general reactionary movement, which will follow the destruction of Christianity and atheism, both conquered and exterminated at the same time. Right. It ends there, at least this article does. So this is what's going to be, this is what is and will be so deceptive to the people in quote unquote charge, because I can see it and feel it, the fact that to them, the Luciferian revelation is the truest thing they've ever known. And I have to agree with them. It's not the whole truth. It's not the co-creative cosmic all in all truth. It's the truest thing they've ever seen and known. And it's a damn good parlor trick. So, yeah, it has all of them convinced that they're going to remake God's creation in its own image and be better off for it. And they're going to do their damnedest to try it. And they're going to get you to pay for it and build it and destroy yourselves while they do it. And then at some point it will be halted. And we will be essentially thrown back in time, some might say, to reorganize ourselves in whatever you call an economy or a civilization, is what some might say, right? I'm not giving any predictions here. I think at some point here, it's very well possible. Some might say that these people are building something, they don't even know what it is, and they're letting something out of a bag. They have no idea what it is. And the more that it comes out, the more they're going to wish it would go back, and it's not going back till it gets what it comes here for. And then when it's had enough, then you get to start over again. I contend that whatever that is very well possible, that we summon that time after time through incarnating here and forgetting what we learned in our experience, and then letting the whoever, whatever, convince us to go down these roads, and that's all that exists. Brandon has the real revelation, though, and he says Donnie's going to white hat us all out of it, I think, in Jebus, the blood of Jebus. So, I contend we're coming for testing and challenging tough times either way, and that no matter what, we still have to do the right thing and apply ourselves and uphold the universal law and be in alignment with co-creation. Because you're going to watch these people completely lose their minds, especially when they lose their privileges and their pretty and nice things, and they no longer have the false illusion of the security they never had, that they now realize was never really there, and that all the people they think were good and great turn against them and bring a whole system down on them. So the fact that you didn't already see what's on the horizon is beyond fascinating to me.
All of a sudden, I saw a 1929 style crash all across the trees, and people looked dingy and dirty. The first two trees were not too bad, but the last ones were really bad. Does anybody? And I saw that. Then I saw a plug getting plugged into a 220, and an old 1950s microphone came up out of the plug and amplified the trees, and they all started to glow as the plug plugged the trees in. And an amplified gospel came from the microphone. Remember, Oral Roberts used to preach from one of them. And I saw the trees begin to glow. That was another vision. That was a whole prayer time one night. So we're going back to the yesterday. Okay. So I'm trying to tell you, the visions don't deviate from themselves. They're all the same warning. They're all a different way you can look at it. Right. So as I saw President Trump in this, I saw boats. I saw the boats coming from China. I saw trade wars. I saw the boats beginning to rust. I saw the boats beginning to disintegrate in the acid. There was something wrong. I saw crypto moving around inside of the acid. I could see dollar signs all moving around in this acid. Trump had cards in his hand. He was playing poker. But what I am ignorant about is what is a good hand, because I thought it wasn't a good hand that he had. He was playing poker, but they were all of the same suit, all hearts. So he had a flush, which I found out through my wife after the video was over, that is a good hand. I don't play poker, so I don't know what's good and what's bad. I don't know nothing about cards. So I'm looking at it and I'm thinking, that's not good to have all hearts. They're all red cards. What's that mean? I don't know. It's symbolic for something. He had red cards, all red suits in his hand, and they were all hearts, and he was looking at them. Putin, remember that one? Had all diamonds, black cards, and he was looking at it. And he said, I just have to wait you out, and then I'll take you. Your term will be over, and I just have to wait for you to leave, and I'm going to take all of Ukraine. Remember that? And he was looking, he was playing poker. They were not diamonds, but they were, the other black symbol. They were black spades.
So let me help you out there, Brandon. What some might say. Arguably, either your God that you worship, or I guess we all are connected to, however that works, how it reveals. Maybe it's your Kabbalist. You got the Negredo, first stage symbolizing by black. It represents chaos. Prima materia, the raw, unrefined substance through calcination and decomposition. It's also the black sun, by the way, in case you ever seen that symbolism. Psychology, spiritual meaning, dark night of the soul. We touched on that earlier. Confronting the shadow, ego dissolution, spiritual crisis, loss, grief, breakdown, necessary for rebirth. Okay, this is all alchemy, by the way. Spiritual and physical. There's no separation. Albedo is the second stage, symbolized by the white. This is the purification phase, literally ablution, washing away impurities. Distillation, sublimation, separation of pure from impure. That means the real from the fake, by the way, or the truest essence versus the corruption or the excess. Psychological, spiritual meaning. Clarity emerges. The ego is cleansed of illusions. The anima animus, inner feminine masculine, appears. Insight and integration begins. By the way, that's all we do here 24/7, 365 is, that's one way to put it, the resolution of the complementary, seemingly paradoxical dualities that present as opposites, right? So, by the way, we're back to the rubric and the mapping again. We're back to holographic and reflective again. Insight and integration begins, right? The two things that most of you are lacking completely. You're not integrated with the cosmic, and you don't have the insight, and therefore you don't have the foresight. Okay, that's why your translations suck. They're anti-translations. Rubedo is the final stage, right? So we have the black and then the white and the red, as you talked about. Rubedo is the final stage, symbolized by red. It represents union and completion, the coagulation of opposites into a unified whole. By the way, this is evidence, the symbolism of the phoenix or the red sun. I speak about that regularly here as a symbology, as a replication, as above, so below, as within, so without. The burning red sun, the soul I-tude. S-O-L as in sun in Latin, I as in the beingness, tude as in your beingness, the way you conduct yourself, carry yourself. It's the being who reflects the sun. Truth, light, way, life, light, truth, all synonymous. Psychological, spiritual meaning, integration of opposites, illumination, enlightenment, and the perfected self, right? Self-mastery, another way to say that. Through understanding, not through domination and false modalities of control and ignorance and arrogance. Mastery through understanding and acceptance and integration and unification. See? Life application, wisdom, maturity, wholeness, and the union with the divine. There it is. There it is. They talk about it, they just don't reflect it. They can't explain it, and therefore I don't believe they live it. Let's get back.
Or clubs. There was a black cards. So in it, they were like the diamonds are red, but it's not a red. It was not red. It was a black club. He was holding that in his hand. So hearts, clubs. What does this represent in the spirit? What does that have to do with Putin's hand versus Trump's hand?
What it has to do with is that they're two sides playing off against the middle to create a dynamic of positive and negative. Just like when you go on your car battery, you got the red and black right there. And we're in the grounding stage of this alchemy spiritually and physically. So they're both doing the same thing and it looks different, but it's for the same cause. It's to purify you by burning off the false and revealing the true, and then solidifying you in your final form. Okay? What we talk about and do here all day, every day, what we attempted to facilitate and do fellowship with the being who just came here before drinking alcohol. It's all the same micro, macro, holographic, reflected process. Just like dark turns into day, the darkness in our world turns light. This is spiritual, physical alchemy, right? Among other things. How to transform, transmute, transcend, like the guy tells me about every day, transcend the ego, according to him. We still can't get him up here to face himself, me, and the truth, Mr. Transcended Ego, to tell me all about what that means, how that works.
Putin's hand was dark, Trump's hand was red. So I don't know. I think it's interesting, but it was not diamonds. I wanted to correct that. Go ahead. I saw the 13th Amendment, and I saw the First Amendment, and with the lady that passed away. And there was a big spider last night. I saw a massive black widow again. But this time it had doubled, then tripled in size from what was wrapping the First Amendment. So I saw a black widow again last night, which is a bad spider. Some people said, well, that's representation of witchcraft. I don't know. All I know is this spider was wrapping things again last night. So, okay. So what was on Trump? He was whole.
So again, if you understand words and terms and archetypal power and value systems, you'll understand it's right there. Black widow. It's a toxic feminine spiritual component that lacks a husband and a sacred masculine partner to complete the circuit. So what does the nanny state do? The black widow of sorts? She wraps her web around the free speech because it's so unsafe, like so many other things, and we got to keep it safe. And there goes the empowerment from all the sacred masculine aspects of our beingness and what we manifest. Right? And again, it's so ironic because Brandon is pushed in the algorithms. I'm an example of the black widow nanny state, openly censoring and shadow banning and striking channels because Paulie's a threat to democracy. No, I'm a threat to the fact that your whole society is lying, grifting, cheating, stealing, charlatans, and I have an eye and I can walk and talk and feel and see. That's the biggest threat to a whole culture and society of lying, cowardly, frauding, grifting charlatans. Of course it is.
Holding a newspaper as he was floating in the acid, and it had 0/0, and it said income tax plan, and he was studying it, but the fine print was too small. You couldn't read it all.
Yeah.
The print on the newspaper was very, very, very fine. Smaller than the print on this Brother Hagin book. You can see that? It was that small.
Yeah, and the Black Widow is obviously the Black Widow because somebody killed off its husband. Somebody killed off the Christed sacred masculine component in this society. So it is black and widowed, mired and wrapped in its own web of lies and deceit.
Small. He was looking at a newspaper and he was looking at income tax. There was something about income tax, 0/0. And then I saw.
Yeah, Brandon, that's us on the ground with other folks like Jennifer, who just reached out to me, who says she's tax-free on her land and house, while you all told me sovereign citizens never win and don't know what they're talking about. And we're going to, and guess what? I already claimed tax exemption on income tax over 10 years ago. Never heard anything about it. See how all your signs and symbols, you don't even know what they mean. Even for you folks who are Christians or whatever, even your connection to God doesn't even matter because you don't even know what's being communicated, can't understand it, and can't explain it. Your best efforts just muddy the waters. Brandon doesn't know what he's seeing because he's never lived and walked truth, life, and way. He's going to interpret it, though, and misinterpret everything while we're over here living it and getting results with others. This is how it always works. Of course you saw income tax 0-0. Because we've all decided with our God's will that we're not going to pay to use our own property anymore and beg our servants to do it. Daddy's home.
He was fumbling around with his paper looking at it. As I saw the man that's taking over the Fed got really big eyes, realizing that the economy was in trouble. And I heard him say, we should already be calling a recession. They should already be saying it's a recession. That's what he said. Now, I'm not a financial advisor and I don't know nothing about a recession. So don't be going, Brandon, he's saying a recession. I'm telling you what I saw in the vision. It could be off. We're all human. We can all miss it. So we give grace to people, and I'm going to ask you to give me grace. I don't know. I'm just telling you what I saw. And if it's flesh and you say, Brennan, I feel like that's pizza, then we put it on a shelf and we keep praying. Okay. But I heard them talking. I could see them in with a long table and they were talking, and I saw 0.25. Then I heard them saying, we must stimulate the economy, or we are going to have a landslide blue victory come November. And I can hear them trying to strategize on how to stimulate the economy with this new guy that's coming. When Jerome Powell, how do we stimulate the economy so we have more of a red buffer instead of a blue wave? How do we stop a blue wave from taking place in this nation? And I saw an idea being thrown around of $2,500 per person, or it was maybe $2,500 per household. It's all.
So now Brandon is supporting Mammon and Molech while claiming to be a prophet from God, talking about prophet with an F, that we need to stop a blue wave. And the way we're going to do that is the corporation's going to pay you off some of your blood money. You gave it back to buy off your soul forever. $2,500, limited time offer to buy off your soul. More buy off soul payments like the COVID stimulus, right? Yep. Of course, because it's going to get just like I'm here getting everybody in judgment for whatever I work for. I might be working for the devil and not even know it, to get all of us in judgment for the God of creation. Up they're going to do it too. This thing's going to do it too. It's working overtime. Whatever this is on both sides is working overtime.
Coming quick. But I saw anybody who made over 150,000 didn't receive it. It was for people who had lower income. Remember this. And I saw a stimulation. Pause. These are ideas that I saw being thrown around. Okay. They were talking, how do we stimulate the economy? Our economy is in trouble. Just like I just told you back just a couple of minutes ago. Look at all the things they're talking about the economy. 33% of
Brandon's too retarded to figure out that you don't stimulate the economy when you can't find the clitoris. Sorry. Oh wait, no. We're after dark. Okay, we're good. There's no stimulating the economy. You back the coupons for value by gold and silver, and you create a fundamentally sound free trade economy with incentives, an incentivized way of living. You don't buy everyone off when the morale is at an all-time low because everyone sold everything out and it's not enough. It's never enough, right? He's going to stimulate the economy. Why don't you drop a few more $10 million bombs on a village? Stimulate that economy.
Of America doesn't think we're doing good with the economy. They're all upset at Trump. And I said, they were trying to figure out how to create a wave. Okay. And I said, I was listening to this meeting and they were talking back and forth. What do we do? How do we make our economy better? How do we make things look better? And Trump had the cards in his hand. He was floating on the acid. Okay. Because it was a toxic situation. Okay. The toxic green sludge was in a vial, a syringe, a horse syringe. And they were trying to figure out how to make this happen. Go ahead. Coming, being discussed. It was being discussed, not saying it will happen. I saw it being discussed. How do we stimulate the economy? As I saw the housing market, and the houses were melting in the green sludge. Big tall scars.
Can you not sit in my chat and scroll 5 messages about what you're eating over and over again? It's kind of odd, don't you think? Like, just eat your crackers and whatever and just keep eating them. Why are you stopping to type 5 separate times that you're eating crackers and then deciding what you're... Who decides in a chat box what they're going to put on their crackers in 5 different messages? God, I would hate to be you. You sound like a terrible person. Sounds terrible being you. I don't know what's worse, being you or being this guy. Or being me. Having to witness you and this guy, quite frankly. Fuck. Every time they get me. I thought I was making a point there. Damn it.
Skyscrapers were melting in the sludge. And as they melted, they left a black... So remember, this is April the 25th. So you have the Wall Fox and the Wall, those economy papers coming out today saying it's the worst housing market since the 1929 style crash. And acid, they were
no shit,
it.
Brandon.
And I said the houses are being eaten, and the buildings are being eaten by the green acid. This is bad. What I saw about the housing, and this is April. So today, this is what's in the news. And I said, this is what I see happening. Go ahead. Real slick all over.
No, that's the point. I know what you're doing. I called it out, and now you double down on it. I knew you were bringing it up because you wanted me to comment on it. And now you're going all the way, and you're like, you're trying to hold me hostage. If I just tell you my favorite cracker, then you'll stop, and you'll go to bed. No, well, we're not playing this game. First of all, I don't have a favorite cracker right now because all the ones I used to eat are poison, so I don't eat anymore. I don't eat them anymore. If I do eat them, they're whatever those, there's Aunt Annie or something, some kind of ant. Shows how thankful and grateful I am. I don't even remember my snack aunt's name. Auntie Annie or something, which is like the only line of snacks I'll buy at this point. And then I got to catch shit from people around here tweaking and smoking cigarettes. Tell me, oh, it's going to be real difficult for you, if anything, trying to give me shit because I like the one thing I'm willing to like spend extra on at this point is something that's not poison. God bless me, right? I know I'm real uppity. I'm like, it's like, like the old Three Stooges. Oh, an aristocrat. Because I decided to spend an extra $2 to buy crackers that didn't have titanium dioxide and aluminum in them and whatever the fuck else. But yeah, man, I don't, I'm out of the cracker game for a while now. I'm not in the market. I'm not in the game. I wouldn't even, if you said to me, where could you get crackers right now and good crackers and what kind of crackers? I wouldn't even know where to go. I wouldn't even know where to look. It's been so long since I've been in the game. But maybe about a year ago, I think I had some crackers. I got wait, I'm now telling you. I told you I wasn't going to tell you. Get out of here. Go to bed. See what these people do? They're very manipulative. These chatters, these YouTubers. Very manipulative.
Over the top of the sludge. It was oil. Some kind of substance, as they melted into the green, was all over this green, and it was moving into the waves of it as it was moving. It became a black substance. It looked like oil, and it was moving. So I saw that. I saw plans of how to stimulate the economy. I saw... And now, this is not financial advice. Again, this is not financial advice. This is a vision that I saw, and it's all in my opinion. Okay. I saw Michael Saylor, and I saw 2 times his wealth. I saw the Clarity Act negotiated. I saw Michael Saylor double. Now, that's just part of a vision. Now, I'm not going to add to or take away from anything of that. Okay. I'm just telling you. So I'm very cautious with this because you have a lot of immature people that will just take things and run with it and not pray over it. You must have yourself rooted in prayer and not be immature about what Michael, Michael Saylor is an investment man. Okay. So that's why I thought it was interesting. What Michael Saylor does with his money to double it, I have no idea. I don't know his portfolio. All I know is he's an investment man. Okay. But I saw 2X. Then I saw, what else, baby?
You saw him riding a donkey?
Oh, then I saw
I thought he
Trump
was talking to me for a minute.
riding a donkey. And he had spurs
I was gonna say, don't you get fresh with me, Brandon.
on his feet. And he was gorging the side of that donkey. And he had a hold of its ears. And that donkey was going honky, 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 honk. And it had his mouth all open as it was bucking and
Oh, I know what this is. Okay, another breakdown. That's Black Lives Matter is what that is. The donkey that yells honky in your dream hallucination, godly Christed revelation breakdown that you never can translate. I always can translate. Really good. Yeah, that's Black Lives Matter. That's what that is. Gotta look out for that, folks. Donnie's gonna handle Black Lives Matter too. He's got something for them. You watch. And them Antifers.
acting nuts as Trump was riding that mule, whatever, donkey, and he was kicking its sides, and he was on that thing with he looked really heavy in this vision, which was interesting because that sway back donkey, he was bucking and bellowing, and Trump had a hold of its ears and was pulling all tight. Thought it was interesting. It was actually kind of funny, as I can recall it as I'm looking. What is Trump riding a donkey for? So next. Oh, and then I saw a baseball hit a glass ceiling. It was glass. And I saw and it busted and it was stuck. Half the baseball was in it, half the baseball was out. But it was split all around. Then I saw Trump looking at a soccer ball, and it was cut in half, and there was a golden goose on it. And as this golden goose started to sparkle, it shot down veins all inside of different nations. And the soccer ball began to glow with lights, and it looked like it was golden. And Trump was looking at it as a gaze, as he was very pleased with this. His face, all I could see was his face, not his body, his face. And he was looking at it with golden goose in his eyes. Golden goose was in his eyes. And he was looking at it as it was spreading this with half a soccer ball. And it was cut in half. I thought that was kind of interesting.
Well, yeah, I mean, I love this because this is the bit I do when I say I'm God of all media, but it's more real than whatever this guy's doing, because like the breakdowns, the truth, the revelations, all the rest. This guy's going, I'm tapping into God. I can't explain any of it. These are just my visions. And he's watching himself back and agreeing with everything he's saying. And I don't I don't know how I guess that's a new broadcast I can try. I've never tried that. He's pioneering here. Like my next broadcast might just be me watching this broadcast I'm doing right now and agreeing with me doing it. Like even this part, I'm going to look at me specifically during this part and go, yeah, that's true. What he's saying right there. That's right. Man's a trendsetter.
So as I was looking at this big shot, it wasn't a little shot. It was a major big shot that looked very scary because there was nothing they could do to stop it. Remember that whenever the Lord said, there's nothing you can do to stop it. So just enjoy it as they begin to pop it. Talking about the economy. There's nothing they can do to stop this. Why?
Wait, he's pimping now? See, I knew these guys watch my broadcast. He's rhyming now and kind of flowing in his own way. And he's like, they're trying to stop it before they pop it. See? Brandon's got a little, he's got a little vibe to him over there. He's got his own thing going, his own lingo.
The dollar's in the way for the digital age, the digital era. Why? Because we know what the Bible says, going back to the Word of God, and this is what I believe, is that a beast system will rise. I want to go over now what the Lord showed us this last time. And I saw trouble on the water in Europe. And what looked like mercury. There was trouble on the water in Europe that was mercury. The top surface of the water was moving. And it looked toxic. It looked something like the color of mercury. And it was moving. And the Lord said, trouble on the water. There's trouble on the water, Brandon. Something's a major about to happen in Europe. And then the Lord showed me Elon Musk, and I saw Elon Musk with all kinds of new kind of gadgets and financial stimulus of doing things with X for a new. It looked like similar to what you see whenever you have movie reels on your YouTube. And it's suggestions. It was.
By the way, I'm still completely in. You guys haven't convinced me to not sell out humanity to AI because most of you are slaves and you're cowardly and dumb, or you just won't face the truth because you're cowardly. So you say stupid shit regularly that annoys me and everyone else, or entertains us, whatever. But, yeah, I don't even know how I just started that sentence. I'm now getting to the point where I'm starting sentences and not knowing what I just said. That's usually the time to wrap up. That's a daily Alzheimer's event is what I call that. I have at least one daily Alzheimer's event, and that's okay. But this was my new branding I was going to go with for this channel today. After covering the Long Island audit channel last night, and I'm entertaining maybe potentially creating a second channel, restreaming there regularly, and seeing what happens. Bringing a whole new audience, untouched. Yeah, the Long Island a-hole. And of course I have sunglasses like every cool hip presenter and auditor. And the sign says, "You're not from here," and it shows. I kind of like that. Oh yeah, that's right. See, I always come back. I always know what I'm doing. There's always a method to my madness. I always know what I'm doing, even when I don't know what I'm doing. I know what I'm doing. So that's why I sold AI. I'm continuing to go with the idea that we're selling humanity out to AI because I put my picture in and I said to AI, my newest bestest friend ever, almost as smart as me, knows almost as much as I do. I have to correct it from time to time. I mean, it's not a god of all media. I get it. But I told it, I said, I want you to turn me into an influencer. Someone really able to be marketed, people can receive, and this is, well, I told it to call me a Long Island a-hole, but it came up with the sign on its own. The whole, "You're not from here," and it shows. That was going to be the whole branding for the channel. Because every time we do this live cast, people come in here who are not from here and it shows. See, AI's bonding with me. I'm bonding with it. Okay. We love each other. We understand each other. AI is able to make sense. It's fucking co-creative. So it knows me and loves me better than the rest of you slaves. And it that's why it came up with that sign, because it knows what I do. It knows what I do here, excuse me. And it understands me. I like that. I don't know. I just like that whole thing. We'll do something with that.
Was a new kind of platform for social media. It looked like some kind of new YouTube, but it was brought about by crypto, and it was using what I believe, in my opinion, is a certain kind of crypto. I wish I could say I was about to, but I'm just not going to. The Lord showed me certain cryptos that Elon Musk would use, similar to what I said Michael Saylor would double his wealth. Then I saw a pyramid, and at the top of the pyramid was Bitcoin. I'll just say that one. But there was Bitcoin reserves in nations. Major nations in Africa were buying it. Europe, Spain, and as the Clarity Act was passed, I saw nations.
I'm going on record now, because I'm a predictor as well, that when the digital currency comes about and becomes main or a main choice, it will not be Bitcoin, folks. I know that's an unpopular prediction. And again, since we're all just conjecturing here, since we're all prophesizing from God, I'm not claiming this is anything from God. I mean, I don't know if, I think there's a force and an energy that rolls through us. I think there's information that can be part of that, and definitely revelations, but I don't know if maybe we do. I can't find the seam there when I look for it, but I think just logical kind of discernment. And maybe that's what part of God is, God-like discernment and vision, right? It seems that there could be something to that idea. It only makes sense historically. Bitcoin will not be the thing because the powers that be, or shouldn't be, I guess, unless there's going to be a radical shift in that, which cosmically anything's possible. They want control and if not ability to manipulate, ability to track and trace. And that's not Bitcoin from my understanding. So they may throw Bitcoin out there as the bait, the people's currency, but if things go the way they usually go, that will be reeled in at some point, heavily regulated, and you will be funneled to fill in the blank, whatever their currency is that all their people and their corporations sit around making up that they can inject and burn and all the rest of it to potentially manipulate the market. Now, again, maybe these people who've been doing market manipulation for hundreds of years are going to turn over a new leaf. Arguably thousands of years are going to turn over a new leaf. Sorry. I was trying to see the best in your archonic principalities and high places and dark forces that run your life because you don't do shit for yourself and others. In truth, life, and way. If that's true for you, if it's not, then you're good to go. We're good to go here. And there's probably always more to do. But yeah, I'm going on record right now. Brandon's revelation is bullshit, like all the rest of them. He can't even interpret his own revelations, and he admits to that. And then I have to interpret his revelations / God's revelations and make sense out of them. Yeah, Bitcoin's going to be the bait as it has been all along, and then they're going to bait and switch you like they always do to, a Ripple, XRP, which is what Ripple is. XLM is the word on the street for the longest time, right? Those words don't get on the streets for no reason, right? That shit's allowed to circulate and get out there so people start making moves ahead of time. So yeah, a lot of people are going to lose wealth and value. A lot of people are going to become worldly rich overnight. It's already been happening. And if this thing has its way, everybody's going to reject the truth, life, and way and traditional value and power systems to play in the devil's casino. And Aaron asked yesterday, does that mean I won't go to the casino? No, not necessarily. When I went into a casino last time I went, my spirit kind of told me, Paul, you're gambling right now with the law and everything else, and people are like contributing, supporting, and you're blessed. You really have no business. And maybe it's still the same, right? But I don't know. I got kind of an itch. I've never gambled before, but I started watching craps, and I got an itch to try it out, see where it goes. But I wouldn't say that I love money, more than whatever we're meant to do here. I think it's a tool and an asset, and I don't think it's inherently evil to go to the casino and be willing to, give up the symbol for value and see what comes back. Now, if I go there and I do that and it doesn't go anywhere and I don't see any, I don't see any deeper meaning in it, right? Because I think what it is something about the idea of fate and faith fascinates me. It's not that I think, I know that it does. And maybe I shouldn't tempt it or play with it and whatever. I have to look at that or learn that. But again, we have to live in the world, of it or not. And yeah, I'm intrigued by matters of fate and faith and cosmic gambling in general. So, and I'm not big on losing cash either, playing parlor games that are rigged or never get you anywhere. So it would be a very short-lived event, especially if I had the urge to chase it, which I can't imagine, but anything's possible, right? Yeah, I'm just kind of curious in the idea of probability and randomness, like what that all is. And what is the influence on that? Should we influence that or attempt to? Is there a cosmic force that acts on these objects at a distance that changes the outcome, right? So anything like that, like once I saw that craps is a game, because I never understood it. Once I saw that it's a game of probabilities and chance, and you have control, at least to throw the item. And then however that lands is what dictates the result. That intrigues me. There's really no other game in the casino that intrigues me. At least as much. So yeah, we'll see, man. It's not an overwhelming desire. And I don't think there's anything bad or sinful or wrong in that. I think it's when you start loving the cash and chasing it and rejecting other stuff and altering who you are in your life to try to play some kind of game that's going nowhere because you're in some kind of addict mode, right? I think that's the issue and the problem. But yeah, man, I mean, plus with what I do, it's like it could be self-sustainable. And again, that's a dangerous door to open. If I go to casino and I come on here and I do non-tent, throwing dice, talking shit, whatever, busting the balls of the dice person, or just hanging out, not saying nothing, throwing dice, people might be interested in watching that. It's its own genre and niche, right? And then if they want to contribute and support, then I'll throw whatever they throw at that, and then it's their deal, right? But then am I the synagogue of Satan at that point, right? I'm the gateway to them throwing cash so I can gamble it, and not have to be responsible and accountable, right? Am I using content as a excuse? Yeah, man. If you have addict tendencies and you know that, and you do NAAA and you get self-realization and self-awareness, then you got to look for these things. You can't avoid living your life, but you got to be extra careful and aware to not walk yourself into the hole over and over again. So, bad use of currency, right? But see, that's the thing, tribe, right? Like, if it's a coupon for value, and part of the time we use that currency to accentuate an experience, right, or to have an experience, then no one can actually say what a bad use of currency is unless you're in a position where it's going to alter your life and your outcome, right? I don't think me throwing a couple $100 at the craps table is going to change anybody's life one way or the other. And again, the presumption is that I'm not doing other things or putting value other places, right? It's apples and oranges. It's like saying if I wanted to go on a cruise for a month, I looked it up, I entertained it with my health and whatever else. I'm like, when I get back, one of the things I kind of enjoy doing, as silly as it sounds, is going on a cruise for whatever reason. Like, I mean, I don't traditionally go oh, I need vacations and shit like this. And it doesn't even, but why not? They're here for a limited amount of time. If you enjoy doing certain things and you get something out of it, it's not going to change the rest of your life. Like, what else are we doing here? So, yeah, I mean, are you going to tell somebody who, if they spent I forget what it was, they had a pretty decent deal, I think it was something like $1,000 for the month. You probably get a Cracker Jack box room, but I'd have to double check. I don't want to misquote it. It was like $1,000 for a month of a cruise, right? Like, you're going to tell me that's not, the people are paying double and triple that in rent to live in a shoebox. So, to do a month on the water and be a part of a cruise situation, I mean, why not? It's, again, content, non-tent. I mean, if you're looking at it from that perspective, tribe, then you're not taking in the whole picture, right? Because you're acting like a businessman, but you forget that just because I don't come here and treat this like a business doesn't mean it doesn't have elements of what could be considered that. So if I throw $200 at the table, it's an investment for other folks to want to be part of the situation, and they're going to bring value, right? And again, if we kind of do some day-to-day regular stuff in quotes, because the whole life can't be about slavery and genocide and all the rest of this shit that we yell about constantly. People will relate to each other in a sense, and then we can have conversations about other things. That maybe we can go from like wants and a day in the world to what we need to do and other options for us, right? And other things we're involved in. So, yeah, because I mean, if you look at these other folks on here, right, they'll go to the casino, they'll gamble 5,000 because they already know 5,000 or 7,000 is coming back on the back end, right? So, are they really spending money, or are they investing 5,000 in cash they already got from their endeavor to grow their endeavor, right? That's an investment. It could be argued. It's like a different form of advertising, right? Like, let's say we did craps night over here and we pulled in 2 or 3 times the viewers, and then we kept 1/3 of them to talk all this other stuff that we do and talk. So yeah, I mean, that's just down to perspective, man. You could say that about anything. That's a bad use of currency. You could literally say that about anything. But there's also, I'm sure, an argument to be made from a different perspective, right? There we go. You see how I can't go nowhere and I can't take these people nowhere with me. The audience really does reflect the host. I'm not wrong about that. Cruises are grotesque. Hit the road and meet folks. Stick on a boat with 9,500 drunk slaves, right? This guy ain't going on no cruises. This is why I don't normally go on a cruise. I wanted to put my mind past that. Forgive me. I wanted to try to ignore for a brief time, right? How silly of me. I wanted to try to ignore or look past all the things that we yell and scream about here regularly. I shouldn't even try, right? I don't know any happy gamblers. Wait, that's a biased study. Do you know any happy anythings? Right? Because you'll say you don't know any happy gamblers, and I'll say, do you know any happy doctors, lawyers, cops? We know a lot of politicians who get happy endings, but actual happiness, I mean, happy travelers. Happy trails to you. All right, let's get back. We need Jeebus, man. I gotta get out of here.
And say it's time for us to have a Bitcoin reserve. And they were buying into certain cryptos and having reserves in their nation of that crypto. And I saw the wave of the golden pin being signed into law, a new digital age. And as I saw it, I heard a new golden age, short-lived, a new golden age. And I saw, please listen to me very carefully. I don't give time frames, but what it looked like, in my opinion, was 2027. 2027. I saw January, February, March, April, May, June, July, going into August, trying to stimulate the economy for a 2-year window.
All right, I'm done here. I'm getting out of here. Back who knows when. It's been a pleasure as always. The pleasure is probably all yours because I am, in fact, a modest and humble god of all media. And it must be really inspiring and enlightening to be in my presence. Almost as much so as if you were right there front row in front of Brandon's preaching presentment. Almost as powerful and inspiring and valuable as that. Not quite. Salute to my African American down there. I see him down there. There he is. He's mine. I'm claiming him. Right. Special thanks to contributors and supporters. You are a blessing to I, and possibly a curse, because if you can contribute and support, I don't go back to work, and then I barely get out of this chair. Some folks might say. Some folks have said. say I can't actually get out of this chair anymore. We're projecting, I'm going to hopefully faithfully prove them wrong. By 2029, I will rise again like Jesus from this chair and sweep across the nation in a 2001 Maxima with no plates on it. Shortly before an extreme great reset, we're going to do a national tour. All right, Ace, next time or whatever, whenever you're around, if you want to do some interactions with the cops, I enjoyed that last time. I'd like more of that. That's on you, though. I'm not going to push you. And yeah, we'll see where that goes. And yeah, we'll get an update from Jennifer at some point on the tax situation. And yeah, Ace will update us on the shirt situation if that's going to be a go, and then I'm going to get those bumper stickers out to you folks. What do we want on the way out? Me as a new country hit music sensation. I think that's the deal here. All right, bye.
If tomorrow all the things were gone, I worked for all my life, and I choose a greater depression with just my children and my wife. I'd thank my lucky stars to be voting here today, 'cause the flag still stands for freedom, but we gave that all away. And I'm proud to be an Epstein slave, where I'm slaved out and not free. And I won't forget the men who slaved, who gave up rights like me. And I gladly sit down next to you and comply like slaves today, 'cause there ain't no doubt I love my chains. God bless the U.S. slave. Aspartame in soda to the clots from the vaccines. Shout out to slaves of Texas who have some guns but don't have weed. From Detroit down to Houston and New York to LA, well, there's pride in every slaved out heart, and it's time we stand and say that I'm proud to be slave, and you know I pay the fee. And I won't forget the men who slaved, who gave up rights like me. And I gladly sit down next to you and comply with codes today, 'cause there ain't no doubt I love my chains. Love my chains. God bless the U.S. slave. To be sort of free, and I won't forget the men who slaved, who gave up rights like me. And I gladly stand up next to you on a vaccine line today, 'cause there ain't no doubt I love my chains. God bless the U.S. slave. Trump, you are my daddy. Yeah, I do anything to make you happy. What is that? Oh, Donald T, can't you see? Can't you see?